Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Because you're worth it. Many of the outer disciples were courting Sun Qian'er because of her outstanding appearance. Although her unique talent was not as good as the 10 famous spirits in the 9 continents, it was still first class. In addition, she was accepted as a disciple by a saint, so her future was promising. The only thing that is annoying is that he used to be Lin Zhuan's maid. In the eyes of many people, the more dazzling Sun Qian'er is now, the more eye-catching his former identity is. Those who want to pursue Sun Qian'er, as long as they think of the proud daughter of heaven who is now high and mighty, who used to be Lin Zhuan's maid, can't help but get rid of Lin Zhuan as soon as possible. The rope breaking today is actually not the first time, but it was just that Lin Zhuan had luckily resolved it before. But unexpectedly, they did more and more excessive each time. As for all these things, Sun Qian'er actually knew them well, but she didn't say anything, as if she knew nothing. After all, for Sun Qian'er herself, Lin Zhuan's existence is completely redundant. He can't give her any resources for cultivation. At the same time, when others see Lin Zhuan, they will remember that he was just a maid. It can be said that no one pays attention to him, and only a burden is left. Now there are many people who pursue her who want to get rid of Lin Zhuan. Sun Qian'er doesn't need to do anything and can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. Why not do it? But, in the final analysis, facing this overwhelming malice, what did Lin Zhuan do wrong? When he was still the young master of the Lin family, Lin Zhuan did not rely on his family background to do things that bully men and women, but followed his family teachings, was gentle, respectful and frugal, and always maintained humility and self-discipline. When Sun Qian'er's talent awakened and was accepted as a disciple by the saint, Lin Zhuan was not jealous of it, nor did he want to take this opportunity to curry favor with the rich and powerful. He was just happy for Sun Qian'er from the bottom of his heart and was silently happy for him. When Sun Qian'er asked him for cultivation resources on the pretext that she did not want to be left behind by other outer disciples, Lin Zhuan also thought of their past friendship and gave her most of the cultivation resources sent by the Lin family. After the neighboring family was destroyed, Lin Zhuan fell from the clouds to the dust. After experiencing such a huge gap in status, as the young master of the Lin family, he had to bow down and do hard work to make a living. However, he did not give up on himself. He gritted his teeth and persevered. He did not ask others for anything, even Sun Qian'er, to whom he had given a lot of cultivation resources. Because a long time ago, when his mother was alive, she once told him not to ask for anything in his life. If someone wants to give you something, he will give it to you even if you don't ask for it. But if someone doesn't want to give it to you, even if you knock your head on the ground and smash it into pieces, they will not give it to you. Although he is poor and no longer the young master of the prominent Lin family, he still has his own dignity. Without the support of his neighbors, he earns his living with his own hands. However, such a young man, who has not hurt anyone, has become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of many people because of the greed and selfishness of others. Sure enough, all crows are black. Even in Kyushu, these things are inevitable. After listening to the boy's experience, Chu Yun's mouth slowly raised a little arc, slowly exhaled, and said, "So, what are your plans?" Lin Zhuan smiled bitterly and said, "After the Lin family was destroyed, I only hope that I can work hard to cultivate in the Yuandao Lingshan sect, strive to master power as soon as possible, return to Guangwu City, and avenge the Lin family. But now, this is probably a luxury. The enemies who destroyed the Lin family failed to kill me, but there are many people in the sect who want my life." Chu Yun looked at him calmly and slowly said, "Then here, I have to congratulate you. From now on, I will protect you in the Yuandao Lingshan sect." Really? Lin Zhuan's body shook slightly, and a bright light burst out of his eyes, like a drowning person who finally grabbed a life-saving straw. Of course. Chu Yun nodded and smiled slightly. Just as he was about to say something, A series of familiar system prompts suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Task triggered. Special mission, passing on the torch. Lin Juan. Task target. Help Lin Juan break through the realm, currently the 3rd level of the physical realm. Task reward. When the target disciple's cultivation is in the physical realm, every time he breaks through a level, he will be rewarded with 10 pieces of heavenly bait. When the target disciple is in the Qianjun realm, every time he breaks through a level, he will be rewarded with 1 holy bait. When the target disciple is in the Wanshai realm, every time he breaks through a level, he will be rewarded with 1 holy bait. Task deadline, before the selection day for outer disciples, 47 days remaining. Ding. Task triggered. Task target. Help Lin Juan complete the selection of outer disciples and get the 1st place. Task reward, 3 holy baits. Task deadline, none. When this series of system prompts sounded, Chu Yun's body shook slightly, and when he looked at the boy again, a burning color had already appeared in his eyes. What kind of miserable boy is this? This is simply a treasure pot. In the flesh realm, for every breakthrough of 1 level, 10 heavenly grade baits will be awarded. In the 1,000-pound realm, for every breakthrough of the 3rd level, 1 holy grade bait will be awarded. In the 10,000 stone realm, for every breakthrough of 1 level, 1 holy grade bait will be awarded. Now, Lin Juan's realm is only the 3rd level of the flesh realm. If Chu Yun can train Lin Juan into a warrior at the peak of the 10,000 stone realm within these 47 days, then Chu Yun will be able to get an extremely generous reward. The flesh realm can give Chu Yun 60 heavenly grade baits. The 1,000-pound realm can give Chu Yun 3 holy grade baits. The 10,000 stone realm can give Chu Yun 9 holy grade baits. And when the outer sect trial day comes in 47 days, as long as Lin Juan passes it and gets the 1st place in the outer sect trial, he can give Chu Yun an additional 3 holy grade baits. How much does this add up to? A full 60 heavenly grade baits, plus 15 holy grade baits. 15 holy grade baits. To be honest, it's not that Chu Yun has never seen the world, but this reward is too generous. Sir, are you okay? Lin Juan stared at Chu Yun in a daze, seeing the handsome man in front of him. In an instant, the target he looked at became very hot. I'm fine. Chu Yun took a deep breath, stepped forward, put his hands on Lin Juan's shoulders, and said, "Young man, I see that you are amazing. A martial arts genius among 10,000, and it depends on you to maintain world peace. I have a secret book." "No, there are many secret books, and I plan to teach you." "Sir, you are joking." Lin Juan smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, "If my talent can be called a martial arts genius, there may be no one in the world with a poor talent for cultivation." Chu Yun heard this and then remembered that the young man in front of him was already 15 or 16 years old, with a body of cultivation, but only the 3rd level of the physical realm. This can no longer be described as poor talent. Is this just a joke? A warrior with normal talent, even if he works hard for 3 days and rests for 2 days, should have reached the Qianjun realm long ago. After all, the environment of Jiaozu is not as small as the spiritual world. In such an environment, it is easier for warriors to accumulate cultivation and break through the realm. Hiss. Chu Yun frowned and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. After carefully examining him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said with a strange face, "It seems that I am a little optimistic when I said martial arts wizard. You are simply, it's just a piece of stone. If a piece of wood has intelligence, its cultivation speed is faster than mine." Lin Juan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "You don't have to say it. I understand. It's indeed a little worse." Chu Yun sighed slowly, and only then realized why the reward given by the system was so generous. It was really that this job was a little too difficult. Lin Juan's talent for cultivation cannot even be described as a little bit bad, but it is extremely bad. Even Qianli, who is recognized as a loser in cultivation, has a talent that is tens of thousands of times better than Lin Juan, because, in a popular sense, Lin Juan's physique is not suitable for cultivation at all. His meridians are naturally full of impurities and extremely blocked. The first step for a warrior to cultivate is the physical realm. It is necessary to draw air into the body and pass the spiritual power of heaven and earth into the meridians to break through the meridians. Ordinary warriors only need to absorb enough spiritual power and accumulate it in the meridians. When the amount reaches a certain level, it will overflow and naturally break through. However, Lin Juan's physique is like stone. The meridians are full of impurities. The spiritual power absorbed into the body needs to remove the impurities in the meridians before it can be accumulated. This is like others cultivating by building a house on flat ground. Lin Juan's cultivation, however, requires building a house on a mountain. Before he can start construction, he must first dig out the mountain and create a clearing before he can start building. With this kind of talent, if Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong had not considered that the Lin family had given him too much, it would have been impossible for Lin Juan to become a registered disciple, because he did not meet the basic requirements for entry. With such a poor talent, you can still persist in cultivation, not give up on yourself, and indulge in sensual pleasures by relying on your family background. You are quite rare. Chu Yun sighed softly and patted Lin Juan on the shoulder. If that were the case, then the gentleman would not have seen me today. 2 months ago, I would have disappeared from the world with the Lin family. Lin Juan smiled with a complicated expression, which was also a way to have fun in the midst of suffering. But it doesn't matter. Chu Yun shook his head, looked at Lin Juan seriously, and said, no matter how poor your talent is, the impurities in your meridians will eventually be removed, no matter whether that day is near or far. Your path of cultivation is far from being cut off. After the words fell, Lin Juan tightened his lips. He felt a great encouragement from Chu Yun's words. When he looked up at Chu Yun again, he felt inexplicably moved, and said, Sir, were you the same as me, with poor talent? No. Chu Yun shook his head and answered honestly, I have a good talent. I have awakened twin martial souls. One is of earth grade and the other is of heaven grade. Although I do not have the 10 spiritual bodies, it is also considered a top talent. The corner of Lin Juan's mouth twitched, and the touch in his heart disappeared without a trace. There was only resentment in his eyes, and he had an urge to bite people. But these are all fine, because I have decided to take you as my disciple. Chu Yun smiled slightly, and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Yun. Lin Juan's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Chu Yun in extreme surprise, and said, Sir, are you the young Master Chu who has attained the 9-turn nirvana? Chu Yun touched his nose, smiled slightly, and said, it seems that I'm quite famous. More than famous. Lin Juan stared at him with wide eyes, and said, the news that you defeated the genius of the Fate Wheel realm of the 3 gods Guiling sect in one move has spread throughout the sect. At this point, he suddenly remembered that the more shocking part of Chu Yun's words just now was, Chu Yun actually said that he wanted to take him as a disciple. Since you know who I am, things will be easy. Let me repeat what I said just now. I have decided to take you as my 3rd disciple. How about it? If you want to become my apprentice, you can hurry up. Chu Yun smiled slightly and said, Hearing this, Lin Juan couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, why do you have such an idea, sir? At the end, he felt so inferior that he couldn't open his mouth. His talent was really too poor, so poor that his father Lin Zhenchen had already given up on him. He sent him to Yuan Dao Lingshan sect just to make Lin Juan give up, and then quickly go back to inherit the family business, so as to quickly give birth to a talented heir. However, even though he was so poor, there was actually a legendary figure who specifically asked to accept him as a disciple. Why? I don't deserve it. Because you deserve it. Chu Yun put his hands on Lin Juan's shoulders, took a deep breath, and slowly said, I have a problem. I can't bear to see those good people being treated unfairly. Whenever I encounter this, I will not pretend not to see it. So, regardless of any other factors, I am willing to help you. Chapter 377 The Third Disciple. The other factors that Chu Yun refers to here are naturally the rewards of the system tasks. The reason why Chu Yun first thought of accepting a disciple was indeed because of the temptation of the task rewards, but when he got to know the boy's experience in depth, it was not so important whether it was a task or not. Even if there was no task reward, Chu Yun was willing to help him. This was what he wanted to do. Moreover, looking at Lin Juan's physique, he might not be able to break through the Qianjun realm in these 40 days, and he probably couldn't get any of the rewards of the holy bait. But, even so, Chu Yun was willing to accept him as a disciple. Sir, Lin Juan stared at Chu Yun in a daze, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind, extremely complicated, and he felt a huge warm current lingering in his heart. Since Sun Qian's suitors began to attack him, Lin Juan also seized the opportunity to ask some people for help, but the final result was a failure. The investigation he requested never started, as if a pair of invisible big hands strangled all his voices in the dark. Lin Juan knew the reason. Sun Qian was already a disciple of the saint, and others were unwilling to cause trouble for her, and even fan the flames, ignoring a collective persecution of innocent individuals and choosing to turn a blind eye. Or perhaps, there was a powerful hand that pinched the dark cloud above him, fixed it there, and suppressed all his voices. But no matter what, the final result was that no one was willing to help him. And now, the legendary person whose reputation spread throughout the Yuan Dao Lingtian sect appeared in front of him and wanted to accept him as a disciple. Still unwilling? Chu Yun smiled faintly. I am willing. How could I not be willing? It's just. Lin Juan's face flushed, and he couldn't continue, and was interrupted by Chu Yun, who patted his shoulder and said, since you're willing, don't say so much. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and call me master. Lin Juan's eyes were a little red, and after blinking hard twice, he wiped it hard with his sleeves, and then knelt on the ground with a thump, and kowtowed 3 times to Chu Yun. Master, good disciple. Chu Yun nodded, smiled slightly, pulled Lin Juan to stand up, and said, from now on, you are the 3rd disciple of my sect. Above you, there is a senior brother and a senior sister. Let's go. I will take you to King Luan Peak to meet your senior sister first. As for your senior brother. I'm afraid you will have to wait for a while. As he said, Chu Yun patted Lin Juan's shoulder, pulled the young man up, and flew to King Luan Peak together. Not long after, the master and disciple arrived at King Luan Peak. At this moment, Luo Qingcheng was taking Yang Xiuqin to practice in the hall at the top of King Luan Peak. After Chu Yun sensed it, he took Lin Juan to the door of the hall and walked in. It was obviously the first time for Lin Juan to come to King Luan Peak. When Chu Yun took him to the top of the peak, he felt a little nervous when he saw the magnificent hall. Not to mention the registered disciples other than the formal disciples, even the inner disciples among the formal disciples were far from qualified to enter the hall of the master of the peak. How could he, a useless person who was comparable to a carman, have any confidence? He was anxious. At this time, Chu Yun turned around and smiled at Lin Juan to comfort him. The two walked in all the way. Not long after, they came to the depths of the hall, where Luo Qingcheng and Yang Xiuqin, who were practicing together, were. Master, is it time for dinner? Yang Xiuqin's voice rang out crisply from the hall. When she saw Chu Yun, she became excited. Eat, eat, eat. All you can think about is eating. Luo Qingcheng flicked a finger on Yang Xiuqin's forehead, causing her to scream and cover her head with both hands. If you can't learn the method I just taught you to draw qi into your body today, I won't let you eat, Luo Qingcheng threatened. Woo woo. Yang Xiuqin's mouth suddenly shrank, but she was still well behaved after all. She continued to try to draw qi into her body while shedding tears. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingcheng nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Chu Yun. When is dinner? Chu Yun smiled bitterly, thinking that you have the nerve to say that Yang Xiuqin's mind is full of food. Shaking his head, Chu Yun cleared his throat. I have accepted a new disciple. Where is he? Luo Qingcheng's eyes lit up, and her eyes searched around, and then fell on Lin Juan beside Chu Yun, and said, is it him? Which one of the 10 spiritual bodies is he? Lin Juan looked at Luo Qingcheng, who stood up nervously. His first feeling was fear, because he knew who Luo Qingcheng was. During the previous sect ceremony, Lin Juan had seen her from a distance and knew that the beautiful woman in front of him was the master of King Luan Peak and the strongest saint in Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. The top 10 spiritual bodies. Chu Yun shook his head and said with a wry smile, if there are any top 10 useless bodies, He should be among them. Luo Qingcheng looked suspicious, came forward, held her breath and looked carefully, and soon, her eyebrows trembled, and her face became very strange and cautious. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingcheng asked in surprise. "I felt compassion." Chu Yun sighed softly and told Luo Qingcheng the story of Lin Zhuan. During the process, Yang Xiuqin was trying hard to draw qi into her body in order to have a meal today. After the initial confusion, she soon found a trick and successfully drew the first ray of spiritual energy into her body. She cheered excitedly and jumped up and down. Lin Zhuan, who was standing aside, saw the experience of his little senior sister, and soon showed more bitterness on his face, because he had spent more than 2 years since he was 8 years old to finally do it. But for a true genius, it is only less than an incense stick of time. After listening to Chu Yun's narration, Luo Qingcheng sighed slowly, and when she looked at Lin Zhuan, there was a little more empathy and pity. After a pause, Luo Qingcheng turned to look at Chu Yun and asked, "The talent of a warrior's meridians can only affect the practice of the physical realm. After he breaks through to the Qianjun realm, he will naturally be unrestricted. But with his physique, it is as difficult as ascending to the sky to break through to the Qianjun realm. Perhaps, by the time he breaks through to the Qianjun realm, he will be old and decrepit. Do you have any way to deal with this?" "Of course there is a way." Chu Yun slowly exhaled and said, "Although I can't improve his physique, I can give him time. These days, I have studied the impact of the law of time on the outside world and developed a secret technique that can change the speed of time in the outside world. Maybe it can be used on him." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Lin Yun Tong Tai Pill. In fact, no matter who you are, no matter your physical condition, whether it is good or bad, as long as you keep practicing, under the condition of no shortage of practice resources, you will eventually be able to advance to the Nirvana realm. However, there is a saying about this Nirvana realm that it depends on the age of the person who breaks through. If you break through to this realm before the age of 30, then the life essence of this warrior will be at its peak, and you will be qualified to advance to the Supreme Realm in the future. But if you break through to the Nirvana realm after the age of 30, then the final destination of this warrior will inevitably be below the Supreme Realm, and there is no possibility of being promoted to the Supreme Realm. No matter how hard you try throughout your life, you can only reach the Fate Wheel realm. Therefore, in many top-level sects, the basis for judging whether a disciple's talent is good or bad and whether he is worth cultivating is to see whether he can be promoted to the Nirvana realm before the age of 30. If he can, he will continue to be cultivated as a core disciple. If not, then a warrior who cannot break through to the Supreme Realm will not be worth cultivating vigorously. On the day he is over 30 years old, he will be abandoned by the sect and either transferred to a job like a deacon or directly dismissed. For a useless person like Lin Zhuan, although his physique will no longer affect his subsequent cultivation after he breaks through to the Qianjun realm, from a practical point of view, Lin Zhuan is still not worth cultivating. After all, God knows how many years it will take for Lin Zhuan to be promoted to the Qianjun realm. Such a person cannot break through to the Nirvana realm before the age of 30. From this restriction, Lin Zhuan is born with a death sentence and has no value to be cultivated. But, fortunately, he met Chu Yun. He met a master who mastered the law of time. Feel it yourself. Chu Yun smiled slightly, put one hand on Lin Zhuan's shoulder, and a faint light flashed between his fingers. The extremely mysterious law of time bloomed with mystery, and soon condensed into a translucent sphere, wrapping Lin Zhuan's entire body in it. Lin Zhuan opened his eyes wide and felt that he was in this small ball of time, and the flow of all time in the outside world seemed to be slowed down several times. He watched with his own eyes as Yang Xiuqin secretly picked up a piece of cake from the table, but accidentally slipped and the cake fell off the table, but it landed slowly at an extremely slow speed. Everything in the outside world seemed to be the same to Lin Zhuan at this moment, at least 30 or 40 times slower. He stretched out his arm, looked down at his fingers, and after moving them casually, he found that he was not affected at all. At this time, Chu Yun stretched out his hand and poked the small ball, and the small ball burst like a bubble. He smiled and said, "How does it feel, Master? This is amazing." Lin Juan took a deep breath and said, "I clearly feel that when I am inside the small ball, everything in the outside world becomes very slow for me. I just counted it. The time it took for the cake to fall to the ground lasted for a full 42 counts inside the small ball. And outside, it probably only takes 1 count to fall to the ground. That seems not bad. When you are inside the secret art of the time law of the master, your time flow rate will be about 40 times slower than others. This means that when you practice in the small ball, the time will be more than 40 times longer than others." Chu Yun smiled faintly. He had never thought that this secret art would bring such a huge improvement. In this way, the system's requirement for Lin Juan to quickly break through his cultivation within 47 days is probably not completely impossible. After all, he can stretch the time by more than 40 times. In this way, the time left for Lin Juan is really a lot, more than 1,000 days, more than 5 years. 5 years, under Chu Yun's full training, it is not impossible to be promoted to the Wanshai realm and get all the rewards, 40 times more time than others. Lin Juan was shocked when he heard this, although he didn't know many things about practicing martial arts. However, just by using his intuition, he knew that this must be an extremely powerful ability. It can allow a person to have more than 40 times the time of others to practice. Others practice for 1 day, but he has practiced for more than 40 days, and others practice for 1 year, but he has practiced for more than 40 years. How powerful is this? The old figure in the underground palace used this method to survive until now, right? You slowed down the flow of time in the time ball, and the old guy speeded up the flow of time. So for him, not so many years have passed. Luo Qingcheng said suddenly. "That's right." Chu Yun nodded, confirming Luo Qingcheng's guess. At this time, Luo Qingcheng said again, "But have you ever thought about it? Although to the outside world, the people in the time ball have spent a day just like them, but to the people in the time ball, he actually experienced more than 40 days. In other words, for every day the people in the time ball stay in the time ball, they will live more than 40 days less than others. If they stay in the time ball for a year, they will live more than 40 years less than others." Chu Yun frowned slightly after the voice fell. He had not used this effect on other people before, but just tried it himself. Now after Luo Qingcheng's reminder, he immediately realized the disadvantages of this. The time ball will not completely change time. It can only stretch time. To the outside world, Lin Juan entered the time ball for a year to practice, and indeed gained the effect of 40 years of practice. But in fact, Lin Juan's body also truly experienced 40 years of practice, not 1 year. In this way, for Lin Juan himself, nothing has changed. He just seems to be practicing faster in the eyes of the outside world. The problem of talent has not been changed. Before the Bone Age is 30 years old, he still cannot break through to the Nirvana realm, and he doesn't even know when he can be promoted to the Qianjun realm. "Fortunately, you found me." Luo Qingcheng smiled mysteriously, took out a pill bottle from the storage ring, which was full of more than a dozen pills, and handed it to Chu Yun. "What is this?" Chu Yun asked. Luo Qingcheng snorted twice and said, "Holy elixir, Linian Tongtai elixir. This is a good thing that can improve the physique of warriors. After taking it, it can remove impurities in the meridians of warriors in the physical body realm, allowing them to successfully break through to the Qianjun realm. It should be most suitable to use it on this little guy." After the voice fell, Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and said, "There is such an elixir. Of course, the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders." Luo Qingcheng smiled, and then his face became a little strange, and said, "However, this elixir should not have existed, because the purpose of its development was actually to allow warriors to better complete the breakthrough to the Nirvana realm, not to improve the impurities in the meridians of warriors in the physical body realm. But unfortunately, The final effect of the finished product was only to slightly improve the meridian physique. It can be regarded as a failure. If they are failures, why do you have so many of them? Is there someone who specializes in refining such pills? That shouldn't be the case. Using saint-level materials to improve the physique of a warrior in the physical realm is not worth it. Chu Yun shook his head, because the alchemist who developed this failed elixir is none other than my senior brother Ningiki, the saint from Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. After his experiment failed, I took all the remaining elixirs. Although they are of no use, they are free anyway. And now they are used by your new disciple. Luo Qingcheng smiled, and Chu Yun also showed a smile on his face. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Zhuan, and said, "Did you hear it all? Why don't you thank him quickly?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhuan woke up as if from a dream. Before, his eyes had never moved away from the elixir bottle containing Lin Yun Tong Dai Dan. After hearing Chu Yun's words, he hurriedly saluted and thanked Luo Qingcheng. "Thank you, Master Luo Feng, for the elixir." "Disciple," Luo Qingcheng interrupted him and said, "You are Chu Yun's disciple. There is no need to be so distant. Call me uncle from now on." Lin Zhuan was startled when he heard this, wondering where this came from. According to his generation, if he completed the outer sect trial and became a formal disciple, then Luo Qingcheng, as the peak master, was of the same generation as the head of the sect, so he should call her his uncle. Then, who did he get the title of uncle master from? Lin Zhuan couldn't help but look at his master. Master is so amazing. He just joined Yuan Dao Lingshan sect and he is on the same generation as the peak master of King Luan Peak. "Yes, thank you, uncle master." Lin Zhuan immediately changed his words and bowed to Luo Qingcheng to thank him. Luo Qingcheng smiled and narrowed his eyes, saying, "These holy pills will change your physique and remove impurities in your meridians. It can be said that it is easy. If I remember correctly, it will be the outer sect trial day in more than a month, right?" "That's right." Lin Zhuan nodded, couldn't help but take a deep breath, and was still excited. The outer sect trial day is a hurdle that every informal disciple in the Yuan Dao Lingtian sect must go through. Only by passing the assessment can they become formal disciples of the Yuan Dao Lingtian sect. If they fail, they will leave the sect directly. Originally, Lin Zhuan had been worrying about this matter. Before meeting Chu Yun, he had no confidence in completing the outer sect trial, but now, it is no exaggeration to say that Lin Zhuan has a bit of determination to win. With your master's guidance, the outer sect trial should not be a problem. Then set a small goal first. You go and win the first place in the outer sect trial, Luo Qingcheng said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Zhuan was stunned for a moment. The first place? To be honest, this was something he had never thought about before. For him, being able to pass the assessment was already something worthy of gratitude. The concept of being the first was too far-fetched. Luo Qingcheng looked at him seriously and said, "Your master has been no weaker than others in his life." The two disciples he accepted both possessed the talent of one of the 10 spiritual bodies. The eldest disciple possessed the Zhuan mirror spirit body, and the second disciple possessed the demon-devouring spirit body. As his third disciple, although you have ordinary talent, you cannot embarrass your master. Do you understand? After the words fell, Lin Zhuan took a deep breath. His chest swelled. He felt that as Luo Qingcheng finished speaking, an extremely hot thought rose in his body. Looking at Chu Yun again, Lin Zhuan said in a deep voice, "Master, I will definitely work hard. No matter what, I will not let anyone feel ashamed for you to accept me as a disciple. Never." He. Chu Yun heard this and laughed twice with a strange look on his face. He turned his head and looked at Luo Qingcheng, thinking that this guy might know some mind-reading skills. "How come you even set a goal?" However, to be fair, this is indeed what Chu Yun wanted to ask Lin Zhuan to do. Before, when he had nothing, it was difficult for Lin Zhuan to pass the outer door trial, but now, with the elixir provided by Luo Qingcheng, Lin Zhuan's qualifications will be changed, and with the help of Chu Yun's time law, Lin Zhuan's cultivation time can be greatly extended. 47 days, stretched 40 times, became 1,880 days, more than 5 years. With these conditions, looking at the requirements in the system task again, It seems that the difficulty is not so high all of a sudden, as long as Lin Juan is willing to work hard to practice. Breaking through the Wanshai realm is not a problem, and this means that Lin Juan is really going to become a treasure pot, and he can bring Chu Yun several holy baits as a reward. If he is diligent enough and works hard enough, Chu Yun can even get 15 holy baits directly in more than a month. At this time, under the guidance of Luo Qingcheng, Lin Juan had already opened the pill bottle containing Lin Yun Tongtai pill, poured out a Lin Yun Tongtai pill from it, and swallowed it directly. Eat it. There are still about 10 pills in it. If you can't completely improve your physique after eating them all, I can go to senior brother Ning and ask him to refine some more. As Luo Qingcheng spoke, an invincible little rich woman's momentum emerged, and Chu Yun couldn't help shaking his head and sighing that it was great to be rich. Lin Juan was very moved. After swallowing a pill, he began to refine it nervously. He felt that after the pill entered his body, it swept through the meridians in his body, like a breeze blowing, and soon removed most of the impurities in a meridian. The effect was immediate. This made Lin Juan very excited. After refining the pill, most of the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body had been cleared of all impurities. The remaining meridian problems only needed less than 2 pills to solve them all, without any worries. At this moment, Lin Juan suddenly wanted to cry. The last time he had this impulse was when he heard the news that the Lin family was wiped out, but the mood of the 2 times was completely different. Chapter 379, Flying High. Just as Chu Yun was leading his 3 new disciples to King Luan Peak, the news of what happened at Yaoya soon spread. In a martial arts arena outside the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, 2 figures, a man and a woman, were fighting on the ring. The 2 were not very old, about 15 or 16 years old. The boy's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Wanshai realm, while the girl was only at the beginning of the Qianjun realm. With such a huge gap in realm, it was impossible for the 2 to compete fairly, so it was natural that the boy was leading the entire battle and teaching the girl how to fight. Junior sister Qianer, this move should be faster. When you draw your sword, you should also keep up with your steps and mobilize all your strength. Only in this way can it be considered sharp. You didn't defend this attack well. You should have seen through my fake move to attack you as soon as possible and defended your lower body. Yes, that's right, your move. As the 2 fought, the boy taught and guided the girl's fighting method, pointing out the shortcomings of the opponent's moves and the reactions that could be optimized during the battle. Although from the perspective of a true master, what the young man said may not be correct, but for battles below the Wanshai realm, it is sufficient. Senior brother J. Alf is really amazing. I have learned a lot from you. After a long time, the girl was sweating profusely. She was a little exhausted after fighting until now, so she put away her sword and said to the young man. J. Alf stared at Sun Qianer, and the burning in his eyes became even more intense. Although his eyes were so sharp that he wanted to penetrate the girl's clothes, he still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor on his face. Junior sister Qianer is making rapid progress. I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass me. I really envy you for being able to worship under the saint. Your future will definitely be limitless. By then, junior sister Qianer will not forget me, right? Haha. J. Alf laughed heartily and said, Senior brother, you are joking. How could that be? Sun Qianer smiled sweetly, but a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of her eyes, but she hid it well. J. Alf is the sons of J. Ao Yishan, the elder of the outer sect. He was once the one that Sun Qianer wanted to marry, but now, he is just one of her suitors. When she first came to Yuan Dao Lingtian sect, Sun Qianer was unwilling to be just a maid, and she wanted to find a way out. At that time, J. Alf, the son of the elder of the outer sect, was one of the best people in her field of vision. At that time, in order to climb up the high branch, Sun Qianer worked hard on J. Alf, and originally planned to chase him. However, the situation soon reversed. Sun Qianer's talent was discovered by the saint, and she jumped from the branch, from a little sparrow to a golden phoenix, which was a bit like you look down on me today, and I will make you look down on me tomorrow. When she was just a maid, J. Alf didn't take Sun Qianer's behavior of paying back too much to heart, just wanting to play, and Sun Qianer also saw through his thoughts at that time, so she kept hanging on, and the two sides had not had time to have any substantial relationship. Now, Sun Kyaner has become a prominent figure, and her status has changed dramatically. At this time, Jiaof came to his senses and finally started a serious and passionate pursuit of Sun Kyaner, becoming one of her die-hard pursuers. In Jiaof's eyes, this little maid who used to be of low status has always favored him, but she was just a little reserved. In the past, because of Sun Kyaner's status and position, Jiaof did not really take Sun Kyaner seriously, so he missed the opportunity. Now, Sun Kyaner has become a disciple of the saint and has become someone he needs to make friends with. At this time, as long as he takes the initiative to show his goodwill, won't the two sides be able to achieve success immediately and become a good story? But in fact, in Sun Kyaner's case, she, who has become a phoenix, no longer takes Jiaof in her eyes. After her vision has broadened, there are more choices in front of Sun Kyaner, and no matter which one she takes out, it is more than enough compared to Jiaof. The reason why Sun Kyaner still keeps in touch with Jiaof is that Jiaof is generous, and there is another very important reason, that is, Jiaof can help her deal with many things that she is not convenient to do. For example, Lin Zhuan. After Sun Kyaner turned over, she naturally hoped that Lin Zhuan would disappear more than anyone else, but she must not do this kind of thing by herself, otherwise, once it spreads, her reputation will be ruined. Yuan Dao Lingshan sect is a famous and upright sect. No matter how good her talent is, once such a scandal breaks out, her future can be said to be ruined. The saint who accepted her as a disciple will probably expel her immediately. Therefore, although Sun Kyaner hopes that Lin Zhuan will disappear, she cannot do it herself. At this time, Jiaof becomes a good choice, a knife that can be used to kill people. She doesn't need to say too obviously that Jiaof should deal with Lin Zhuan. She just talks about Lin Zhuan intentionally or unintentionally in the process of getting along with Jiaof. What he said was not bad words about Lin Zhuan, or resentment and complaints, which were too low level and easy to reveal. In front of Jiaof, Sun Kyaner always said good things about Lin Zhuan, as if she missed the master-servant relationship between the two in the past. She even revealed intentionally or unintentionally that she had a secret crush on Lin Zhuan and wanted to marry Lin Zhuan after returning from school. It is conceivable that Jiaof, who had made up his mind to live happily with Sun Kyaner for a long time, would feel after hearing these words, that Lin Zhuan was just a worthless waste. Even a little bit of cultivation resources had to be exchanged by doing hard work in the miscellaneous affairs department. Why would such a person be with Sun Kyaner, who had become a phoenix, and why could he stand in front of him? So, during this period of time, Jiaof had been trying his best to kill Lin Zhuan silently without alarming anyone. In Jiaof's view, Lin Zhuan was the thorn between him and Sun Kyaner. Only when this thorn was removed could he feel at ease. And if it goes as expected, he will get satisfactory good news soon. Just when Jiaof and Sun Kyaner were resting on the ring, a figure hurried over from a distance and walked straight towards the ring. Jiaof frowned, thinking, who is the blind person who interrupted him and junior sister Kyaner at this time? Turning his head, he found that he knew the person who came. It was Huang Hai, the manager of the miscellaneous affairs department he sent out to do the work. After he learned that Lin Zhuan had accepted the task of collecting herbs on the Yaoya, he asked manager Huang to tamper with Lin Zhuan's safety rope. Now that manager Huang has been seen, it must be that the matter should have been done. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Jiaof's face. He turned his head to look at Sun Kyaner, and said with a smile on his face, Manager Huang seems to have something to see me, junior sister Kyaner. Before he finished speaking, Sun Kyaner seemed to understand something. A smile appeared on her face. She nodded at him and said sympathetically, It's okay, senior brother Jiao, you can go and do your work first. I just need to go back to practice. Okay, then we'll see you tomorrow. Jiao nodded repeatedly and watched Sun Kyaner get up and leave with a smile on his face. He didn't turn his head to look at manager Huang until Sun Kyaner's figure disappeared. Then he turned to look at manager Huang and asked, How did things go? Is that useless guy dead? Not dead. Manager Huang shook his head with a painful look on his face. as if he was thinking about how to tell J-Alf the facts. J-Alf showed a surprised look on his face and said, "He didn't die after falling from such a high medicine cliff. That kid is really lucky, right? But even if he didn't die, with his cultivation level, he would have broken several legs." "No, he's fine." Steward Huang paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Something went wrong. When that rubbish fell off the cliff, he happened to be rescued by someone, so he's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, J-Alf's brows knitted together, and he couldn't help cursing, saying, "Who is the blind person who meddled in other people's business here and ruined my good deeds?" "It's not clear yet, but..." Steward Huang was talking when another person hurried over from a distance and came directly in front of J-Alf and Steward Huang. J-Alf looked up and saw that the person was a steward of the outer sect named Fan Chen, who was also a trusted subordinate of his father J-Ao Yishan. Fan Chen came to the ring quickly, looked at J-Alf and manager Huang, and asked directly, "Did you do Yao's assassination of Lin Zhuan?" After the words fell, J-Alf and manager Huang looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and their expressions were not too natural. The assassination of Lin Zhuan was J-Alf's own idea, and he instructed manager Huang of the Miscellaneous Affairs Department to do it. It had nothing to do with his father. At this moment, Fan Chen came to question this matter, which made J-Alf and the others have bad associations in their hearts. "Is it?" Fan Chen asked coldly with a heavier tone. "Brother Chen, why are you so angry?" "It's just a small matter." J-Alf looked at Fan Chen strangely, laughed twice and said indifferently, "It was a small matter, but it's not a small matter now. Come with me, the elder wants to see you." Fan Chen said a word, grabbed J-Alf's arm, and was about to take him away. "Slow down, slow down." J-Alf shrank his neck when he heard that his father wanted to see him. He realized that something might be wrong. He followed Fan Chen and walked a few steps forward, but saw Fan Chen suddenly stop and turn around to look at the bewildered Huang. "You come here too?" Fan Chen looked at Huang and said. Chapter 380 Outer Gate. Soon, Fan Chen brought Steward Huang and J-Alf to the Black Cloud Peak of the Outer Sect. There are dozens of peaks on the floating island of Yuan Dalintian Sect, many of which have their own unique functions. The Black Cloud Peak is the location of the Outer Sect of Yuan Dalintian Sect, responsible for managing the Outer Sect disciples, registered disciples and miscellaneous disciples of Yuan Dalintian Sect. At this moment, on the top of the peak, J-Ao Yishan, the elder of the Black Cloud Peak, was resting with his eyes closed, thinking about many things. When Fan Chen brought J-Alf and Steward Huang into the hall, J-Ao Yishan suddenly opened his eyes, like a sleeping lion suddenly awakened. "Elder, the people are here." Fan Chen bowed to J-Ao Yishan and said respectfully. J-Ao Yishan opened his eyes, looked at Fan Chen, and said to him, "Take Huang Hai down first, I have something to tell off." "Yes." Fan Chen nodded, then patted Steward Huang on the shoulder, indicating that he should go out with him. Manager Huang was feeling uneasy, but he had no choice but to obey his boss. He followed Fan Chen out of the hall, leaving only J-Alf and J-Ao Yishan, the father and son. In the hall, J-Alf stood at the bottom of the hall, looking at his father's serious expression above him. He felt a little uneasy. He was actually more afraid of this majestic father. He couldn't help but laugh dryly and asked, "Father, you made such a big scene. Is there something wrong?" J-Ao Yishan didn't answer J-Alf's question, but asked in a deep voice, "Did you instruct Manager Huang to tamper with Lin Zhuan's rope about the Ao incident?" "Yes, yes." J-Alf swallowed his saliva. From his father's words, he felt an inexplicable pressure, as if he had done something wrong. But to be honest, he didn't think J-Ao Yishan would think there was anything wrong with this matter, because a large part of his own ruthlessness was learned from J-Ao Yishan. Compared with J-Ao Yishan, his little tricks were just a trick. Did Manager Huang do this himself, or did he instruct others? J-Ao Yishan continued to ask. "He did it himself. He promised me personally that he would definitely get it done, but I didn't expect that idiot to have such good luck that he was saved by a passerby." J-Alf muttered, and when he mentioned this in his heart, he couldn't help but curse again, and then asked again curiously, "Father, Why are you asking this, Humphrey? What? Of course it's to clean up the ass of you, a useless idiot. Do you know who rescued Lin Juan? Zhao Yishan snorted coldly and asked unhappily. Who is it? Zhao was stunned for a moment, and heard the unusual meaning in his father's words, and asked, Chu Yun, the Chu Yun who defeated the Three Gods Guiling sect and has been granted the status of a guest elder by the sect. It turned out to be him? Why is he interfering in this matter? Zhao was very surprised when he heard this. Of course, he had heard the name of Chu Yun, but he never expected that the person who ruined his good deeds was actually the famous Chu Yun. He not only got involved in this matter, but also accepted that rubbish as his disciple. Now he is Lin Juan's master, Zhao Yishan said unhappily. What? How is this possible? Just based on that rubbish, how could Chu Yun accept him as a disciple? Zhao was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a while. He just felt incredible and incomprehensible. The poor cultivation aptitude of that rubbish was simply outrageous. Zhao could understand that Chu Yun saved Lin Juan's life as Chu Yun's kindness, but how could he accept Lin Juan as his disciple? Could it be that you are too incompetent and can't find a disciple to inherit, so you accepted such a rubbish as your disciple? It shouldn't be. This is not realistic. I don't know what Chu Yun is thinking, but that's the fact. This news has been spread from King Luan Peak and confirmed by Alwo King Cheng, the master of King Luan Peak. It can't be wrong. Zhao Yishan took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and said, I have heard about the matter between you and Sun Qianer, but I believed that you could handle it all, so I didn't ask, but now, it's time for me to take action. Father, what are you going to do? Zhao hadn't come out of the shock and confusion just now. After hearing Zhao Yishan's words, he couldn't help but ask hurriedly, Huang Hai can't be kept anymore. I will let Fan Chen get rid of him to cut off the clues. Zhao Yishan spoke calmly, but his words were chilling. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao's jaw almost dropped to the ground, and he asked in surprise, Father, what are you doing? Is this necessary? Idiot. Of course. Zhao Yishan's face sank, and he said, no matter what purpose Chu Yun had in accepting Lin Juan, the Waste, as his disciple, now that the two of them are already in a master-disciple relationship, Chu Yun will not sit idly by and watch his disciple being assassinated. He must go to Yaoya to investigate. With the means you and Huang Hai have, you must have many loopholes in your actions to kill people, and they can't withstand investigation at all. If the clues are not cut off directly from Huang Hai, others will sooner or later follow the clues and find you. If the matter is laid out in the open, even your father can't save you. Things like assassinating disciples can be big or small, depending on the power and status of the other party. If Lin Juan is still a Waste alone, you can naturally do whatever you want to him, but now that Waste has found a backer, he is no longer an object that can be manipulated at will. After the words fell, Zhao hesitated several times, as if he wanted to say something for Huang Hai, but when he thought of his own safety, he could not care about others. After a moment of silence, Zhao gritted his teeth, looked at his father and said, that damn Chu Yun is just a guest elder. Do we have to be so afraid of him? Although Zhao Yishan's status in the sect is not too high, he is also a genuine elder with the supreme cultivation. His family has served in the Yuandao Lingshan sect for several generations. It can be said that he has a good family background and has many relationships and interest networks. But Chu Yun is just an outsider who has changed his career, and he is also an eternal nirvana body with no future. To be honest, the two sides are not opponents at the same level. Therefore, Zhao did not understand why his father regarded Chu Yun as so important, and even cut off his arm and abolished one of his own managers before the other party made any move. HMPH, what do you know? I'm not afraid of him, but in this Yuandao Lingshan sect, no one can touch Chu Yun at all. Whoever does will become a public enemy, Zhao Yishan said coldly. Why? On what basis? Zhao was startled, and then blurted out the question, feeling very confused. Zhao Yishan said, you haven't stood in this position yet, so you naturally don't understand the twists and turns inside. Although Chu Yun's contribution to defeating the Three Gods Guiling sect is not small, It is not enough to give him the status of a guest elder, and Chu Yun's strength is not worthy of it at all. The reason why he was given it is because the sect master needs to use this to make him return to his heart. After Luo Qingcheng, the leader of King Luan Peak, returned this time, he was seriously injured and his own saint field was polluted. Only Chu Yun could save him. Therefore, before Luo Qingcheng's injuries recovered, no one in the sect dared to touch Chu Yun. If he had any mistakes, Luo Qingcheng's injuries would not be able to recover. As long as he can heal Luo Qingcheng's injuries, no matter what requests he made to the sect during this period, the sect will take it seriously. If he knows that you are the one who secretly harmed his disciples, even if he comes to kill you directly, the sect will pretend that nothing happened, at least until Luo Qingcheng's injuries are healed. Understand? After the words fell, J. Alf suddenly realized and nodded. Then he couldn't help but feel a toothache and cursed. It's really inexplicable. What else can he do? Why did he accept such a waste as a disciple? He will only cause trouble for me. After cursing twice, in J. Alf's heart, Huang Hai has already been included in the list of dead people, and there is no regret in his expression, even though Huang Hai was killed by his father because he followed his orders. Again, no matter what he wants to do, you must not reveal any clues. No matter what actions you have against Lin Zhuan, stop them all. In addition, you should not have too much contact with Sun Qianer, that little girl, for the time being, J. Ao Yishan said in a deep voice. Why? J. Alf asked again in confusion. Thinking of Sun Qianer's appearance and figure, he even became a little anxious and said, when Sun Qianer was accepted as a disciple by the saint, didn't you agree to let me pursue her? How come? This is a different time. Now is the time of crisis. Wait for a few days. It won't kill you. Seeing his impatient look, J. Ao Yishan couldn't help but curse him for being useless. Then he had to be patient and continued. Sun Qianer is very talented and was accepted as a disciple by the saint. She has a bright future. If you can take her down, many things will be much easier in the future, so your father will support you. Chapter 381 Miscellaneous Affairs Department. On King Luan Peak, Chu Yun looked at Lin Zhuan who was practicing cross-legged in the time ball and nodded slowly. After taking the Lin Yun Tongtai pill, the impurities in Lin Zhuan's meridians were completely expelled, and his whole body was transparent. He had changed from a useless physique that was not good at practicing to a good seedling of medium to high. But of course, it can only be considered medium to high, and it is still far behind those who are born with spiritual bodies. However, even so, Chu Yun was already very satisfied. As long as he had a decent physique and the assistance of the time ball, it would not be difficult to raise his cultivation to the Wanshai realm within 40 days. Seeing that Lin Zhuan had already started practicing, Luo Qingcheng urged Yang Xiuqin to continue to consolidate her skills, then came to Chu Yun's side, glanced at him, and said, "What bad ideas are you thinking?" "No." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "I just have something to do." Luo Qingcheng nodded, smiled slightly, and said, "The saint who accepted Sun Qianer as her disciple is senior sister Liu Ruoxi from Tanchuang Peak. I have a good relationship with senior sister Liu. Do you want me to talk to her?" Chu Yun thought for a while and said with a smile, "No need. I'll check who wants to kill Lin Zhuan first. If there is any connection with Sun Qianer, we'll talk about it later." "Okay." Luo Qingcheng nodded and watched Chu Yun leave. After leaving King Luan Peak, Chu Yun went all the way to the black cloud bee of the outer gate and came to the bottom of the medicine cliff. Lin Zhuan fell from this medicine cliff at that time. If you want to investigate who killed Lin Zhuan, you naturally have to start from here. He flew to the top of the cliff. At this moment, some of the errand disciples on the edge of the cliff were tying ropes and preparing to go down the cliff to collect herbs. When they saw Chu Yun coming in the uniform of an elder, they all stopped and saluted Chu Yun. "Who is the person in charge here?" Chu Yun asked slowly. "It's Huang Hai, the steward of the errand department." A errand disciple answered in a low voice. Chu Yun looked at the person who spoke and asked, "Where is he?" "Take me to find him." Yes. The disciple cursed in his heart why he was talking so much, and then he did not dare to neglect it. He took Chu Yun away from the cliff and went straight to the errand department. The errand department did not have a high status in the sect. It managed all the errand disciples and was responsible for the daily maintenance of the sect's various chores, such as spiritual medicine planting, spiritual medicine collection, monster breeding, etc. There were a total of 10 stewards in the department, and Steward Huang was in charge of spiritual medicine collection. When they arrived at the miscellaneous affairs department, the disciple took Chu Yun to the area in charge of spiritual medicines. However, after asking, they found out that Steward Huang was no longer in the sect. The one who came to receive Chu Yun was another Steward Liang who was in charge of spiritual medicine planting. Not in the sect anymore? Where did he go? Chu Yun asked. Steward Liang replied, to reply to Elder Chu, Old Huang went to Yuandao City to buy a new batch of spiritual medicine seeds. When did he leave? Where did he go to buy spiritual medicine seeds? Chu Yun frowned. He just left not long ago. Steward Liang replied, if he buys seeds, he will go to the Lingxing Chamber of Commerce in Yuandao City. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yun had already stood up and left, heading for Yuandao City. As a guest elder, Chu Yun could move freely in the Yuandao Lingxin sect. Going back and forth between Yuandao City and the floating island was as simple as strolling in the back garden, without the need for anyone's permission. Taking the teleportation array, Chu Yun was teleported to Yuandao City below in an instant. After asking people about the location of Lingxing Chamber of Commerce, he went there. But, to be honest, Chu Yun felt that there was little hope of finding someone. After all, there would not be such a coincidence in the world. Lin Zhuan fell off the cliff and was rescued by him, and then Manager Huang immediately went out to purchase spiritual medicine. If it was not unexpected, someone must have heard the news and asked Manager Huang to hide, or simply killed him. The persecution of Lin Zhuan was essentially Sun Qian'er's pursuer who wanted Lin Zhuan to die, so this matter was not Manager Huang's own idea, and there was someone else behind him. Sure enough, when Chu Yun came to Lingxing Chamber of Commerce, after some inquiries, he really got the answer that Manager Huang had not been there, which confirmed Chu Yun's guess. Interesting. Chu Yun's lips slowly curled up a little arc. After thinking for a moment, he learned some information in Lingxing Chamber of Commerce and returned to the floating island. At this moment, in the miscellaneous affairs department, Manager Liang stood respectfully in his study. In front of him sat a stern-looking man, Fan Chen, the steward of Black Cloud Peak. Has Chu Yun been here? Fan Chen asked. Yes. Manager Liang nodded and said. He asked about Old Huang and then left. Fan Chen stood up, walked to Manager Liang, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Old Huang will not be back for the time being. You can take over the things he is in charge of for the time being. After the words fell, Manager Liang lowered his head obediently, but a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his heart beat faster, which was enough to show his excitement. Fan Chen's words meant more than just the surface. He asked Manager Liang to take over Manager Huang's work, and it was not just the work of the miscellaneous affairs department on the surface, but also the shady business involved. Manager Huang was in charge of the collection and purchase of spiritual medicines before. The collection of spiritual medicines was not profitable, but the purchase of spiritual medicines had a terrifyingly rich profit margin. Whether it was taking kickbacks or passing off inferior goods as good ones, as long as it was not too excessive, it could be explained openly. According to Liang Wanshai's own observation, the amount of spiritual medicine seeds purchased by the miscellaneous affairs department every year, which was taken away by Huang Wanshai, accounted for at least 15% of the total, and such a large amount of money actually exceeded the authority and appetite of a small steward like Huang Wanshai. He was just a pawn of the people behind the scenes, making money for those big shots. But, even if it was just that, a little bit from the fingers of those big shots was enough for Huang Wanshai to make a lot of money. And now, this lucrative job fell on his head. Thank you for the cultivation of Deacon Fan. Thank you for the trust of the elders. Liang Wanshai was already grinning from ear to ear in his heart, and hurriedly thanked him profusely. However, Fan Chen stood in front of him, with a faint smile on his face, and said, It's good that you know to thank me. It's worth it that I fought for this opportunity for you. You should know the rules of what Lao Huang wants to do. That's set by the elders. But other than that, you should also think about my rules. As soon as the voice fell, It was like a basin of cold water poured on the head of Manager Liang, and the joy in his heart was quickly extinguished. Fan Chen's meaning was very clear. In addition to the share of the elders, he also had to give Fan Chen an extra share of the money he made from this business. He dared not give less than the elders 15% in any case, and in addition to this, Fan Chen asked for an extra share, so he could only get more from the 85% of the total amount. This matter itself did not infringe on Manager Liang's own interests, but he was still extremely nervous at the moment, because he didn't know whether Fan Chen's words at this moment were his true thoughts or a test of his loyalty for the elders. If Fan Chen wanted to make money out of his own heart, then he, a small steward at the bottom of the food chain, should naturally agree. But what if Fan Chen said this to test whether he is reliable on behalf of the elders? Then he should never agree, otherwise this lucrative job will not be his turn, and he may even be killed by the elders because he knows too much. The disappeared steward Huang is the best precedent. For a moment, Steward Liang felt extremely embarrassed. He felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife. He didn't dare to answer at all, and he couldn't guess whether Fan Chen's words were for himself or for testing. He was in an extreme dilemma. "Why, you don't want to thank me?" Fan Chen narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of danger in his eyes, urging him. "No, no, no, Steward Liang was even more entangled in his heart, and he was in a dilemma. In fact, Fan Chen's words were just a test on behalf of Elder Jiao Yishan, not for his own money. When doing something that is not allowed to be seen in public, being cautious and careful is always the first rule of survival. Jiao Yishan is particularly good at this. He set a profit of 15% and would never allow the person who does the work to get more, because once this ratio is exceeded, it will be easy to be discovered, and then it will be a disaster. So, if Manager Liang agrees to get another benefit for Fan Chen will immediately send Manager Liang to meet Manager Huang, so that the two of them can become a pair of brothers in distress. Manager Manager Liang hesitated for a long time, and finally made a decision, and was about to answer. Dong dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door, which frightened Manager Liang, who was so nervous that he was sweating all over. He asked angrily, "Who is blind? Didn't I tell you not to disturb us?" The panicked voice of the errand disciple came from outside the door. "Manager Liang, it's bad. Elder Chu Yun is here again." After the voice fell, Manager Liang was stunned. Fan Chen on the opposite side also frowned slightly. After the two looked at each other, Fan Chen raised his eyes to signal. Manager Liang immediately asked, "What is he doing here again? Is he investigating Manager Huang's affairs?" "No," the errand disciple replied. "He went to the errand department's spiritual medicine seed warehouse." As soon as the words fell, Manager Liang's face turned pale, and he looked at Fan Chen in panic. However, he found that Fan Chen's face was also full of shock, and there seemed to be a trace of deep fear in the depths of his eyes. He left immediately after leaving only one sentence. "Steady him immediately. I'll go to report to the elders." Chapter 382 Deep Water. At this moment, in the logistics warehouse of the Miscellaneous Affairs Department, Chu Yun walked slowly among the rows of shelves, and beside him was a girl emitting a faint light like an elf, who was Ali. They walked side by side in the warehouse, and Ali checked the seeds in the warehouse. "Elder Chu, look." A disciple picked up a box of seeds on the shelf, and after opening it, a fragrance filled his nose. Each seed was crystal clear and round. Although he knew nothing, he felt that the quality was excellent at first glance. He smiled and said, "The seeds purchased by the Miscellaneous Affairs Department are all here. The quality is very high, and open every box at the back," Chu Yun said calmly. After the voice fell, the disciple was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said nothing, and went up to open every box. The Miscellaneous Affairs Department is responsible for planting spiritual medicines. The number of spiritual medicine seeds purchased every year is in the millions, and there are all kinds of categories. The unit price and quantity of each seed are clear when compared with the total amount, so the random inspection from above has always been to see the quality of the purchased seeds. The Miscellaneous Service Division was obviously not afraid of being seen. Every box of seeds opened later looked like the first box, round and smooth, with excellent quality. However, Chu Yun did not expect to see anything. He looked away and looked at Ali beside him, saying, "Come and check it out to see if there is anything unusual." "Yeah." Ali nodded, floated up and looked at each box. When he picked up the first box, he laughed. "There are a few seeds that are different." Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Which ones are different? Pick them all out." Ali heard this and reached out to take out a few of them and put them aside. The miscellaneous service disciple next to him saw this, came up to take a look, and laughed. "Miss, you are joking. How are these seeds different?" "They are just ordinary grass seeds, disguised as spiritual seeds, but they are not spiritual seeds," Ali said softly. "Oh?" Chu Yun picked up one of them and felt the faint spiritual energy on its surface, which was no different from the spiritual energy on other spiritual seeds. However, when he stretched out his hand and crushed the seed, he found that there was no spiritual energy in it. Then, Chu Yun picked up the normal spiritual seeds in the box and stretched out his hand to crush them. He found that the inside of the grass seed was different from the inside of the spiritual seeds, even the color. Then, the corners of his lips slowly curled up a little arc, stretched out his hand and crushed several grass seeds and spiritual seeds. Sure enough, the ones picked by Ali were different from the normal spiritual seeds. Seeing this, the miscellaneous disciples on the side couldn't help but take a breath and said in shock, "How could this be? They all look the same. Have you forgotten? In the same cultivation process, some spiritual seeds just don't bloom, as if they are dead." Looking at this, "I'm afraid they are all fake seeds." "No way. If those that don't bloom are all fake seeds, then there are too many." The disciples talked a lot and were very surprised. When cultivating spiritual seeds, not everyone can successfully grow into spiritual grass. Success depends on many factors, including but not limited to the spiritual environment of heaven and earth, the composition of the soil, the cultivation personnel's techniques, etc. However, experienced sects often summarize a set of cultivation methods suitable for each seed. The Chu's disciples only need to follow the operation to greatly increase the chance of successful cultivation. Nowadays, the chance of successful cultivation of spiritual seeds in the Chu's department is about 70%. That is to say, only 70% of a batch of seeds can survive, and the remaining 30% will die and cannot bloom. Originally, the Chu's disciples thought that this was caused by their poor cultivation techniques, but now it seems that there is a problem with the spiritual seeds themselves. "Keep checking. There must be more than just this box," Chu Yun said calmly. After the voice fell, Ali continued to explore and checked every box of seeds that were opened inside and out. A lot of fake seeds could be found in almost every box, and the number basically accounted for about 20% of the total. The water in this errand department is really deep. Chu Yun showed a strange smile on his face. Seeing that Manager Liang was standing at the door of the warehouse with a pale face, he asked with a smile, "Manager Liang, is that right?" Manager Liang grinned, revealing an expression that he didn't know if it could be called a smile, which was extremely bitter. Although this batch of spiritual seeds were bought by Huang Hai, it had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't be held responsible, but as long as he was not a fool, he could see that from now on, this business could not be done. After Chu Yun exposed this matter, no matter what the consequences were, he didn't dare to take this job again. Chu Yun stepped in front of Manager Liang and said, "What's going on here? You should know it, right?" No, I don't know." Manager Liang shook his head and hurriedly turned himself away. He didn't dare to get involved in such things. Chu Yun laughed and said, "Don't rush to deny it, because this matter has just begun and is far from over. I have already fought with the person behind Huang Hai, and I will not give up until I pin him to the ground." Upon hearing this, Manager Liang smiled bitterly. "This is what it means when gods fight, mortals suffer." Since you're also the manager of the miscellaneous services department, you should know why Huang Hai disappeared, right? He was entrusted by someone to assassinate a disciple named Lin Zhuan, and Lin Zhuan is now my disciple. Since you're his master, do you think it is appropriate not to dig out his enemy?" Chu Yun said lightly. Manager Liang opposite lowered his head and looked at the ground, not daring to say a word. Seeing him like this, Chu Yun smiled and didn't care. he continued. "The water in the miscellaneous services department is very deep, but I have dug out some." Although these spirit seeds were purchased by Huang Hai, everyone knows that he himself does not have the courage, and there are others behind him. "I went to Yuandao City, but did not find Huang Hai. I thought he had been killed, but it doesn't matter. I can ask Lord Luofeng or other saints to take action and use Huang Hai's items to search for his existence. If we can find him, the truth will be revealed. If not, we can also interrogate the people in the miscellaneous services department strictly." From your perspective, the person behind Huang Hai seems to be very powerful and can control your life and death, but don't forget that no matter how powerful he is far from the level of the peak master. He doesn't have a saint-level existence to support him. But I do. He has already offended me, so I can't let him off easily. Whether there is Huang Hai or not, I can find any excuse or means to attack him. Do you think I can beat him with the support of Luo Fengzhu? And you, although you don't want to, have been involved in this matter. Whether you are involved or not, I can put the blame on you. At that time, if the person behind Huang Hai falls, what will you do? After saying this, Manager Liang was already sweating profusely, and the clothes on his back were soaked and stuck to his skin. Chu Yun looked at him calmly and said, "Now, answer me again. What do you know about this matter, or about the person behind Huang Hai?" "It's a deal. I will protect you if you make up for your crime." Plop. Manager Liang immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Elder Chu, I will tell you." A moment later, outside the Black Cloud Peak, Chu Yun came with several elders from the sex discipline department. After psychologically pressuring Manager Liang quickly revealed everything he knew. Previously, in the miscellaneous affairs department, Huang Hai was responsible for the purchase of spiritual medicines, while Manager Liang was responsible for the cultivation of spiritual medicines. Among the seeds Huang Hai bought, some fake seeds had problems during the planting process, and it was Manager Liang who was responsible for suppressing them. Therefore, in the entire chain of the corruption process, Manager Liang himself was also a link, so he knew the inside story. This time, he turned against Fan Chen and the outer sect elder Jiao Yishan behind him, which could be regarded as formal testimony, asking the sex discipline department to arrest them. Climbing up the Black Cloud Peak, Chu Yun calmly glanced at the hall on the top of the peak, but a disdainful smile slowly rose at the corner of his lips. Jiao Yishan stood behind the scenes, thinking that he could rest easy by shutting up Huang Hai. However, he never expected that Chu Yun could find another way, starting from what Huang Guanshai did, and directly hit him on the weak spot. When returning from Yuandao City, although the clue of Huang Hai was broken, it was not completely broken, because Chu Yun knew that it was impossible for such a person who could murder his disciples for his own selfish desires to not make some money from it, since he had the power to purchase materials. And corruption either does not exist, or it exists as a whole chain, and the relationships up and down must be well managed before you can rest easy. Therefore, the person behind the scenes who could drive Huang Guanshai to assassinate Lin Zhuan must also be in this chain of corruption. Chu Yun dug out Huang Hai's bottom, and naturally he could follow the clues to that person. And now it seems that it is true. When the elders of the discipline department came to Black Cloud Peak, Jiao Yishan was listening to the information sent by Fan Chen in a hurry. Knowing that Chu Yun was checking the spiritual medicine seeds in the warehouse, Jiao Yishan was moved, but he was not panicked, and said, "What's the hurry? I can't see anything from him. If I can capsize because of such a small matter as random inspection, I won't be alive today." "Elder, although that is the case, Chu Yun can check the warehouse. Maybe he found something on Huang Hai." As Fan Chen was speaking, the elders of the discipline department outside Black Cloud Peak had joined forces and came, with a rolling momentum like the sea, and shouted in a deep voice, "Sinner Jiao Yishan, come out and stand trial." Chapter 383, Mirror of the Heart. The shouts were like thunder, resounding in the sky above the Black Cloud Peak. Inside the hall, Jiao Yishan's face changed. Almost in an instant, he felt several powerful auras around the hall, blocking the entire mountain. The next moment, before he could leave, several elders from the discipline department came together and blocked Zhao Yishan and Fan Chen in the hall. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yishan's face was not good, but he remained basically calm. However, perhaps because he was guilty, or perhaps because he was afraid of the majesty of the discipline department, he was a little afraid to look at the elders of the discipline department. In the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, all the peaks and sects, no matter what their status, were most afraid of not the sect master, but the discipline department. This was already a consensus. As long as the sect rules are violated, no matter what the identity is, even the sect master himself, he must go to the discipline department for trial. All investigations, evidence collection, interrogation, etc. are all conducted by the discipline department itself. Others, even saints, cannot intervene. This is a rule that has been in place for thousands of years and cannot be trampled upon. Basically, as long as the discipline department comes to the door, the crime is most likely determined, and there is no way to escape. Zhao Yishan, your case has been exposed. Elder son of the discipline department looked at Zhao Yishan coldly and said, "Guest Elder Chu Yun found a large number of inferior spirit seeds in the warehouse of the Miscellaneous Affairs Department." After questioning the manager of the Miscellaneous Affairs Department, Liang Kahai, he has already inquired about the various behind-the-scenes from the manager, and each one clearly points to you. As the voice fell, Zhao Yishan's feet trembled, and his eyes showed a look of sadness and anger, but more of it was panic. Beside him, Fan Chen was even more stunned, thinking how could it be possible? He had clearly handed the most lucrative job in the Miscellaneous Affairs Department to Manager Liang. It would be fine if the other party was not grateful, but why did he involve them? What ungrateful wolves! Seeing the look on the faces of these two people, Elder Son knew that this matter was most likely Zhao Yishan who was behind the scenes. For a moment, his eyes became even more disdainful. After a cold snort, he said, "Since there is nothing to say, take him back to the discipline department and talk slowly. Take him away." As soon as the voice fell, several elders beside him immediately stepped forward and restrained Zhao Yishan. Zhao Yishan's shoulders trembled, but in the end he did nothing and let the people from the discipline department take him away. Although the cultivation of these elders was the same as his, they were all in the supreme realm, and there was no saint-level existence to suppress him. But, even if he fought to the death, what could he do? This is the headquarters of Yuan Dao Lingtian sect. More than a dozen saints gathered here. Any disturbance cannot escape the perception of those saints. Moreover, there is a formation outside the floating island to protect it. It can not only isolate the external attack, but also make the people inside locked up. There is only one entrance and exit leading to Yuan Dao City. Even if Zhao Yishan was brave enough to escape from the hands of these supreme elders and fled all the way to the teleportation array, he could not get out at all, because there are two switches in the needle eye that controls the energy of the teleportation array, one in the hands of the sect master and the other in the hands of the discipline department. As long as the switch is pressed, the energy of the teleportation array will be temporarily cut off, making it unusable. In order to catch the turtle in the jar, the people of the discipline department will cut off the energy of the teleportation array in advance every time they go out on a mission to catch someone, and then turn it on after the mission is completed. So, Zhao Yishan has no choice but to surrender. "Take him away," Elder Sun said, and with a single command, he and several elders of the Supreme Realm forced Zhao Yishan out of the hall, along with Deacon Fan Chen. At the entrance of the hall, Chu Yun stood there quietly. Hearing the noise inside, he turned his head and glanced at Zhao Yishan. At the same time, Zhao Yishan also saw Chu Yun. On the day of the martial arts competition with the Three Gods Guiling sect, Zhao Yishan did not join in the fun, so he had not seen Chu Yun. But at this moment, seeing the guest elder's clothes and Chu Yun's face, Zhao Yishan recognized Chu Yun at a glance. Suddenly, his eyes were red, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to curse, but he was punched in the stomach by the elder of the discipline department who was escorting him. Bang! Zhao Yishan, whose cultivation was suppressed, was hit so hard that his stomach was full of acid and he grimaced in pain. The elder warned coldly, "Behave yourself." Zhao Yishan took a breath of cold air, looked at Chu Yun with resentment, but was speechless. On the other side, Elder Sun from the Discipline Department looked at Chu Yun with a stern face, but his tone was much calmer when he spoke. He said, "This time, thanks to Elder Chu's keen judgment, he helped us find such a scourge. Don't worry, after we go back, we will definitely interrogate him strictly and dig out his crimes one by one." "Well, thank you for your trouble." Chu Yun nodded, smiled slightly, and said, "In addition, I heard that Zhao Yishan has a son. Please ask Elder Sun to interrogate this person." He instructed a steward of the miscellaneous department to assassinate a disciple some time ago. After failing, he dealt with the steward Huang in order to silence him. Understood. Elder Sun nodded. Although he guessed that Chu Yun had selfish motives in mentioning this matter, the discipline department only cares about those criminals who have violated the rules of the sect, and does not care about the reasons for finding out other people's criminals. It is the type of cat that doesn't care whether it is black or white, as long as it catches the mouse. It is a good cat. After a pause, Elder Sun pressed Zhao Yishan to continue walking forward. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he turned around and looked at Chu Yun behind him, saying, "Elder Chu has just joined the sect and has made such achievements. I think you have a talent for managing the precepts. You can consider joining our discipline department." After the voice fell, Chu Yun was stunned, then smiled and said, "I will consider it carefully." "Thank you, Elder Sun, for your trust." "Yes." Elder Sun nodded, and then pressed Zhao Yishan and Fan Chen and others to leave. In less than a day, the news that the Black Cloud Bee elder Zhao Yishan was arrested for corruption has spread throughout the Yuan Daolingshan sect. At the same time, the name that had been silent for a while in the public eye once again emerged. Chu Yun, who defeated the Three Gods Guiling sect and became famous in the sect, once again attracted the attention of the entire sect in an alternative way. The cause and effect of this incident is actually very simple. Chu Yun was wandering around the sect and found a disciple falling from the medicine cliff. After rescuing him, he found out that the other person was framed. Then, after knowing his life experience, he felt pity for him and accepted him as a disciple. Then, he protected his disciple and found his enemy. As soon as this incident happened, Chu Yun became famous in the hearts of ordinary disciples in the sect, and brought a high degree of favorability and enthusiasm. After all, in a sect that values the inheritance of master and apprentice, what kind of person is most likely to attract the favor of others? For the masters, the answer is ever-changing. It can be clever, talented, or unconventional. Different masters basically have different standards and opinions on this. But, for the disciples, the answer is very simple, that is, protecting the shortcomings. In fact, in many cases, the ability and status of the masters are secondary. After all, the ability of those who can accept disciples is not too bad. Yuan Daolingshan sect is a famous sect, and not all rotten fish and shrimp can accept disciples in the sect, so the disciples do not consider much about the ability. But protecting the shortcomings is extremely important. Some masters accept disciples just to give them a status, and then find two senior brothers and sisters to teach on their behalf. There is no sign of the master's care and attention to the disciples, and it is hard not to doubt whether the master will come to protect himself if something really happens. Chu Yun, who had just joined the sect, accepted disciples on the first day, and in order to vent his anger for his apprentice, he overthrew a Supreme Realm Elder who was deeply rooted in the sect. This ability, this decisiveness, and this protection of shortcomings really made thousands of disciples yearn for it and admire it. On the side of the discipline department, the discipline department dug out a lot of other things from Zhao Yishan. There is a saying that goes, when you find a cockroach in your home, it is very likely that you already have a nest of cockroaches in your home. For Zhao Yishan, the problem of adulteration of spiritual seeds in the miscellaneous affairs department is just a cockroach that is exposed in the open. If you really dig deeper, there are too many problems to count. Zhao Yishan certainly did not intend to reveal his guilt actively. He is not a fool, but in the discipline department, there is a god-level treasure called the Mirror of the Heart. In front of this mirror, unless the cultivation has reached the saint realm, Anyone who tells a lie will be exposed. If you are questioned, you must remain silent, otherwise you can only tell the truth. However, because the mirror of the heart causes some damage to the user, people who have been illuminated by the mirror of the heart usually suffer great mental and spiritual trauma. In severe cases, they may even become unconscious and become disabled. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if there is no conclusive evidence, the discipline department will not activate the mirror of the heart. For a case like Jiao Yishan, where the evidence of his crime is already solid and there is no possibility of rebuttal, the mirror of heart can be used to ask him if he has any other crimes. Once this question is asked, Jiao Yishan is doomed. He can either tell the truth or keep silent. If he chooses not to speak, the discipline department will use the highest standard of slow death to make the final judgment. Therefore, if the crime he committed is lighter than this punishment, speaking is the best choice. Of course, if the person being interrogated feels that the crime he committed is no different from death, he can choose to speak or not, depending on his mood. Jiao Yishan's fault belongs to the latter. In addition to making money, Jiao Yishan has done many things that hurt the world behind his back. When he was young, he took human life lightly and bullied men and women. Every one of them can be described as a crime worthy of death, but it has been well hidden by the elders in the family. Therefore, in front of the mirror of heart, Jiao Yishan said nothing, but this gesture has revealed everything. At least he can't escape a slow death. While he didn't say anything, some people would speak up, such as his trusted subordinate, Fan Chen. Over the years, he had been working for Jiao Yishan, doing many dirty and evil things for him, including silencing Huang Hai himself. When he fell into the hands of the discipline department, he didn't expect to get out well. But, perhaps because he had been holding it in for too long, or perhaps because he didn't want to die so painfully, he said everything, and then threw the main responsibility to Jiao Yishan, saying the elders asked me to do this, I can't do anything about it. And under Fan Chen's disclosure, the discipline department dug out a lot of pests in a row. Among them, a few people with serious crimes, including Fan Chen, were sentenced to beheading, while those with lighter crimes had their cultivation abolished, expelled from the country, and were not allowed to enter the sphere of influence of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect for life. In addition, there was a small exception, that was Liang Wanshai, the errand department, who reported Jiao Yishan's crimes to Chu Yun, because Chu Yun promised him that as long as he spoke, he would protect him once. Therefore, during the review of the discipline department, it was found that Liang Kahai had no other major stains except for a minor auxiliary role in the spiritual seed adulteration incident. Therefore, they showed mercy and abolished his position and threw him into the prison of Yuan Dao City for 10 years. He could be free after 10 years. This is already a very lenient criminal law. Although the 10-year period seems not short, you have to know that Liang Kahai's cultivation has not been abolished. Compared with those whose cultivation was abolished and expelled immediately, his treatment is still much better. In addition, there is another person who must be mentioned, that is, Jiao Yishan's son, the culprit who instructed Huang Hai to assassinate Lin Zhuan. Jiao, under the interrogation of the heart mirror, Jiao told everything he had done, and confessed to the crime. When Chu Yun asked during the trial whether he did this at the instigation of Sun Qianer, Jiao's answer made Chu Yun feel a little interesting. She didn't instigate me. She just mentioned Lin Zhuan, the loser, many times in front of me, saying that he was good in this and that she would help Lin Zhuan to avenge himself after she became successful in cultivation. When I heard these, I felt very uncomfortable and couldn't wait to kill that loser. Jiao gritted his teeth, his heart full of resentment. Although he wanted to say that it was Sun Qianer who instigated me, and you should arrest her as well, but in front of the mirror of inquiry, he either didn't speak or could only tell the truth, and there was no way to frame him. The reason why Jiao hated Sun Qianer was actually very simple. That is, if it weren't for this beauty, how could their Jiao family fall into this situation? In the final analysis, it was this woman who ruined their family. Chapter 384. Not simple. Therefore, if Sun Qianer could be involved at this moment, and the discipline department could use this mirror to look at the face of that bitch, Alf would definitely feel extremely relieved, even if it is finally proved that Sun Kai'ner has no fault. As long as she can taste the pain of being hurt by the mirror, he can also vent his anger. But the final result did not make him get what he wanted. After hearing Alf's testimony, Chu Yun couldn't help but raise a little arc at the corner of his lips. This Sun Kai'ner is really smart. He touched his chin and felt only interesting. There are many ways to make someone die. Telling Alf in person and letting Alf kill him is the stupidest, and Sun Kai'ner's approach of only saying good things about Lin Juan can be regarded as the smartest. In this way, she can not only provoke Alf's jealousy and murderous intention towards Lin Juan, but also maintain her pure personality. Even if Alf really kills for her in the end, she can get rid of herself completely. After all, she didn't say anything. She just praised Lin Juan a few words. As Lin Juan's former maid, she didn't say bad things about Lin Juan behind others' backs. So what's not enough to say good things about Lin Juan? This world is so dark. The hot weather made her sweat all over. Just by using his imagination, Chu Yun could imagine how Sun Kai'ner would react when she was questioned about this matter, which is exactly what Chu Yun found interesting. It's not easy to deal with, however. This is exactly the test that Lin Juan has to face. As a master, I will help him keep those unruly enemies out of the game, and the rest can only be left to him. Chu Yun thought to himself, blindly shielding from the wind and rain will not cultivate a towering tree. Anyone who wants to grow has only one way to go, which is to fight, find enemies, defeat enemies, and defeat all kinds of enemies. Only in this way can they make continuous progress. Compared with Yang Jian and Yang Xiuqian, who were born with 10 spiritual bodies, Chu Yun actually has high hopes for this third disciple who is born with a useless physique. As the owner of the Law of Time, Chu Yun could naturally feel that during the 2 days when he was dealing with the enemy outside, Lin Juan had been practicing hard in the time ball without distraction. 2 days in the outside world is a full 80 days in the time ball. For nearly 3 months, Lin Juan did nothing else except practicing in the time ball, and focused on breaking through his cultivation. And these 3 months of practice also made Lin Juan's realm have a great progress and breakthrough. Chu Yun knew without asking that he had now been promoted to the 7th level of the physical realm, because every time Lin Juan leveled up, the system prompt would tell him in the form of a reward. Ding! Congratulations! The mission has been partially completed. The mission reward, 10 top-grade baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check. Ding! Congratulations! The mission has been partially completed. The mission reward, 10 top-grade baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check. Ding! Congratulations! The mission has been partially completed. The mission reward, 10 top-grade baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check. Ding! Congratulations! The mission has been partially completed. The mission reward, 10 top-grade baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check. Ding! Congratulations! The mission has been partially completed. The mission reward, 10 top-grade baits, has been distributed to your system space. Please check. Such reminder sounds rang a total of 4 times, which meant that Lin Juan's cultivation had 4 breakthroughs during this period of time. Each breakthrough could bring Chu Yun a reward of 10 top-grade baits. After 4 times, the total was 40. The reason for such a rapid breakthrough, in addition to the help of the Law of Time, which is the most important factor, is nothing more than the resources for cultivation are in place, and Lin Juan is hard enough, which can be said to be accumulated. Before, because of his poor innate physique, Lin Juan practiced for many years and was stuck in the 3rd level of the physical realm. It took almost several years to break through a realm. Now, with the help of Lin Yun Tong Tai Dan, his physique has been restored to the level of a normal person, and he is also in the upper middle level. If he practices again, he will definitely have a lot of energy. It's like an ascetic monk with heavy shackles on his back. One day, all the shackles are removed, and there are inexhaustible resources to bless him. Isn't Wu taking off? Chu Yun is very much looking forward to this. He knows that this is just the beginning and is far from the end. In the time ball, Lin Zhuan can still practice for about 5 years. With so many cultivation resources from the outside world and the guidance of famous teachers, it is not difficult to break through to the Wanshai realm. Once Lin Zhuan reaches the Wanshai realm, Chu Yun, as his master, will get a holy bait for every realm he breaks through. Chu Yun has nothing else to say except that it smells crazy. Dan Shuang Peak, the main hall on the top of the peak. Master, I really didn't know that J. Alf would actually do such a thing. It's really terrible. How could he be such a person? At the bottom of the hall, Sun Qian'er had tears in her eyes, her face full of grievance and responsibility, and she cried. When I heard the news, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, Lin Zhuan was lucky enough to be rescued by Elder Chu, otherwise, if J. Alf had succeeded, I would have regretted it. Okay. Dan Shuang Peak Master Liu Ruoxi glanced at her indifferently and said calmly, no matter what happened behind this matter, it has passed. As your master, there is only one thing I want to remind you. Our Yuan Dao Lingshan sect is a famous and upright sect. No matter how high or low the cultivation level of our disciples is, the first thing to value is morality. It seems that Master still suspects that I instructed J. Alf to harm Lin Zhuan. I don't blame Master. I know that many people will think so. Tears welled up in Sun Qian'er's eyes, and her expression became even more sad. However, she sobbed hard, took a deep breath and said, in this case, in order to prove my innocence, I would like to ask the heart mirror. Master, once you ask, you will know what I am thinking. After the voice fell, Yu Ruoxi raised her eyebrows, obviously surprised. She did doubt whether Sun Qian'er had instructed J. Alf to do this, although from the news from the discipline department, J. Alf did not receive Sun Qian'er's clear instructions. But, the fact that Sun Qian'er praised Lin Zhuan in front of J. Alf was enough to arouse suspicion. Either Sun Qian'er was an innocent and naive person who had no idea about the twists and turns behind this and the sinister human heart, or, she was deliberately plotting to kill Lin Zhuan by borrowing a knife. Both possibilities exist, and one is the other. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Sun Qian'er. Although Liu Ruoxi is Sun Qian'er's master, she doesn't know much about this new disciple. She is the master of Dan Shuang Peak, a saint of the sect, and has countless disciples. Sun Qian'er is not special enough to need her to pay special attention to her. So, in other words, she, as a master, doesn't know Sun Qian'er at all. So this conversation happened at this moment. She wanted to see what Sun Qian'er's character was like, but Sun Qian'er's words at this moment left Liu Ruoxi speechless. Since the master thinks that I have bad intentions and am not a good person, can the sect use the mirror of inquiry to look at me, in front of the magic weapon? As long as I open my mouth, how can I tell lies? I am open and above board. It was this statement that made Liu Ruoxi feel a little dilemma at the moment. If the heart-searching mirror could be used at will, Liu Ruoxi would have used it long ago. But the problem is that no matter whether the person who has been looked at by the heart-searching mirror tells the truth or lies, he will definitely suffer damage to his mind and soul. In serious cases, it may even directly destroy a person's spirit. Therefore, the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect has long set a rule that unless there is irrefutable evidence of a crime, no one dares to use the heart-searching mirror without authorization. Once something goes wrong, the consequences are irreversible. If Liu Ruoxi asked Sun Qian'er to prove her innocence in front of the heart-searching mirror because he doubted her character, and if it was finally proved that Sun Qian'er was really innocent, and this great seedling was ruined because of this, wouldn't Liu Ruoxi be too incompetent as a master? It's simply a completely negative image. And, at this moment, seeing Sun Qian'er so confident that she wanted to dig open her chest and take out her heart to prove her innocence, Liu Ruoxi gradually believed in silence that she must have misunderstood. So, the tone softened. Liu Ruoxi sighed softly, and said, "No need to do that. The master trusts you." The tears on Sun Qian'er's face had not dried yet, and the originally uneasy mood in her heart was completely settled after hearing these words, and a big stone finally fell to the ground. She knew that she had won the bet and won Liu Ruoxi's trust, which was extremely important. In such a famous sect, there is no room for disciples with damaged personal ethics. If she hadn't been smart and didn't say anything she shouldn't say in front of J. Alf, she would probably have been arrested and taken to the discipline department by now. But, even so, when she heard the news that J. Alf's family was arrested, she was still terrified all day long, because she did say a lot of suggestive words in front of J. Alf, and those words were the main reason for inducing J. Alf to kill Lin Zhuan. When J. Alf revealed all these words, a question was placed in front of the discipline department. That is, did she really say those words, or was it to push Lin Zhuan off the cliff? If it turns out to be the latter, her life will be ruined. She finally cleared the clouds and saw the blue sky, but she would fall to the bottom of the valley again, falling into the quagmire and unable to extricate herself. That was a result that Sun Qian'er could not accept, so in order to protect herself, she chose to go to extremes and cover up her innocence in a way that was almost like gambling with her life. She was gambling. Liu Ruoxi was kind-hearted and soft-hearted. It was impossible for her to destroy the foundation and future of a female disciple for a possibility. Now it seems that she made the right bet. When she walked out of the hall on the top of the peak, Sun Qian'er gently wiped away the tears on her face, but there was still a trace of sadness in her eyes. The disciples waiting outside, many of whom were good friends with Sun Qian'er, surrounded her at this moment. "Junior Sister Qian'er, are you okay?" An enthusiastic female disciple of ordinary appearance was the first to step forward and took Sun Qian'er's arm, saying, "Master didn't make things difficult for you, did she?" Master just asked some questions to confirm the situation. How can it be called difficult? Sun Qian'er smiled softly, looking at the disciples around her who were asking about her well-being, and smiled very embarrassedly, and all the fellow disciples also smiled kindly in return. "You still say you're okay, but you've already cried like a tearful person." The female disciple was indignant. "This girl's name is Li Zixuan. She entered the sect a year earlier than Sun Qian'er. She is also Sun Qian'er's best friend in the sect. She is warm-hearted and easy to deal with." At this moment, she couldn't help but speak up for Sun Qian'er and said, "That J. Alf is such a shameless bastard. He obviously harbored evil intentions, but he insisted on involving you, causing you to be questioned by the master. Really, if he hadn't been sentenced to death, I would definitely have avenged you." After the voice fell, the disciples around could not hide their sighs. Although they were all disciples of the saints, their status was one level higher than that of ordinary outer disciples, but on weekdays they also had to practice in Black Cloud Peak and mix with other outer disciples. And J. Alf, as the sons of J. Ao Yishan, the outer elder of Black Cloud Peak, was very familiar with each of them. Regardless of whether their relationship was good or bad, at least they were acquaintances that they could see every day. And now, such a living person was suddenly sentenced to death and would be executed tomorrow. This was really a sad thing for many young people who were not used to life and death. "Let's not talk about him." Sun Qian'er shook her head, and suddenly looked around, and said, "Senior brother Li ... didn't he come?" After the voice fell, Li Zixuan smiled and said, "My brother went out for training yesterday, and it is estimated that he will not be back until next month. ... Oh." Sun Qian'er nodded, a little regretful. The senior brother Li she mentioned was Li Zixuan's brother, Li Bei, the inner disciple of Tan Shuang Peak. He was talented and powerful, and was a strong candidate to compete for the position of Tan Shuang Peak's true disciple. At the beginning, when Sun Qian'er just entered the sect, it was Li Bei who taught her on behalf of her teacher. In Sun Qian'er's heart, Li Bei was a perfect opposite sex who was 10,000 times stronger than J. Alf and Lin Zhuan from any angle. The reason why Sun Qian'er and Li Zixuan became good friends was because Sun Qian'er had always wanted to pursue Li Bei. Otherwise, she actually didn't think much of Li Zixuan, who was mediocre in talent. After talking with the disciples who came to visit, Sun Qian'er lied that she was tired and returned to her residence to rest. In Tan Shuang Peak, Even if she was accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master, there was no cave to live in. Her residence was a small bamboo building in the back mountain. After returning to her residence, Sun Qian'er took off all her disguises, and her expression suddenly changed from weak, helpless, and pitiful to full of resentment. Why? Why don't you just disappear? I just want to get rid of the past and the fate of the past. What did I do wrong? Why, you just don't want to disappear, and you almost ruined me. Sun Qian'er grabbed a rag doll on the bed, used 10 fingers to force it, and unknowingly tore it to pieces, and the cotton and cloth scraps inside were scattered all over the floor. On the bed and on the floor, there were all kinds of rag dolls everywhere. These were made by Sun Qian'er herself, and she did these not simply because of her hobbies, but to win people's hearts. During the conversation, Sun Qian'er learned about the various hobbies of the female disciples. Some liked dogs, some liked cats. After returning, Sun Qian'er would carefully sew a corresponding doll or doll. This kind of worthless gadgets does not take much time. After being given out, it can play a very good effect of winning people's hearts. It can make the person who receives the gift feel that he is very important in the other person's heart. It is obviously just a casual mention of the hobby, but it can be remembered by Sun Qian'er and made into a gift with such care. And Sun Qian'er has used a lot of such little thoughts, so among the female disciples of the same sect, almost no one dislikes her, and many even have a good impression of her. In fact, this is a very unusual thing, because the more beautiful the girl, the more prejudiced she is often in the same-sex group. But Sun Qian'er can rely on her own means and sincerity to get along with each other very harmoniously. It's a bit contradictory. Although Sun Qian'er went to make friends with those fellow disciples with a purpose that was not pure, she did use her heart when making those gifts, and she was not perfunctory, because she knew that only sincerity can move others. The reason why Sun Qian'er was willing to give her heart was because those fellow disciples were valuable in her eyes. She would only give her heart to those who were valuable. As for those worthless people, such as Lin Zhuan, she just hoped that they would disappear quickly and stop affecting her life. Sitting in front of the bed, Sun Qian'er looked at the rag dolls that she had torn into pieces and cried for a long time. She was not distressed about these things, but felt wronged for herself. After a long time, she finally wiped away her tears and said bitterly, "I will not let anyone block my future. No one can. I will work harder and be better than before, and I will never let others look down on me because of my background. Never." As she spoke, Sun Qian'er took a deep breath, calmed down her mood, and quickly cleaned up the mess on the bed, picking up all the rag dolls that were torn into pieces. If she found a part that could be reused, she could separate it separately to reduce the workload when she remade it later. Everything was in order, revealing an extreme self-discipline. After a while, Sun Qian'er's bedroom had been completely renewed, and there was no sign of being disturbed. Then, she entered the practice room, holding the spirit stone, and began to practice. She decided to practice for 1 more hour than usual from today, even though her usual practice time was nearly 2 hours longer than other fellow disciples. From the moment her talent was discovered, Sun Qian'er seized every opportunity she could get, worked hard to climb up, and worked hard to break away from her past. She did not hate Lin Zhuan, but she hoped that Lin Zhuan would disappear, taking her past with him. But, because of the appearance of Chu Yun, her hope was completely shattered. Jiao failed to kill Lin Zhuan, but was killed by Chu Yun, and the entire Jiao family fell into the abyss. The emergence of this incident filled Sun Qian'er with fear, but now that Liu Ruoxi had passed that level, Sun Qian'er had nothing to fear anymore. She convinced herself to accept the fact that Lin Zhuan would continue to appear in front of her in the future, but to be honest, she could not care. After all, compared to her who had already flown to the top and turned into a phoenix, Lin Zhuan was still a piece of mud in the quagmire. Even if he met a good teacher, he could only be trampled on by others when he got ashore. Besides, what kind of a good teacher was that? The body of the nine-turn Nirvana, which defeated the genius disciple of the Fate Wheel realm of the Three Gods Guiling sect with 1 blow, was indeed terrifying. However, everyone knew that the body of the nine-turn Nirvana had no future, and that was the end of his life. Even though he was now a guest elder, if they really fought, Any elder of the Supreme Realm in the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect would be able to crush Chu Yun without any pressure. Such a rotten fish and shrimp became the master of Lin Zhuan. The waste. Two useless people with no future got together. To be honest, it was really laughable. When she thought of this, Sun Qian'er couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth even in the state of cultivation. But soon, she felt a strange movement of the qi in her body, and her face turned pale. She quickly gathered her mind, stabilized the qi in her body, and continued to practice. Chapter 386, Leaving the Seclusion. When Lin Zhuan came out of the time ball, it was already 1 year and 2 months later. Of course, the time here refers to the time he experienced in the time ball. The real time should be shortened by 40 times on this basis, which is about 10 days later. After this long practice, Lin Zhuan has already pushed his own cultivation to the peak of the physical realm in the time ball, and successfully broke through the realm and reached the first level of the Qianjun realm. And this is exactly why he temporarily stopped practicing. Before starting, Chu Yun told him that every time after breaking through the realm of the Great Realm, he must accept guidance before starting a new round of practice, otherwise a person who works behind closed doors in the time ball is likely to go astray. Therefore, although he was very reluctant, Lin Zhuan temporarily walked out of the time ball. 10 days in the outside world, for him, is more than a year. Returning to the hall of King Luan Peak again, it can be said that there is a feeling of vicissitudes of life and things are no longer the same. "Ah, you are out." At this time, a surprised voice came from the hall. Lin Zhuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yang Xiaoqun standing in front of a simple grill, fiddling with various skewers of barbecued meat. When she saw Lin Zhuan coming out, she hid the fattest skewer of meat behind her, as if she was afraid that Lin Zhuan would see it. Second senior sister. Lin Zhuan was slightly dazed, then a smile appeared on his face and he said, "Can I have some?" He had not yet reached the state of fasting, and still needed to eat. In the past, during the practice, he could use the spiritual power of heaven and earth and the special fasting pills for practice to fill his stomach. Although he would not starve to death, it was still not as good as real food. Yang Xiaoqun hesitated for a while, and seemed to struggle for a long time, and then, like a hero cutting off his arm, he handed the most delicious skewer of meat in his little hand to Lin Zhuan. "Thank you, second senior sister." Lin Zhuan smiled and said, "I'll just eat a small one. This one is for you." As he said that, he sat next to Yang Xiaoqun's grill and ate voraciously. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoqun nervously followed suit and started eating, fearing that if she was a little slower, this junior brother who came out of the big ball would eat them all. Not long after, a graceful figure returned from outside the hall. Seeing the scene inside the hall, she couldn't help but shook her head. "Why didn't you leave any for me?" "Sister, you're back." Yang Xiaoqun quickly ate the last string, then raised her head like a guilty thief and said, "I didn't eat the ones I grilled for you." "Yes, this junior brother ate them." As she spoke, she pointed her little finger at Lin Zhuan who was standing beside her. Luo Qingcheng naturally saw Lin Zhuan as well. She walked forward, took a look at Lin Zhuan, nodded, and said, "Not bad. In just 10 days, your cultivation has already broken through to the Qianjun realm. Not bad. At this rate, it will be easy to reach the Wanshai realm before the outer sect trial day." 10 days. In the eyes of this disciple, it feels like a year has passed. Lin Zhuan smiled bitterly and couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, Uncle Master, where is our master now? I want to tell him the news." "He's not in the sect now." Luo Qingcheng smiled and said, "During the days when you were practicing, the sect's Yuan Dao ranking missions were submitted many times. The disciples and walkers who went out on missions discovered many places suitable for comprehending the law of wood and the law of wind. Your master is now comprehending the laws in those places." "I see. It's a pity that I can't tell my master the good news of the breakthrough." Hearing this, Lin Zhuan sighed softly, and then said sincerely, "I hope that my master can get what he wants and comprehend all the 9 laws as soon as possible. If there must be one person who can do it, I believe that person will be him." Luo Qingcheng nodded, then smiled and looked at Lin Zhuan, saying, "Let's talk about you." There are actually not many things to pay attention to in the practice of Qianjun realm. The main thing is the use of spiritual energy. When practicing, you should try to transfer your spiritual energy from the meridians to the Danshan, and then." As she spoke, Luo Qingcheng began to instruct Lin Zhuan. The reason why these words were not said at the beginning was that when a warrior has not reached the corresponding level, it is difficult to understand the meaning of those words. Even if they were said in advance, they might go astray when practicing in the physical realm for various reasons. Now, Luo Qingcheng and Lin Zhuan said this. Lin Zhuan listened attentively, and quickly nodded to show that he understood. He asked a few more questions and got answers one by one. "Thank you, uncle." Lin Zhuan bowed to Luo Qingcheng and thanked him, benefiting a lot. "The person you really need to thank is your master," Luo Qingcheng said dimly. "You probably don't know yet what your master has done for you during the days you were practicing. He didn't want me to tell you because he was afraid that you would be upset after listening to it, which would affect your practice, but it's not a bad thing anyway. Just listen to it for fun." What was it? Lin Zhuan asked curiously. "You fell from the medicine cliff because someone tampered with the rope. After you began to practice in seclusion, your master went to the miscellaneous services department to avenge you. He found out that the person responsible for checking your rope was a steward named Huang from the miscellaneous services department. He investigated further and found that steward Huang had been silenced and disappeared. If it were an ordinary person, it would have ended here. But your master took a different approach. He started with the spiritual seed procurement that Steward Huang was in charge of, and found out that there was a large amount of adulteration of spiritual seeds and corruption and withholding in the miscellaneous services department. Then he dug out the man behind all of this, Jiao Yishan, the elder of Black Cloud Peak. That Jiao Yishan had a son named Jie Alf, who had been pursuing your former maid Sun Kainer. This time, it was because Sun Kainer praised you in front of him many times that he became jealous and wanted to kill you to vent his anger. In short, all these things were interrogated by the discipline department. Jie Alf, who harmed you, and Jiao Yishan, the elder of Black Cloud Peak who cleaned up Jie Alf's ass afterwards, were both executed by the discipline department. Your master has solved your grudge for you. Lin Zhuan was stunned when he heard this, and was silent for a long time, with shock and warmth in his eyes. He really didn't expect that Chu Yun would be willing to do this for him. He actually directly eliminated Jie Alf and the entire Jie Alf family behind Jie Alf, which was the power of the Supreme Realm. As early as when Jie Alf first tried to assassinate him, Lin Zhuan actually almost guessed who wanted to kill him, but Lin Zhuan never told Chu Yun about this, because from that time on, Lin Zhuan was afraid of the power of the Jiao family and the power of the outer sect elder Jiao Yishan. But, as a teacher, even if he, as a disciple, had nothing to say, Chu Yun still helped him without hesitation, without leaving any overnight hatred. In just a few days, the Jiao family was uprooted and eradicated. This determination, this skill, this care, all made Lin Zhuan feel shocked. Before he knew it, his eyes were moist and red. "Ahem, did you choke too? You're crying." At this time, Yang Xiuqan also said with red eyes and tears. But she didn't empathize with him, but because she grilled another piece of barbecue, the coals began to smoke due to improper operation, and she choked and burst into tears. "Thank you, uncle, for telling me this." When he spoke again, Lin Zhuan's voice was a little hoarse, and he felt something stuck in his throat. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the time ball. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingcheng tilted her head. "Continue to practice." Lin Zhuan took a deep breath and said without turning his head, "Uncle Master, you are right. A person like Master should not have an incompetent disciple. In the outer sect trial 1 month later, I must win the first place no matter what. Only in this way can I live up to Master's great kindness to me." After saying that, Lin Zhuan resolutely walked into the time ball and started practicing directly after entering. He decided that no matter how long he practiced this time, he would not come out every time he broke through the Wanshai realm, although, for him, that might be 2 or even 3 years of loneliness, but he didn't care. Chapter 387, Land of Giant Trees. Ding! Congratulations, the mission is partially completed. The mission reward, 10 pieces of heavenly bait, has been distributed to your system space. Please check it. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Chu Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground inside a giant tree, paused for a moment, and the corners of his lips soon curled up. This was the seventh similar system prompt sound he had heard. Needless to say, he knew that this must be his third disciple Lin Zhuan, who had broken through to the Qianzhen realm. It's only been 10 days. After unloading all the burdens, his cultivation potential is actually quite good. Next, it will take about 20 days to complete the cultivation of the Qianzhen realm. Lin Zhuan will have enough time to deal with the cultivation of the Wanshai realm. By then, Chu Yun muttered slowly, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. By then, every time Lin Zhuan broke through a realm, he would be able to bring Chu Yun a reward of a holy bait, which was simply too delicious. Even now, Lin Zhuan is in the Qianzhen realm, and every time he breaks through the third level, he can bring Chu Yun a reward of a holy bait. The next step is to wait for the heavy money to be deposited. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chu Yun felt the rich wood-type spiritual power environment around him, and continued to quickly consume his martial arts comprehension to comprehend the law of wood. He left Yuan Dao Lingshan sect 4 days ago. At that time, there were more than 10 people who came to submit tasks, so the sect leader Zhong Wanhua sent a saint to take Chu Yun and the 10 disciples who submitted tasks to various places with rich elements to help Chu Yun comprehend the laws. Originally, Luo Qingcheng also hoped to come out with her to replace the Saint Sun Zheng who led the team this time, but this request was not met because Zhong Wanhua was afraid that her state was unstable and if she encountered any accidents, her injuries might be aggravated. Under the leadership of Sun Zheng, the master of Shengyun Peak, they passed through 6 places with rich elements in 4 days. The number of wind elements and wood elements was half and half. Chu Yun did not feel anything in the first 5 places. It was not until the 6th place that he finally felt something and began to comprehend. At this moment, Chu Yun was inside a majestic tree, surrounded by a natural tree hole. Entering from the outside, you can directly reach the heart of the tree, which is full of rich wood elements. Chu Yun sat cross-legged in it, rapidly consuming his martial arts comprehension reserves to perceive the power of the law bit by bit. While Saint Sun Zheng and 10 disciples were waiting outside, "What do you think? Will it be possible this time?" a disciple chatted. The first 5 times he just went in to take a look and left after a while. This time he stayed for quite a while. "Seems quite promising." "I think it's nonsense." A disciple shook his head boredly and said, looking at his posture, "He doesn't look like he is going to comprehend the power of the law." Junior brother Zhang is right. I think he is not serious. When other people comprehend the power of the law, they all calm down and comprehend it carefully. It takes at least 10 days or half a month to see any clues. But he just took a casual look at the first 5 places and said no, and then turned around and left. This is simply nonsense. That's right, the place I took him to was where I comprehended the law when I was in Nirvana. It only took me 1 month to comprehend the law of wind. This is enough to prove that people can comprehend this place. However, he just took a look and turned around and left. Several disciples shook their heads and expressed their incomprehension of Chu Yun's behavior. According to the tasks on the Yuan Dao ranking, every disciple who provides a place with rich elements can get a certain amount of rewards. That is, each of the 10 of them can get the basic reward of the task. However, there is an advanced reward above that. That is, Chu Yun can get it if he finally comprehends the law in the place provided by someone. Therefore, the 10 disciples present all have a mentality of trying their luck in a lottery, and they all hope that Chu Yun can comprehend the law in the place they provide. And these disciples who complained about Chu Yun were all disciples whose locations were rejected by Chu Yun before. They were destined to have no chance of getting the advanced reward, so they were a little weird at this moment. "Hey, junior sister Bei, don't stand there stupidly, he won't succeed." As the few of them chatted, they looked at a figure in a white dress. The woman's name was Beizu, and the giant tree place was the location she provided. Elder Chu has been in there for a lot longer this time than before, so he should have the possibility of comprehending, Beizu said without looking back, looking forward to it. "Hey," a disciple said sarcastically, "I think he is afraid that Master Sun will be angry." so he has to pretend to stay in this giant tree for a while longer. I guess he will soon come out with nothing. Do you believe it?" As he spoke, the disciple found that the faces of the fellow disciples around him became a little strange. The lazy expressions on their faces could not help but reveal a trace of surprise, and they turned their heads away. And when he turned his head, he was immediately startled, because Chu Yun had come out without knowing when, and stood quietly behind him. Suddenly, cold sweat came down, and the disciple swallowed nervously, and was somewhat speechless. Although deep in his heart, he did not look down on Chu Yun, a body of the 9 transformations of nirvana, but if it came to strength, 100 of him tied together would not be enough to beat Chu Yun alone. "Chu, Elder Chu." The disciple laughed dryly, at a loss what to do, and wanted to explain, but Chu Yun smiled faintly, raised a hand, and said, "No need to say, I understand." As he spoke, Chu Yun looked at the disciples who had gathered together and said, "I know that the places you provided are all rare and excellent places to comprehend the laws. I only took a look and turned away. It does seem that I don't take it seriously, but as I said before, I still look at the eyes to comprehend the laws. Those places don't meet my requirements, so they are not acceptable." After the voice fell, the disciples nodded, but they didn't agree in their hearts, and completely took Chu Yun's words as fart. Who can comprehend the laws without concentrating on comprehending for 10 days or half a month? How can you reject it directly after just one look? Moreover, if you want to talk about liking it, you have been in this giant tree for several hours, so you must be very liking it, right? Why are you coming out now? At this time, Sun Zheng opened his eyes on a boulder, and landed in front of Chu Yun. After taking a look at Chu Yun, he showed a look of surprise in his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, it seems that you have succeeded. The wood element is so rich in your body, and your understanding is deep, which should not be underestimated." After the voice fell, the disciples with disapproving expressions on their faces could not help but be stunned, and looked at Sun Zheng and Chu Yun with surprised eyes, and some of them did not understand what Sun Zheng was saying. "Uncle Sun, you can't be wrong, right? Elder Chu has only been in there for a few hours. How could he comprehend the law of wood so quickly?" a disciple asked with a strange look on his face. Sun Zheng did not answer, and Chu Yun smiled faintly, raised a finger, and a green light flowed from his fingers. In the flow of an instant, it condensed into vines that entangled with each other, and then rose to the top, and a gorgeous little white flower bloomed from it. "This is for you." "Thank you." Chu Yun handed the little white flower to Beizu and said with a smile, "I am offering this flower to you to thank Beizu for bringing him here." This skill of creating something out of nothing and making a dead vine bloom proved without a doubt that Chu Yun had comprehended the law of wood, which made many disciples present stunned. This is too fast," the disciples said in surprise. In Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, the fastest disciples comprehended the law in at least half a month, but Chu Yun only took a few hours. This is simply outrageous. Thank you, Elder Chu." Beizu's face was slightly red. She looked at the little white flower and shyly took it. Then when Chu Yun turned around and talked to Sun Zheng, she couldn't help but sneak a peek. The reason why she stood in front of the tree hole and watched, in addition to caring about whether the advanced reward would fall into her hands, it actually concealed her concern for Chu Yun himself. On that day, when Yuan Dao Lingtian sect was fighting against San Shen Gui Ling sect in the martial arts arena, San Shen Gui Ling sect's Qi Lin, who had achieved the 9-turn nirvana, overwhelmed the entire arena. Beizu was actually on the list of the 5 disciples. If it weren't for Chu Yun's sudden appearance, Beizu would have to go up and fight in the next match, and then she would definitely be beaten to a pulp by Qi Lin, and the sect would lose face. And it was at this time that Chu Yun appeared, like a savior, saving the collapsing building. From that moment on, Chu Yun's figure left a deep impression in Beizu's heart. This is too perverted. In addition to Beizu, the eyes of the other disciples looking at Chu Yun also became very complicated at this moment, and they all felt that Chu Yun was unfathomable. Before, when Chu Yun said that it depends on the eye, they still disdained it. Now they know that Chu Yun's comprehension is so amazing that he can comprehend the law immediately if he wants to. Even when everyone looked at Beizu, They couldn't help but wonder, is his so-called eye contact really based on the eye contact of people? Did he dislike the fact that the providers of the first 5 places were all men? So he just took a look and left, and the provider of the 6th giant tree place was a pretty soft girl, so he realized it here. When thinking of this possibility, the disciples couldn't help but feel even more weird. At the same time, apart from the bad taste in it, just the ability to do it was enough to make them terrified. Who is this person? Chapter 388, Storm. If Chu Yun knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be in tears and laughter. What he said about affinity was just affinity. A place with rich elements, where 1 or 2 years of martial arts comprehension still did not comprehend anything, was enough to prove that this place was not suitable for one to comprehend the power of the law, so one could just give up. This was indeed a bit rash in the eyes of others, but Chu Yun did not need to waste time pretending to do so, as it was meaningless. Let's go. Of the remaining 4 places for comprehension, we don't need to go to the 2 wind-related places. Sun Ziji, Li Xiang, you 2 provided the places for comprehension of the wind-related laws, so you will lead the way. Sun Zheng smiled faintly and spoke to several disciples. As soon as the words fell, all the disciples responded one after another, while the remaining 2 disciples who provided the places for comprehension of the wood-related laws could not help but show a look of disappointment. Chu Yun had not even visited the places for comprehension of the laws they provided, but he had already successfully comprehended the wood-related laws. In this way, the advanced rewards would naturally be out of their reach. Afterwards, Sun Zheng looked at Chu Yun and said, "Brother Chu is so young, but he has already comprehended the 7 laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder and time at the same time. He only needs the laws of wind and space to complete the unprecedented realm of destiny." It's really exciting to think about it. Master Sun Feng is too kind. I still have some confidence in the law of wind, but the law of space is really too difficult to comprehend. The conditions are too harsh. Chu Yun slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, not entirely modest, and said, "The old figure in the underground palace in the true spirit realm comprehended 8 of the 9 laws tens of thousands of years ago. In the end, when he was very old, he still couldn't comprehend the last law of space, and finally had to use the cosmic magic power instead. He did something that he couldn't do in his whole life. Maybe it's still impossible for me. Even if it's just the 8th turn of nirvana, you can be invincible under the supreme realm." Sun Zheng comforted him. Chu Yun smiled and nodded, accepting the comfort of these words, but he still had more hope in his heart than others. That is, he could obtain this last space law by fishing, and perhaps he would not have to wait for any space turbulence at all. The system would directly reward him. Not long after, under the leadership of the disciple named Sun Ziji, they came to the edge of a cliff. "That's where I first comprehended the law of wind." Sun Ziji pointed his finger and saw a natural groove on the mountain wall in front of him. The cold wind from the surrounding canyons whistled in, and after passing through the groove, it naturally condensed a stronger wind energy, entangled with each other, and finally spiraled up stronger and stronger. After the influence of this natural wind channel, the strong wind blowing on the top of the mountain was simply terrifying. The mountain wall was bare, without even scattered stones, and any object, even the trees with deep roots, had been blown away long ago. When everyone came to the cliff, as soon as they approached, they felt a huge gust of wind rolling over, like a wall blocking in front of them, and it was very difficult to walk over. What a strong wind pressure! Everyone opened a defense to resist the surrounding gusts. Sun Ziji walked forward, while braving the gusts, and shouted to Chu Yun, "Elder Chu, you can go to the groove of the cliff. That is where the wind is the strongest in the entire cliff, and it is also the place with the most concentrated wind elements." "Understood." Chu Yun nodded, patted the disciple's shoulder, and then flew away. The gusts of wind swept through his body, but it did not cause any impact on his body, and was isolated by Chu Yun's powerful physique. After a while, Chu Yun came to the cliff and flew into the groove. There was barely a 3-meter square platform there, which was enough to accommodate many people in parallel. Chu Yun slowly exhaled, closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and used his martial arts comprehension to begin to comprehend. After just over 3 months of using his martial arts comprehension, Chu Yun had a mysterious feeling. His mind was immediately shocked, and he accelerated the consumption of his martial arts comprehension. Did he close his eyes again? On the cliff, the disciples saw that Chu Yun did not get up and leave directly, but sat cross-legged there, and they could not help but discuss. He just comprehended the law of wood, and it only took a few hours. It is impossible for him to comprehend the law of wind so quickly. How could such a thing happen? It is too unreasonable. You are not a body of 9-turn nirvana. How do you know what kind of things are common sense for people like Elder Chu? This is a blind spot, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The disciples discussed a lot, and not long after, they saw a huge amount of wind energy condensed between Chu Yun's palms, stirring in all directions. Sun Zheng stood there, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and said, "It actually worked, and the speed was faster than the last time I comprehended the law of wood." As soon as the voice fell, the disciples opened their mouths in surprise, and their jaws dropped to the ground. At this moment, they really didn't know what to say. The last time Chu Yun comprehended the law of wood in a few hours, they already thought it was outrageous. However, this was not the outrageous limit at all. This time, Chu Yun only took about half an hour to successfully comprehend the law of wind. I saw. When the wind energy in the center of Chu Yun's palm burst out, the howling wind around was forced to stop in an instant, and the wind was calm and peaceful. The disciples felt the obvious change in the environment, and naturally had no way to refute the fact that Chu Yun comprehended the law of wind. They all stared at Chu Yun flying back. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." Chu Yun's lips slowly raised a little arc, and he was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. In other words, to comprehend this thing, it still depends on the eye and the place. For example, although the place with the giant tree also made Chu Yun feel something, it was not as fast as here. When Chu Yun sat on the groove of the cliff, as soon as he closed his eyes, he had not used much of his martial arts comprehension, but he had already had many mysterious sensations and comprehended them quickly. Perhaps, Chu Yun himself and the law of wind are extremely compatible, so he can have such a fast speed. Okay. Sun Zheng's eyes lit up, looking at Chu Yun and laughing, saying, "Now, you have mastered all 8 kinds of law power except the law of space. The remaining 2 kinds of pollution in Sister Luo's domain must not be difficult for you at all." Of course. Chu Yun smiled lightly and nodded. In fact, for him, solving the law pollution problem in Luo Qingcheng's domain was already a piece of cake. At this time, Chu Yun had to admit that his decision to agree to return to Yuan Dao Lingshan sect with Luo Qingcheng was indeed extremely correct. Without the help of Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong, Chu Yun would never have been able to comprehend the law of gold, the law of wood, and the law of wind at the same time in such a short time. Now, he has comprehended the remaining 8 kinds of law power except the law of space. It will only take a short period of time for Chu Yun to accumulate his cultivation, and he will be able to advance to the 8th level of nirvana. 8th level of nirvana. When Chu Yun was in the 5th level of nirvana, he could rely on his own combat power to kill the genius disciple of the Fate Wheel realm in one move. When his cultivation is further improved and reaches the 8th level of nirvana, it may not be a problem for him to resist the Supreme Realm with his physical body. Of course, only the physical body can resist it. The Supreme Realm strong can call on the power of heaven and earth. For example, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, 2 Supreme Realm sects, can break mountains with one finger in the spiritual world and call on the spiritual power of heaven and earth to restore the collapsed mountains. This is something that only strong people above the Supreme Realm can do, and it is also the terrifying part of the power of heaven and earth. How can a warrior, no matter how strong his physical body is, contend with heaven and earth? However, if a fight really breaks out, Chu Yun is not just passively taking a beating. After absorbing the Supreme Source Essence, although Chu Yun himself cannot mobilize the power of heaven and earth like a Supreme Realm warrior, he can keenly see the trajectory of their movement. If he really fights against the Supreme Realm warrior, just by peeping at the movement of those trajectories, Chu Yun can also deal with the Supreme Realm warrior. On the other hand, when it comes to Lin Wuya and Liu Ke, Chu Yun actually always wanted to settle accounts with them, but, as the walking members of the sect, these two really interpret the word walking clearly. When Chu Yun first came to Yuan Dao Lingtian sect, he helped the sect defeat San Shen Gui Ling sect and became a guest of honor of Yuan Dao Lingtian sect. At that time, Lin Wuya and Liu Ke may have received the news and were afraid that Chu Yun would rely on Luo Qingcheng's support to cause trouble for them, so they didn't even take a rest, and quickly took another walking task and went out at the speed of light. So when Chu Yun later inquired about the whereabouts of the two, he didn't get any news. It was really too fast. A few days later, Sun Zheng brought Chu Yun and 10 disciples back to the Yuan Dao Mountains. When everyone arrived on the floating island through the teleportation array, the sect leaders on Wanhua even came to greet them in person, and laughed as soon as they met. I heard that Brother Chu won the first battle and successively comprehended the law of wood and the law of wind. It is true that heroes emerge from youth, and the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves in front, and one wave is higher than the other. Zhong Wanhua looked at Chu Yun, walked straight up, shook his hand, and patted Chu Yun's shoulders twice, saying, "I'll leave the matter of my junior sister to you." Chapter 389, The Third Stage. King Luan Peak, the main hall on the top of the peak. While Luo Qingcheng was teaching Yang Xiaokan how to practice, she kept looking towards the door, as if waiting for something, and her mind was obviously not on teaching. Bao Yuan Shao Yi, gather the spiritual energy to the spiritual platform, guide it into the Bai Uyaku point, and then, as Luo Qingcheng was talking, she saw Yang Xiaokan standing there without moving, and couldn't help pinching her cheeks, saying, "What are you doing? Practice quickly." Yang Xiaokan looked resentful, and said, "You have said this formula for the second time, and then it is to seal the spiritual energy in the sea of spiritual energy, and use the spirit to penetrate into the meridians, right? I have memorized it. Ah, ha, so you said it?" Luo Qingcheng smiled awkwardly, rubbed Yang Xiaokan's face, and said, "It's all your master's fault. He has been away for so long and hasn't come back. I haven't eaten well these days and I'm upset. Didn't you say the day before yesterday that the master would be back soon?" Yang Xiaokan tilted her head. HMPH, who knows? It's better not to come back. Luo Qingcheng puffed up his cheeks fiercely, not noticing that a figure had appeared in front of the gate just after he finished speaking. "If you say so, I'll leave." Chu Yun touched his nose. After the voice fell, Luo Qingcheng's face flushed slightly, still with a stern face. "How come you walk without making any sound? Are you deliberately eavesdropping on me?" Yes, Miss Luo is right." Chu Yun shook his head repeatedly and sighed. "Next time I eavesdrop on you, I should make a bigger noise." HMPH, you are so talkative. Luo Qingcheng snorted, then stood up and came to Chu Yun, looking at him with shining eyes, and said, "I heard that you have already comprehended the law of wood and the law of wind this time you went out?" "Yes, if someone doesn't want to drive me away, I may be able to use these two laws to help solve someone's field pollution problem," Chu Yun said slowly, with a smile in his eyes. "Then I beg you." Luo Qingcheng held Chu Yun's arm with both hands, with a pitiful expression, swaying back and forth to beg and act like a spoiled child. No, there's no need for that." Chu Yun's scalp suddenly numbed, and he pulled his hand out with a smile. If outsiders saw Luo Qingcheng like this, they would be so scared that their jaws would drop to the ground. "You know, this is the strongest saint of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. Come on, little Yun," Luo Qingcheng said, opening her own domain and blinking at Chu Yun. "It depends on your performance. If you perform well, you will have benefits later." After the voice fell, a strange look appeared on Chu Yun's face. He felt that Luo Qingcheng's words were hinting at something, but he had no evidence. Ahem. After 2 dry coughs, Chu Yun flew up with ease, as if he was going into the sea to catch a dragon, and caught the source of the cosmic magic energy. Ding! The cosmic magic energy that can be absorbed has been detected. "Do you want to absorb it?" Chu Yun nodded, and then the familiar prompt sound popped up again, indicating that there was pollution in the cosmic magic energy, wood law and wind law, and whether to absorb it after removing the pollution. Chu Yun nodded again. The next moment, 2 law forces, one blue and one green, flew out from Chu Yun's palm at the same time and merged into the cosmic magic energy. In this instant, the two chaotic law pollutions in the cosmic magic energy were rapidly attacked and disintegrated by the external law force, and disappeared without a trace after a moment. Chu Yun slowly exhaled, and saw that the cosmic magic energy was empty and became extremely pure. At the same time, the system swallowing of cosmic magic energy began again. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully devoured a large amount of cosmic magic energy. Current cosmic magic energy charging progress, 1,742,314 100,000ths. The first stage of cosmic magic energy charging is completed, and the reward is obtained, the human demon body thing. The second stage of cosmic magic energy charging is started. Current cosmic charging progress, 1,642,314 1,000,000ths. The second stage of cosmic magic energy charging is completed, and the reward is obtained, the earth demon body thing. The third stage of cosmic magic energy charging is started. Current cosmic charging progress, 642,314 10 million. A series of system prompts sounded in Chu Yun's mind, like waves washing over, which shocked Chu Yun's heart. At the beginning, when he just passed through the world barrier and killed the first magic monster, the matter of cosmic magic energy charging had already appeared in his task list. However, there had been no suitable opportunity to hunt a large number of magic monsters before, so the task of charging the 100,000 points of cosmic magic energy had never been completed. And now, when Chu Yun absorbed the cosmic magic energy in Luo Qingcheng's domain, he actually increased the charging progress to more than 1.7 million points. This made Chu Yun's first stage of cosmic magic energy charging directly completed. After deducting 100,000 points of cosmic magic energy, there were more than 1.6 million points left, and then entered the second charging stage. And the amount of charging required in this second charging stage is 10 times that of the first stage, that is, 1 million points of cosmic magic energy, and then it was also directly filled by Chu Yun. After deducting this 1 million points of cosmic magic energy, it entered the third charging stage. However, the amount of cosmic magic energy required in this third charging stage is even more terrifying, 10 times that of the first stage, that is, 10 million points of cosmic magic energy. With Chu Yun's current more than 600,000 points of cosmic magic energy, I don't know when I want to fill it up. The body of the human demon, the body of the earth demon, Chu Yun muttered to himself. It turns out that the rewards for charging the cosmic magic energy are also related to magic energy. Chu Yun felt that his body had undergone some subtle changes at this moment. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could transform into two other forms at any time. One was the human demon form, and the other was the earth demon form. Among them, the earth demon form was undoubtedly more advanced than the human demon form, and you could tell from the name alone. And after the third stage of charging is completed, it should also reward a heavenly demon body, right? How are you? At this time, Luo Qingcheng's voice sounded beside him, pulling Chu Yun back from his trance. It's okay. Chu Yun exhaled slowly, temporarily putting these things in his heart, and looked at Luo Qingcheng with a smile on his face, asking, now that the cosmic magic energy in your domain has been eradicated by me, how do you feel? Is there any residual pollution? No. Luo Qingcheng looked relaxed and happy, and said happily, all the garbage has been eaten by you, and my domain has become clean again. Chu Yun heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a few black lines floated across his face, saying, what do you mean I ate the garbage? He couldn't continue talking, because he did absorb and digest the cosmic magic energy, and this thing was indeed garbage to Luo Qingcheng. So, it seems that he was not wrong. Chapter 390, Demonic Body. Seeing Chu Yun choked and unable to speak, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but burst out laughing, then covered her stomach and took a break before saying, although the pollution has been eradicated, it took a long time, and my domain has suffered a lot of damage. Is it serious? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and asked. It's okay. Luo Qingcheng smiled freely and said, it's just a small problem. It will be fine after 10 days or so. Chu Yun nodded and said, It's time to rest for a while, the small reward I promised you, just wait. Luo Qingcheng blinked at Chu Yun and said playfully, when the time comes, I will definitely surprise you. Chu Yun looked weird and nodded expressionlessly. Back to his cave, Chu Yun closed the door and began to study his own changes. He was very curious about what the human demon body and the earth demon body were. At this moment, Chu Yun was in the cave, feeling the strange things in his body. His body began to change rapidly as soon as he thought about it. His mind fell on the mark representing the body of a human demon. All of a sudden, his spiritual power was completely sealed. Instead, it was replaced by the hot cosmic magic energy flowing around his body like rolling magma. In that instant, Chu Yun's body began to change. His originally fair skin turned black in an instant, and blood-red lines appeared on it, covering his whole body. The few lines were not dense, and the few lines on his face and body outlined a strange aura. At the same time, on Chu Yun's forehead, 2 sharp horns grew out in a winding manner, and his eyes also turned blood-red during this period. It can be said that at this moment, his body is no longer a human body. From inside to outside, there is no trace of human beings. I have become a demon. Chu Yun's eyebrows twitched. He walked to the edge of the pond, looked at his reflection in the water, and his face was very strange. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and felt the power he had at the moment. He found that the combat power of this human demon body was equal to that of a strong man in the Fate Wheel realm. Moreover, not only is his physical fitness stronger than that of an ordinary strong man in the Fate Wheel realm, he also has a feeling of seeing through fate, or simply being outside of fate, even without the help of the Supreme Source. In the state of human demon body, Chu Yun also has the ability to hit the warriors in the Fate Wheel realm. Although it is not as good as Chu Yun's normal combat power, it is also quite terrifying. This is just an ordinary human demon body, without any superposition of skills, and without any assistance from martial arts spirits. It is just an ordinary human demon body. The human demon body has a combat power comparable to the Fate Wheel realm. Then, what about the earth demon body? Chu Yun's heart moved. The next moment, his mind changed, and his mind communicated with the mark of the earth demon body. Puff! The sound of clothes tearing rang out, and Chu Yun's figure suddenly expanded in an instant. His originally well-proportioned figure, muscles bulged instantly, and suddenly broke through his outer clothes. At the same time, his spine was also extending upwards, pulling Chu Yun's body, and he grew more than 2 meters taller. Chu Yun looked at himself by the pond in surprise. The state of this earth demon body looked not much different from the human demon body. The overall style was the same, but the size was several times larger, and the height became 4 or 5 meters tall. But what surprised Chu Yun the most was not the change in this physical body, but the power contained in the earth demon body. To be honest, Chu Yun had never felt such a powerful force. At the gate of Tanjian City in the True Spirit realm, when facing Sun Jia who came to intercept him, Chu Yun had faced the pressure of the Supreme Realm powerhouse. But now, Chu Yun could feel that if Sun Jia stood in front of him again, with the power of the earth demon body, he could easily tear him into minced meat. There is no doubt that this is the power comparable to the Supreme Realm, and it is stronger than the ordinary Supreme Realm. The body of the human demon is comparable to the Fate Wheel realm, and the body of the earth demon is comparable to the Supreme Realm. After completing the 3rd stage of the charging task, the body of the heavenly demon obtained will be comparable to that of a saint. Chu Yun was very shocked, and it can be said that he was surprised and happy. The appearance of this demon body change seemed to give Chu Yun another choice. In addition to cultivating the 9 turns of nirvana to reach the Fate realm, he also had another way to possess the power of a saint. Although the 3rd stage of the charging task requires 10 million points of cosmic magic energy, which is a bit too exaggerated, as long as Chu Yun does it with all his heart, sooner or later he will be able to kill enough magic monsters to complete the task. The only bad thing is that this body of the earth demon can only be used as a trump card, and cannot be used as a daily means. After all, in this land of Jiazu, humans and demons cannot coexist at all. Whenever human warriors see the demons that have become powerful, They must immediately eradicate them. So this body of the earth demon, I can only hide it. Chu Yun sighed slowly, feeling quite sorry in his heart, but to be honest, there was no way. The environment was like this. Before he had the body of the heavenly demon, any saint could kill him, so he had to keep a low profile. But no matter what, getting the body of the earth demon was a happy thing. After Chu Yun changed his mind, he soon smiled. In the following days, Chu Yun had been fishing in the cave. This time, he followed Saint Sun Zheng out, and he hadn't fished for several days. A large amount of bait was piled up in the system space, waiting for Chu Yun to fish it up. And these days of continuous fishing also made Chu Yun's martial arts cultivation leap forward again, so that his cultivation soon accumulated to the 3rd level of the 8 turns of nirvana. The reason why it was so fast was actually due to Lin Zhuan's contribution. This newly accepted 3rd disciple practiced hard in the time ball and had already completed the breakthrough of the 3rd level of Qianjun realm, successfully rewarding Chu Yun with a holy bait. After using this holy bait, Chu Yun received a reward of 2,000 years of martial arts cultivation, which made his realm advance rapidly, from the 7th level of nirvana 6 turns, directly breaking through to the 1st level of nirvana 8 turns, leaping over 2 full nirvanas, nearly 10 levels. Now, Chu Yun's cultivation is still rising with continuous fishing. It won't be long before he can break through to the peak of the 9th level of nirvana 8 turns. At that time, Chu Yun's realm improvement will stagnate. Only by obtaining the law of space can he continue to break through and complete the unprecedented 9-turn nirvana promotion to destiny. To be honest, Chu Yun is looking forward to that day. After another 5 days, Chu Yun's cultivation finally accumulated to the peak of nirvana 8 turns, reaching a bottleneck. At this time, Chu Yun's combat power, in terms of physical quality alone, is actually not much different from that of the earth demon, and both have already entered the strength of the supreme realm. So it can be expected that when Chu Yun completes the 9-turn nirvana and is promoted to the destiny realm, his combat power will definitely crush all the supremes, and only the existence of the saint level can compete with him. As for Lin Zhuan, after 5 days of practice, his cultivation has made another breakthrough, and he has reached the 6th level of the Qianjun realm. The system rewards Chu Yun with the 2nd holy bait. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the holy sword Lingxiao. The system prompt sound fell, and a ray of light flew up from the fishing line that broke through the water and fell directly into Chu Yun's hand, turning into a long sword with a transparent texture, a hole translucent, and clouds and mists entwined on it. Holy sword, Lingxiao. Chu Yun held the hilt with a gleam in his eyes. This sword is a holy item, and it has the ability to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Although it cannot be compared with the great power of a supreme realm warrior, if it is used by a supreme realm warrior, it can also increase the corresponding ability. In Chu Yun's hands, this thing is equivalent to a medium for Chu Yun to call on the power of heaven and earth. Before, with the supreme source, Chu Yun could only see the power of heaven and earth, but could not use it. Now with this holy sword Lingxiao, Chu Yun can also use the power of heaven and earth with a body of 9-turn nirvana. This is the biggest advantage. With this sword, Chu Yun has a little confidence to compete with the supreme realm warriors. At least he can fight with them for a few moves. Although the power of heaven and earth he mobilized with Lingxiao is far less than that of the real supreme realm, there is a world of difference between having it and not having it. Dong dong dong. Outside the cave door, loud knocks came one after another. Chu Yun's eyebrows moved, and he knew without looking that there would be no other person who would do such a loud move except Luo Qingcheng. He stood up and opened the restriction of the cave with a thought. Then he saw Luo Qingcheng walked in with a radiant look. Her posture was as bright as jade, exactly the same as when Chu Yun first saw her. It seems that your body has fully recovered. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Yes, isn't it all thanks to you? Luo Qingcheng blinked at him and said, then, it's time to fulfill your promise. Are you ready to see my little surprise for you? A strange expression appeared on Chu Yun's face. He looked behind Luo Qingcheng. The restriction door of the cave was wide open. He was hesitating whether to nod, but found that Luo Qingcheng had come in front of him, took one of his hands, and flew out of the cave. What are you doing here? Chu Yun was surprised. Luo Qingcheng smiled and said, "Take you to see a little surprise." "Where to?" "Quicksand Forest Sea." After the voice fell, the strange look on Chu Yun's face disappeared, leaving only a headache. If he had to speak, he would only want to ask, "That's it?" Chu Yun knew what Luo Qingcheng was going to do with the Quicksand Forest Sea without having to guess. After all, on the first day he came to Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong, he fought with the people of Sanshen Gui Lingzong for the territory of the Quicksand Forest Sea. Now, Chu Yun represented Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong and won the victory. The Quicksand Forest Sea naturally belonged to Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong, and the secret realm inside it also belonged to Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong. So, Luo Qingcheng brought him here, except to take a look inside the secret realm. There would be no other possibility. Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong had a large sphere of influence, and the Quicksand Forest Sea was located at the border of Yuan Dao Ling Tianzong's northern sphere of influence, and was close to the border of Sanshen Gui Lingzong. With the speed of a saint, he should be able to arrive after 3 days and 3 nights. However, on his own territory, it was obviously not necessary to do so much effort. After Luo Qingcheng pulled Chu Yun out of King Luan Peak, they went directly to the teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, they arrived at Yuan Dao City below. After leaving the city, they went through the teleportation array on the top of the mountain outside Yuan Dao City and went directly to a huge city on the northern border of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. This set of procedures for going out sounds a bit complicated, but there is no way. Although there are teleportation arrays on the floating island and in Yuan Dao City, the teleportation arrays there are one-way teleportation, and can only teleport to each other to ensure safety. The teleportation array outside Yuan Dao City is not subject to this restriction. As long as there are coordinates and the other party agrees, you can go anywhere you want. Swish, a white light flashed around, and Chu Yun and Luo Qingcheng disappeared from the teleportation array. A moment later, they appeared in an unfamiliar teleportation array. There were many people around. When they saw Luo Qingcheng appear, they all looked respectful and saluted Luo Qingcheng. "Welcome Luo Sheng to Panshai City," everyone said in unison. "No need to be polite, just do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Luo Qingcheng waved her hand, then took Chu Yun and flew out of the city, heading straight to the Quicksand Forest Sea in the north. That was their final destination, and this rock city was just a transit station on the teleportation array. The secret realm in the Quicksand Forest Sea was opened by the sect a few days ago. At that time, the head brother and other brothers and sisters had already gone in to take a look. Luo Qingcheng said as she led Chu Yun forward. "Then why are we going now?" Chu Yun was a little confused. Since other saints had visited it in turn, wouldn't it be too late to go now? There are dozens of palaces in this secret realm, and there are many treasures in each one. I asked several brothers and sisters to leave a copy for me. I will go in and play after my injury heals. They won't touch there. Luo Qingcheng was full of confidence and smiled at Chu Yun. Chu Yun was quite moved when he heard this. It could be seen that the entire Yuan Dao Lingshan sect was very fond of Luo Qingcheng, their little junior sister. When she asked others to leave behind a piece of ruins that could be explored, the other saints of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect were willing to agree. Chapter 391 Quicksand Forest. The reason why the Quicksand Forest has such a strange name is that there is no soil on the land of this forest, and all the trees are rooted in a desert like quicksand. For ordinary people, this is an extremely dangerous place. Although there are countless trees in the forest, these trees cannot provide any sense of security when the quicksand flows. Because of the existence of quicksand, the trees can absorb very little nutrients from the ground, so any creature living in this forest becomes the nutrients of the trees. When you walk in this quicksand forest, the quicksand under your feet will continue to flow, and often form a vortex, sucking people in like a quagmire. If you are unlucky, the roots of the trees hidden under the quicksand will entangle you like tentacles and pull you down to suck your blood. Chu Yun followed Luo Qingcheng to the sky above the Quicksand Forest Sea, and looked over from afar, feeling very emotional. Originally, when he heard the name of the Quicksand Forest Sea, he felt very inconsistent, and now when he saw the scene of the Quicksand Forest Sea, and saw this forest sea growing in the desert, the inconsistent feeling in his heart became even stronger. A bird flew from a distance, seemed a little tired, and flew down into the forest sea, stopped in the crown of a tree, chirping and preparing to rest for a while. However, in just a moment, a vine suddenly sprang out from the flowing quicksand below, like a poisonous snake ready to go, tightly bound the flying bird, and then suddenly pulled it down. With a sound of puff, the vine pulled the flying bird into the quicksand. In just a moment, there was no movement, everything was calm as before, only the wind and sand were still flowing in the forest sea. What a weird place. Chu Yun sighed softly. Although these trees are not intelligent, they have already developed biological properties and hunting instincts. Originally, the hunting instincts of plants like trees that cannot move were concentrated in the underground roots, grabbing nutrients from the underground while absorbing the sunlight above. However, because the nutrients in the quicksand forest were not enough, the trees found another way and evolved extremely strong aggressiveness, able to attack and devour all foreign life like carnivores. Seeing all this, Chu Yun could only say that the evolution of organisms is the survival of the fittest, and there is really nothing more to say besides this. With the size of Kyushu, there are more strange places than these. I know many places worth visiting. When the time comes, I will take you with me. Luo Qingcheng smiled at Chu Yun, as if making a promise. Chu Yun touched his nose and said, "You are so nice to me. What do you want? Stupid, do you even need to ask that?" Luo Qingcheng snorted and said, "Take your kitchen utensils and let me smell the fragrance wherever you go." "Okay." Chu Yun also smiled and nodded. The entrance to the secret realm is deep in the sea of quicksand forest, in the center of the densest trees. Luo Qingcheng and Chu Yun flew over and saw that there was a huge deep pit under the sea of quicksand forest. All the quicksand around it gathered towards the deep pit, as if falling into a bottomless pit. Around the deep pit, the quicksand was completely still, as if there was a strong will and power that stopped the flow of all the sand and completely solidified the ground. To be able to do this, there is no doubt that the power of heaven and earth was used. On the solidified sand, a temporary camp has been built. The one in charge of the camp is the saint of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, the master of Baiwa Peak, Lin's brother Lin. "We are here." Luo Qingcheng flew over the camp, and laughed loudly before he arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, an elegant figure walked out of the tent in the camp, looked up at Chu Yun and Luo Qingcheng in the sky, smiled, and said, "It seems that Brother Chu has cured all of Junior Sister's injuries. This is really a cause for celebration. Greetings, Master Lin." Chu Yun smiled slightly and bowed to Lin's as a greeting. Luo Qingcheng landed on the ground, took a look at the deep pit below, and said, "How is the development going here?" "Nearly 70% of the area has been developed. It can be confirmed that this is an ancient relic dating back more than 30,000 years. It exists under the quicksand forest sea. It is an independent and stable small space that can accommodate the power of saints. It is very valuable." Linzi touched his beard, smiled slightly, and said, "Now, the disciples in the sect are exploring it. After all the treasures in the secret realm are excavated, we can try to move this small space out. If we can bring it back to the Yuandao Mountains, it will be of great benefit to the sect. In a stable large space like Jiazu, it is completely possible to absorb and exist some independent small spaces. These small spaces are like bubbles on the water, isolated from the outside world, but they are self-contained. However, the value of small spaces varies. The overall value depends on whether the area of the space is wide, whether the space is extremely stable, and how many years it can operate. The small space under the quicksand forest has existed for at least 30,000 years, which is enough to prove that the space is extremely stable. In addition, there are so many treasures hidden in it that the disciples of Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong have explored it for so long and have only walked through 70% of it. This shows that the breadth of this space is extremely large. Such a stable and spacious independent small space is a very high-quality strategic resource for any force, and can do many unexpected things. At the beginning, Yuan Dao Ling Yanzong and San Shen Gui Lingzong conflicted with each other over this secret realm, and finally had to decide the ownership by fighting among disciples. They were not only after the treasures that might exist in this secret realm, but also wanted to wipe out the secret realm space itself. Understood. Luo Qingcheng nodded, and a slight arc rose at the corner of her lips, saying, "Then I will help the sect to dig for treasures this time." After the voice fell, Linzi couldn't help but shook his head and smiled helplessly. You are already the head of a peak, but you still have such a childish temper." Luo Qingcheng waved her hand, and took Chu Yun with her, and flew down into the deep pit. The two of them fell rapidly, and not long after, they passed through a layer of almost imperceptible space barrier in midair, and the space below immediately became very different. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, Surprise. Buzz. The first feeling after the body passed through the space barrier was a slight discomfort, but it soon eased. Chu Yun looked around and found that the secret realm hidden under the sea of quicksand forests was as green as the forests outside. However, in the lush forest below, the soil was normal, and the trees were also normal. They did not seem to have any extra aggressiveness. The whole secret realm looked like a primeval forest with vigorous vitality. The two appeared in midair and looked down. They saw a piece of land gradually rising and winding. At the highest point, there were buildings, and there were some entrances that seemed to lead to the depths of the underground. There were also many places where there were large pits on the ground, as if they were bombed out by violent means, and they were as shocking as scars. There was no doubt that these were the traces of people developing this place. Before Chu Yun and the others came here, the disciples and elders of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect had been developing here for a long time. It's really clean. Luo Qingcheng took a look and couldn't help shaking her head. Most of the buildings leading to the underground had been excavated. Many disciples of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect were now traveling in those places under the leadership of the elders, looking very busy. Anyway, we are not here for these corners, right? Chu Yun asked with a faint smile. Of course. Luo Qingcheng hummed twice, raised his chin slightly, pointed to the palace complex at the highest point, and said, "That is the most valuable place in the entire secret realm. The formation inside is extremely protective. Without the power of a saint, it is absolutely impossible to enter." I specially asked the brothers and sisters to leave a piece. As he said that, Luo Qingcheng rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that Brother Yang and Sister Li both got holy level treasures in here. Now it's time to test our luck." The two flew forward, attracting countless envious eyes from below along the way. Most of the disciples, under the guidance of the elders, could only explore the surroundings of this secret realm. Although there were many valuable things in those underground palaces, they were not as rare as the treasures in the buildings on the mountain. "We're here." Luo Qingcheng hovered above the buildings and looked around. Then, among the buildings with their doors wide open, she found a still closed area. Its size was about 1/10 of the entire building complex. After the ruins were opened, the saints in the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect took turns to come in once and explore 1/10 of it each. Now leaving these for Luo Qingcheng is considered an equal distribution, and this is undoubtedly a preferential treatment. After all, those saints who are not in the sect now, did not get anything, but Luo Qingcheng's place is where other saints can stay and wait for her to recover before exploring again. "Let's go in and take a look." Luo Qingcheng waved her hand and flew down without hesitation. She came directly to the nearest palace and raised her hand to press the main door of the palace. Buzz! A violent tremor came, and a huge resistance came from the main door. The foreign invasion caused a formation to be quickly erected inside and outside the palace to block Luo Qingcheng. However, Luo Qingcheng snorted twice and took a step forward with disdain. The strength in her hand suddenly increased, and a huge force of heaven and earth gathered instantly and exploded. Bang! The formation outside the door was broken in an instant, which looked extremely rough. However, what is commendable is that Luo Qingcheng's control of power is just right. This attack only destroyed the outer protective formation, but did not cause any damage to the palace itself. Luo Qingcheng clapped her hands, even though there was no dust on them. She raised her proud nose and looked back at Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked at the boss at the right time, with a loyal and servile look. "Now Yunzi, open the door," Luo Qingcheng said lightly. "Yes." Chu Yun stepped forward and pushed the door open, then made a gesture of invitation to Luo Qingcheng like a eunuch in the palace. Luo Qingcheng chuckled, as if she was tickled by Chu Yun's funny look. Then she tensed her face and tried to hold back her laughter, stepped in, and looked around. Walking into this palace, the first impression is that it is wide and bright. The hall itself does not have any lighting equipment, but all the materials used to cast this hall can emit light by themselves, making the whole hall bright. The most conspicuous place in the hall is the huge pillars, which are distributed around the hall. There are more than a dozen of them, and each one is as wide as 5 people hugging. "Are there any restrictions or mechanisms here?" Chu Yun asked. "I heard from my senior brothers that there are none." Luo Qingcheng looked around and answered, "This secret realm itself is a very private place. There is also a formation outside the palace for protection. The security force is almost enough. After all, this is not a place like a tomb. The builders don't have to worry about the problem of latecomers breaking in." Chu Yun nodded. This is indeed the truth. He looked around the empty hall and soon found a passage in front of him. He said, "Let's go and take a look." "Let's go." Luo Qingcheng nodded and soon took Chu Yun to the passage. This whole area seemed to be connected to each other. The hall looked majestic, but it was actually just an entrance. After passing through the passage, Chu Yun and the others came to a place similar to a hall. There were many grooves on the wall, and there were majestic statues in the grooves. Those were not simply statues of people, there were also some obviously non-human beings, such as the demons with double horns on their heads, the dragons with ferocious roars, the monsters with human bodies and animal features, etc. There were also some statues with mysterious style patterns and strange divine light, with a tall figure standing above all living things in the background, like a god. "Is that a statue of God?" Chu Yun asked. Speaking of which, he still didn't know if there were any similar gods in Jiaozu. In the spiritual world, there were many myths and legends among the people, but in the eyes of real martial arts masters, they were just some superstitions of the ignorant people. After arriving in Jiaozu, a clear impression was that the top of Jiaozu's strength was the saints, and as for whether there were stronger ones above them, he hadn't heard of them. But Chu Yun guessed that there should be some, right? After all, just taking his bait rewards as an example, after the saints, there were also divine products. Although they did not necessarily represent the corresponding realm, he always had a hunch that the saint realm should not be the end of martial arts. He just proclaimed himself a god. Luo Qingcheng shook her head and said, "Indeed, many legends point out that above the holy realm, there is an even more terrifying realm, called the divine realm. But looking at the history of the entire Jiaozu for tens of thousands of years, it has never been heard that any saint has ever touched that threshold. The holy realm is already the top of warriors. In ancient times, there were indeed many people who transcended the ordinary and became saints and proclaimed themselves as gods, but they were just deceiving themselves in name only." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun hadn't said anything yet, but something strange happened in the hall. The statue representing the god, which had been closed, suddenly opened its eyes. The stone opened its eyes, which was extremely strange, and the eyes that opened did not reveal eyes or pupils, but a ray of light, full of powerful pressure, which flew directly towards Luo Qingcheng. Chu Yun frowned and took a step back, ready to defend and counterattack. However, Luo Qingcheng didn't care. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the statue into pieces. The beam of light disappeared without a trace, without even a splash. It's just a trace of divine consciousness left in the statue. If it senses that someone is disrespecting the statue, it will punish it. To put it simply, it will attack if it senses malice. It's a very straightforward method. It's not advanced, but it's enough to scare children. Luo Qingcheng looked like she had seen a lot of storms. Social society. Chu Yun cupped his hands, then raised his eyebrows and said, "There's something in the statue." As he spoke, he moved forward and saw that in the broken statue, there was a jade-like bamboo slip with something engraved on it in mysterious words. "Is this a holy martial arts?" Luo Qingcheng leaned over to take a look. Although the words engraved on the bamboo slips were completely different from the words they were familiar with, they were ancient creations. However, After reaching a certain level of cultivation, if one method is mastered, then all methods are mastered. Even if one only looks at the Tao patterns contained in the characters, it is enough to perfectly understand the meaning. In fact, the words are just carriers. What can really make people comprehend the skills or martial arts is actually the Tao patterns contained in the words. If the engraver is willing, he can use other forms to record the Tao patterns, such as drawing or writing randomly. In theory, it is feasible. However, there are really not many people willing to do this. Thunder Heaven 10,000 God's Fist. Chu Yun felt the Tao patterns in it, and naturally understood the meaning of those words and knew the name of this holy martial arts. I'm lucky. I just came here to have such a treasure. Saint-level martial arts are not easy to find even in the library of the sect. Luo Qingcheng laughed. Although her words sounded a bit shabby, they were actually true. Looking at the entire Yuan Dao Lingtian sect, the total number of holy martial arts and techniques mastered by all disciples, elders, and even peak masters is terrifying. Not to mention tens of thousands. There are definitely thousands of them. But there are very few ready-made techniques in the library. In other words, it is difficult to find a holy technique or martial arts to practice. It's not that there are none, but the vast majority, or 99% of the techniques, are being used by people. And the reason for this phenomenon is actually not surprising. After all, techniques must have the original of Taoism to be understood and learned. When a warrior practices a holy technique, he needs the assistance of the original technique every moment and needs to comprehend the Taoism in it. Therefore, a technique can only be practiced by one person. And how to copy the original technique? There is only one way, which is to let a warrior who has practiced this technique to the state of great perfection write a new one. Moreover, a warrior can only write a technique once. If he writes it a second time, it will consume his essence. After writing it, the warrior's state of perfection in this technique will immediately fall and will never be able to recover. It is precisely because of the harsh conditions for copying techniques that the higher the grade of techniques and martial arts, the rarer the number. Almost every time a copy appears, it will be taken away by people for practice and enlightenment. There are many people who want to learn holy techniques and martial arts, but the original number of holy martial arts techniques is very small, which leads to a serious imbalance between supply and demand, and there is no market for them. After Chu Yun joined the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect and became a guest elder, he already had the right to browse all the books. All the techniques and martial arts in the library were open to him. However, after he took a stroll a few days ago, he found that there was not even a ready-made holy technique or martial arts in the library. Occasionally, a genius could cultivate a holy technique to the state of great perfection. This was a great event worth celebrating, because it would give him two more original techniques. That is, the one that the genius had just comprehended, plus the one that he could write after reaching the state of great perfection. But it would soon be snatched away by all kinds of disciples who had been queuing for who knows how long. It can be said that from that time on, Chu Yun had given up the idea of getting holy techniques or martial arts in Yuan Dao Lingtian sect, because he asked the elders of the library to make some mistakes and found that there were thousands of people ahead of him. When it was his turn, he didn't know when it would be, but, as the saying goes, there must be a way to get it when you get to the mountain. The original techniques that he couldn't get in Yuan Dao Lingtian sect were obtained in this secret realm. In fact, this is indeed the main way for many sects to obtain new original techniques, which is to dig out the legacy of their predecessors. Don't you want to take a look? Chu Yun asked. No need. Luo Qingcheng shook her head and said, Jiazu's martial arts, when it reaches the first level of saintly grade, there is no higher level, and the saintly grade martial arts can only help warriors mobilize the power of heaven and earth to a small extent. In the battle of the supreme realm, it can still play a role, but when it reaches the saint level, it is useless. The battle of the saint only focuses on the collision between domains and the mastery of the power of heaven and earth. Other things such as weapons, techniques, and martial arts are just external objects and cannot play any role. Therefore, this saintly martial arts is of no use to Luo Qingcheng. Chapter 393. A little sweet. Having said that, Chu Yun naturally had nothing to be hypocritical about, and directly accepted the Thunder Heaven 10,000 God's Fist. He currently had more than 2,300 years of martial arts comprehension remaining. Logically speaking, it would only take 700 to 800 years to practice this holy martial art to the state of great perfection. But, in order to prepare for a rainy day, Chu Yun decided to postpone it and wait until his martial arts comprehension accumulated nearly 3,000 years before learning. And this so-called rainy day naturally refers to the comprehension of the laws of space. Luo Qingcheng told him before that the appearance of the space turbulence was completely random, without signs or reason. Once Chu Yun was involved in the space turbulence, he did not have enough martial arts comprehension to comprehend the laws of space. It was really a situation that made people want to cry but not cry. In order to avoid this possibility, Chu Yun decided to always hoard at least 2,000 years of martial arts comprehension, unless he encountered something life-threatening and urgent. These 2,000 years of comprehension must not be used. However, even so, it would not take long for Chu Yun to improve this holy martial arts to the state of great perfection. After all, he can accumulate 100 or 200 years of martial arts enlightenment every day, and the uneven building in the spiritual world is still continuously supplying him with a large amount of bait. Since there are treasures in this false god statue, there is no reason why there are no treasures in other statues. At this time, Luo Qingcheng looked at the other statues, and a sly smile appeared on her face. When the voice fell, she had already taken action quickly and smashed all the statues. There was only a burst of booming sound, and those statues did not trigger any abnormalities, but were directly smashed to pieces by Luo Qingcheng's attack. And among those statues, there were indeed some treasures, including armor, elixirs, formation diagrams, and talismans. Great, all of them are holy products. Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. Luo Qingcheng's bright eyes flashed with light. Although these things were no longer of much use to her, she was still very happy at the moment. This joy does not come from the objects themselves, but from the process of discovering them. This relic was originally a fair game for the saints of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. They entered it and searched for treasures. Some brothers and sisters were lucky and found some holy level skills and weapons, which was considered a small win. Luo Qingcheng has been competitive since she was a child, so she naturally does not want to fall behind. The treasures in these statues in front of her are valuable enough to surpass other brothers and sisters. What are you still standing there for? Put them away quickly. Don't you like them? Luo Qingcheng tilted her head and looked at Chu Yun and asked. It's not that I don't like it. Chu Yun smiled bitterly, touched his nose, and said, it's just that you always make me feel like I'm being surrounded. Does it feel sweet? Luo Qingcheng's eyes were curved, like two bright crescents, looking at Chu Yun. A little sweet. Chu Yun was silent for a while, and finally nodded honestly. Luo Qingcheng chuckled and said, it's good to be sweet. Why bother about so many things? Chu Yun didn't know what to say for a moment. The masculinity in his heart made him want to refuse righteously, but his body still walked forward honestly and put away the treasures one by one. Then he saw Luo Qingcheng holding his arm and continued to walk inside, as if shopping. Walking on the road, Chu Yun didn't actually look at the surrounding scenes. His eyes were all on Luo Qingcheng beside him. Looking at her delicate profile and feeling her elation, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'm trapped. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The two walked into a palace. It looked like a place where people would live. There were some utensils on display, huge cabinets, and some tables embedded in the wall, on which some things were placed. There were some very valuable treasures among them. Luo Qingcheng asked Chu Yun to take them all and search through boxes and cabinets everywhere. However, they knew that the most valuable treasures were often hidden in those seemingly inconspicuous statues. So, they walked in and smashed the statues without saying anything. In them, there were often treasures of holy level hidden. To be honest, this greatly enriched Chu Yun's current inventory of holy treasures. But what disappointed him a little was that the number of holy skills in martial arts was still not large. After searching for a long time, there was only the Thunder Heaven 10,000 God's Fist. It seems that even in the ancient ruins, there are not many high-quality skills in martial arts, and the landlord's family has no surplus food. Chu Yun shook his head. For him, to improve his strength, the most important thing is definitely to focus on martial arts skills, especially holy skills, which can allow Chu Yun to control more initiative in the battle against the Supreme Realm. That Thunder God Fist is enough for you to practice for decades. Martial arts are more valuable when you master one skill to perfection than when you master 10 skills at the same time. Luo Qingcheng pondered for a moment, wanting to remind Chu Yun not to be too greedy. Chu Yun smiled and said, "You are right, but how should I put it? My situation is a little special." "How special?" Luo Qingcheng asked. "That Thunder God Fist. I may only need a few days to fully master it and reach the state of perfection." Chu Yun thought about it and spoke honestly. Really? Luo Qingcheng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking again. In fact, if someone else said this to her, she would not even pay attention, because it was impossible. But since this was said by Chu Yun, she didn't know why she actually doubted whether this was possible. "It's true." Chu Yun nodded and said, "I have a special talent. I can learn any technique or martial arts very quickly, including comprehending the power of laws." "I believe you." Luo Qingcheng thought about it, and finally nodded, saying, "You have only been out for a short period of more than 10 days, and you have mastered the laws of wood and wind. This kind of thing is impossible for others. It seems that your talent and understanding are indeed different from ordinary people, or you are not a human at all." At the end, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help looking up and down at Chu Yun, as if she wanted to see what was wrong with this guy. The corners of Chu Yun's mouth trembled twice, and he said, "I can't tell whether you are praising me or insulting me." Chapter 394 Blackmail. "Of course I'm praising you. If you can really master a holy technique in just a few days, then your unique talent can be said to be better than the 10 great spirits in Jiaozu. Any talent discovered in the world cannot compete with your understanding." As Luo Qingcheng spoke, he made some meaningless gestures with his twisted fingers and said, "So, is this true?" Yes. Chu Yun smiled bitterly and finally nodded. "Okay, then I've decided." Luo Qingcheng took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. "What do you want to do?" Chu Yun asked doubtfully. Luo Qingcheng said seriously and solemnly, "After I go back, I will bring all the existing martial arts in Yuan Dao Lingshan sect to you one by one. A simple estimate is that there are more than 1,000 books in total. How many days can you finish learning one book?" Chu Yun was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't even bother to answer Luo Qingcheng's question, but asked in surprise, "Are you kidding?" "As long as you are not kidding me, I am not kidding," Luo Qingcheng said. "The originals of those martial arts are now in the hands of the elders and disciples. They need to comprehend and practice all the time." "How do you get them?" Chu Yun asked. Luo Qingcheng snorted and said, "As a matter of course, if you can really practice it in a few days, then why not borrow it? Anyway, they can't finish learning one book in decades, and they just use it for a few days temporarily. I don't think anyone will refuse to give me this face. Let's start with the elders of our Qingluan Peak. At least they can take out dozens of books." Chu Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Really, every time he talked with Luo Qingcheng, he felt like his worldview was being refreshed. Is this the life of being kept by a rich woman? It's too good, isn't it? As for Qingluan Peak, I can explain it in one word. If the elder skills are borrowed for a few days, no one will talk about it. But if it is placed on other peaks, there needs to be an explanation. I must not tell your affairs to anyone. Although I trust all of you senior brothers and sisters, your situation is so special that even I can't help but want to cut open your head to see what's inside, let alone others." Luo Qingcheng touched his chin, which was as smooth as egg white, frowned and thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said, "I got it. I will say that I want to create a new martial art and skill, and combine the strengths of hundreds of schools. Although my senior brothers and sisters will definitely think that I will not succeed, if I insist, they will still agree to let the elders in the sect hand over the holy skills to me in batches. In this way, with me as your shield, you don't have to worry about being discovered." Chu Yun listened silently at the side, and looking at Luo Qingcheng complacently, holding up her snow-white little face and waiting to be praised, he couldn't help but smile warmly. As they talked, they came to a relatively wide hall. They stopped one after another behind a thick door. because they all heard a movement in the hall. Who could it be? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Qingcheng, saying, "Doesn't the restriction in this palace group restrict people below the level of saints from entering? Could it be that a peak master has come?" "No." Luo Qingcheng shook her head with certainty and said, "This area was left to me by my senior brothers and sisters. They keep their word. They won't do such sneaky things. As for who is inside, Humphrey, we'll know after we go in and take a look." As he said that, Luo Qingcheng pushed the door open without any scruples and walked in. There was only a bang. The door was pushed open, and Luo Qingcheng strode in, looking aggressive and arrogant. In the hall, several figures were exploring everywhere. They were in high spirits, but were interrupted by the sudden movement, and they were stunned in their places. Chu Yun followed Luo Qingcheng in, and swept his eyes over the faces of those people. He found that he had seen two of them before. They were the people who sat in the Sanxin Guiling Sect's envoy group during the competition between Yuan Dao Lingshan Sect and Sanxin Guiling Sect. Dong Lingfei. Luo Qingcheng's eyes fell on the face of the middle-aged man, raised her eyebrows, and couldn't help laughing. "You are really brave. You dare to come here." Luo Qingcheng. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly, as if he was a little embarrassed, and said, Are you healed, Humphrey?" Luo Qingcheng snorted coldly, and in an instant, the saint's domain had unfolded, like the most domineering will between heaven and earth, spreading to the entire hall in an instant, crushing the figures on the opposite side. The middle-aged man standing opposite had an even uglier expression. The divine light around him trembled, and he also propped up his saint's domain. The characteristics of his domain were quite similar to Luo Qingcheng's, both of which were based on the Golden Law. But it was obvious that Dong Lingfei's saint's domain was far inferior to Luo Qingcheng's saint's domain in terms of quality and scale, and was suppressed to death. At this moment, the two saints' domains confronted each other. Chu Yun was under the protection of Luo Qingcheng's domain, and felt that everything was calm and peaceful without any waves. The disciples of the Three Gods Guiling Sect opposite him were in Dong Lingfei's domain, but their faces were solemn, and they retreated repeatedly, and finally almost shrank to Dong Lingfei's side. "No more fighting! No more fighting!" Dong Lingfei quickly raised his hands in surrender, showing weakness. Although he was very unwilling, he still smiled bitterly and said, "I'm unlucky to meet you. I admit defeat." Luo Qingcheng snorted again when she heard this. On the surface, she seemed calm, but Chu Yun knew that she must be very proud at this moment. If she had a tail, it would have been flying up to the sky. "Since you admit defeat, then tell me what's going on. Why did you, the people of the Three Gods Guiling Sect, appear in this secret realm of the Liaosha Forest Sea? Don't you know that this is already the territory of our Yuan Dao Lingshan Sect?" Luo Qingcheng narrowed her eyes and said, "Alas." Dong Lingfei sighed and said, "We did sneak in privately, because we accidentally found another entrance in the Quicksand Forest Sea. I heard that other saints of your sect have already explored it, and only you requested to reserve an area that has not been explored. I don't know when you will come." The disciples in the sect lost in the previous competition and were not convinced. They wanted to take advantage of you, so Dong Lingfei couldn't say anything after saying that. It was said that the disciples were not convinced, but how could he be convinced? But if he really ran into Luo Qingcheng, he was not convinced, but there was nothing he could do. If it was other saints who blocked him here, Dong Lingfei would definitely not admit defeat so easily. But Luo Qingcheng, to be honest, Dong Lingfei didn't know how many times he had lost to this woman. Both sides followed the path of the Gold Law. Luo Qingcheng also had all his own combat characteristics, and each one was stronger than him. Moreover, because Luo Qingcheng possessed the mysterious mirror spiritual body, one of the 10 special spiritual bodies, which could absorb the opponent's moves and learn quickly, Luo Qingcheng had already understood his fighting style better than he did in the past years of fighting. Luo Qingcheng knew exactly what he would do in a fight. It was precisely because of this ability that Luo Qingcheng was recognized by the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect as the most powerful saint, and even the sect master Zhong Wanhua had no objection. "Humphrey, face is a good thing, but it's a pity that some people don't want it." Luo Qingcheng shook her head repeatedly and said, "You are a saint of the Three Gods Guiling Sect, but you bring your disciples to do such sneaky things. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? You actually come to steal my territory, you are simply courting death. Dong Lingfei clenched his fists silently, muttering to himself, I can't beat him, I can't beat him. After a long time, he sighed and said, if you have any requests, just say it, as long as it's not too excessive, we will pretend that nothing happened today. How about it? Okay. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, since you're so sensible, then I'll say it straight. You and your 3 disciples, 4 people, each of you, bring me 10 holy level exercises and martial arts. 10? Dong Lingfei's eyes instantly widened and he said, are you crazy? Where can we get so many saint level skills and martial arts? Even you, how many saint level skills and martial arts have you practiced before you reached the saint realm? 5 is considered a lot, right? Luo Qingcheng looked calm when she heard this and did not respond, because the total number of saint-level skills and martial arts she had learned was indeed no more than 5. As she said, the higher the grade of the martial arts, the more valuable it is to have quality rather than quantity. Studying one thoroughly is better than anything else. You really can't produce it now, but it doesn't matter, I can wait. Luo Qingcheng looked at Dong Lingfei and said, I'll wait for you here. Go back to the 3 Gods Guiling sect now. Within 10 hours, you must bring back 40 holy level skills and martial arts. I will return these 3 disciples to you. If you exceed the time limit or fail to bring back enough skills and martial arts, then we will put the matter on the table and let my head brother and your sect master have a good nagging to see if you can afford to lose this person. After the voice fell, the corners of Dong Lingfei's mouth trembled several times, and his breathing became rapid. There is no doubt that Luo Qingcheng's move was a blackmail that she didn't even pretend to be. The 3 disciples and Dong Lingfei's reputation have become bargaining chips, or hostages, in Luo Qingcheng's hands. Luo Qingcheng made this request, even if it meant to settle privately, and once she put the matter on the table, it would become a diplomatic incident between the 2 sects. Regardless of whether his own sect would suffer in this incident, at least Dong Lingfei's own reputation would be affected. Once he sneaked into the secret realm with his disciples and was caught, and the news that his disciples were detained by the saints on the opposite side spread out, his old face would be completely lost. 10 books, isn't it a bit too much? Dong Lingfei tried to bargain. Too much? Luo Qingcheng blinked at him and said, if you think it's too much, then don't give me any. You are so cruel. Dong Lingfei took a deep breath to calm his emotions. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in grief and left straight away, leaving only 3 disciples of the 3 Gods Guiling sect, looking at Luo Qingcheng in the hall, trembling. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Qingcheng flicked her fingers, and several spiritual lights flew out and landed on the eyebrows of those disciples. In an instant, the 3 disciples were knocked unconscious by Luo Qingcheng, and their cultivation was sealed. At least, in the process of waiting for Dong Lingfei to come back, these disciples must not cause any accidents. So, it's that simple? Chu Yun watched the whole process and couldn't help but sighed. Yes, it's that simple. Luo Qingcheng nodded and said with a smile, if it weren't for you, the 3 Gods Guiling sect defeated the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, and I happened to find a secret passage to enter the secret realm, I would definitely sneak in to make trouble. This kind of thing is very common. As long as I am not discovered, it will be fine. But unfortunately, Dong Lingfei was discovered by you, and he couldn't beat you, so this matter became very embarrassing. Chu Yun said, touching his nose. Yes, who told me that I am better than him? Luo Qingcheng smiled proudly and said, wait, Dong Lingfei will definitely come back. He is the peak master of Fian Peak of the 3 Gods Guiling sect. Fian Peak is quite large in the 3 Gods Guiling sect. If he really wants to take it, he can take out 50 or 60 holy grade martial arts. But leave a way out for him so that we can meet again in the future. If you ask too much, he might refuse. It's not good to be too excessive. And the fact is just as Luo Qingcheng said. While waiting for Dong Lingfei, Luo Qingcheng took Chu Yun to continue exploring in this hall. Not long after, that is, 5 or 6 hours later, Dong Lingfei appeared in this secret realm again, with 40 holy grade martial arts, and appeared in front of Chu Yun and the others. "Where is my disciple?" Dong Lingfei's face was gloomy. He handed the originals of 40 holy grade martial arts to Luo Qingcheng, and couldn't help but gritted his teeth and asked. Luo Qingcheng reached out and grabbed 3 Sanxin Guiling sect disciples who were in a coma from the hall next door, handed them to Dong Lingfei, and said with a smile, "One hand pays the other hand receives the goods. Honesty is the basis, and we will never cheat anyone. Welcome to visit us next time." Chapter 395 Map. "That's not necessary." Dong Lingfei gritted his teeth. Really, if he hadn't been unable to defeat Luo Qingcheng, he would have taken action long ago. Luo Qingcheng took over the originals of the exercises, handed over 3 disciples of the 3 gods Guiling sect to Dong Lingfei, and then said, "Take me to see the entrance you found, and then you can leave." Humphrey. Dong Lingfei snorted, took over the 3 disciples, and said nothing more. He stood up and flew away. Luo Qingcheng followed closely behind, and then watched Dong Lingfei disappear from a dark cloud in the sky. Obviously, the location of the cloud was the entrance to the secret realm discovered by Dong Lingfei, and this secret realm is now the property of the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. All its entrances and exits must be strictly controlled, and this kind of thing that someone can take advantage of the loophole must not happen again. After noting the location of the gap, Luo Qingcheng returned to the palace to find Chu Yun. "The skills in martial arts this guy brought are pretty good. It seems that he took all the holy skills that the elders and disciples in Fian Peak are practicing. I don't know what means he used, but it's none of our business anyway." Luo Qingcheng smiled and gave all the skills to Chu Yun, saying, "These 40 books are enough for you to study for a long time, right?" "Yeah." Chu Yun nodded, feeling the heavy weight in his hand, and then looked at Luo Qingcheng. He really wanted to say, "Rich woman, I don't want to work hard anymore." Afterwards, Luo Qingcheng and Chu Yun continued to set off, sweeping back and forth in this palace, but the harvest became negligible, because the places they were going to were basically walked by Dong Lingfei and his 3 disciples. Not long after, Luo Qingcheng felt that this feeling of eating other people's leftovers was really not good, so he took Chu Yun and left the secret realm together. When they returned to Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, it was already a day later. Because of Dong Lingfei's appearance, this trip to the secret realm was very fruitful for Luo Qingcheng and Chu Yun. Chu Yun decided to screen the 40 or so holy martial arts and skills. Although holy skills are the highest level of skills, not every one of them is valuable. After all, Chu Yun wants to learn these, but it costs martial arts enlightenment. Good steel should be used on the blade. Some holy martial arts that are not very valuable to learn, although they are also powerful, are redundant. It is better to save them to comprehend the Zhengshan Qinyu, which is a skill that has the hope of impacting the holy skills. For a long time afterwards, Chu Yun stayed on Qingluan Peak, comprehending those holy skills in martial arts, and his own combat power was greatly enhanced in a very short time. Regardless of his body movements, sword techniques, finger techniques, boxing techniques, leg techniques, etc., all of them were upgraded to saint-level martial arts, and he also mastered several different techniques for different purposes. In addition, as the outer sect trial day approached, Lin Zhuan, who had been practicing hard in the time ball, also made great progress, except for a period in the middle, when he temporarily came out of seclusion because he ran out of practice resources. Lin Zhuan spent all the rest of his time practicing in the time ball, and his cultivation level also continued to rise with continuous practice. On the 30th day of seclusion, that is, after Lin Zhuan practiced in the time ball for almost 3 years, his realm successfully broke through from the Qianjun realm to the Wanshai realm. This speed of practice is not fast compared to those geniuses, but you have to know that Lin Zhuan's qualifications can be said to be of the lowest level. Even after taking the Linian Tongtai pill, he is only an average person. From this, we can see how amazing his efforts are. At the same time, this breakthrough from Qianjun realm to Wanshai realm also allowed Chu Yun to successfully obtain 3 holy baits. After Chu Yun fished them one by one, he received a generous reward. Ding! Congratulations, You have obtained 2,000 years of martial arts enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a holy treasure, a holy spirit body protection. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a map of the Tanxuantongshan secret realm. Needless to say, the first two of these 3 fishing trips were relatively regular rewards, but the third reward made Chu Yun pay great attention. The reward of the ruins map is undoubtedly the most valuable of all the rewards. This is the biggest feeling Chu Yun has gained after walking through the secret realm outside Jinxia City. Because, after having the ruins map, as long as one's own cultivation reaches the standard, entering the ruins is equivalent to entering a free paradise. All the traps, crises and tribulations can be regarded as meaningless to the map holder, just like strolling in his own backyard. The Tanxuantongshan mysterious realm will be opened in 3 months, and the location is in the Xuanhao Mountains of Tanhao Province. The cultivation level required is the Supreme Realm or above the Destiny Realm. Chu Yun looked at the requirements on the map and couldn't help touching his chin. Although his current cultivation level has not yet reached the Destiny Realm, and there is still a certain distance from the ordinary Supreme Realm, this does not prevent him from making up his mind to go to Tanhao Province. After all, Chu Yun has the body of an earth demon. In this state of the earth demon body, Chu Yun's combat power is completely comparable to that of a Supreme Realm warrior. Although this is often inconvenient to show to the outside world, the trump card of saving life is still there, which can make Chu Yun more confident. In addition, Chu Yun has a more deadly source of confidence, that is, Luo Qingcheng. To be honest, he didn't plan to go alone at all. If he wanted to go, he would definitely take Luo Qingcheng with him, so as to ensure that nothing could go wrong. With the help of a saint and the assistance of the map, it would be easy to reach the mysterious realm of Tanxuantongshan. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the outer trial day of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect. On King Luan Peak, Lin Zhuan was still practicing in the time ball. He was unwilling to waste the last 3 days, because it was just 3 days for the outside world, but it was more than 100 days for him. After this hard practice, Lin Zhuan's cultivation had reached the realm of the 6th level of the Wanshai realm, and it was certain that in the next 3 days, he could at least break through the realm of the 1st level and reach the 7th level of the Wanshai realm. This progress in cultivation brought Chu Yun, the master, a reward of 6 holy baits. After Chu Yun fished them, although he did not get any special treasures like maps, he also gained a lot. On the other hand, with the arrival of the outer trial day, there was also a person in Yuan Dao Lingshan sect who was waiting to see Lin Zhuan's jokes and Chu Yun's jokes. Needless to say, this person is naturally Sun Kainer from Tanshuang Peak. Chapter 396 Demonic Sound. Since that incident, Sun Kainer clearly felt that her life in Tanshuang Peak had been greatly affected. Although she proved her innocence in front of the Peak Master with the Heart Mirror, it did not allow her to completely win Liu Ruoxi's trust. After all, who can become a saint is a fool. Even if Liu Ruoxi was fooled by Sun Kainer's righteous words at the time, as long as she thought about it afterwards, she would still realize that it was more likely that Sun Kainer was pretending. As the master of Tanshuang Peak, as long as Liu Ruoxi had such an idea in his mind, Sun Kainer, as a disciple of Tanshuang Peak, would not have an easy life. Originally, when she first joined Tanshuang Peak, because of Sun Kainer's unique talent and her way of dealing with people, she was like a fish in water here and was taken care of everywhere. But since that day, Sun Kainer clearly felt that she seemed to be marginalized, and many opportunities were missed by her, and many good things were not her turn. Although, for most of the disciples, this is the normal treatment, but for Sun Kainer, she can't accept it at all. So, in Sun Kainer's heart, she can't help but be more angry and resentful towards Chu Yun and Lin Zhuan, the master and disciple. If Chu Yun hadn't been meddling in other people's business and let Lin Zhuan, the waste, die peacefully, this matter wouldn't have developed to the situation today. It's all their fault. In 3 days, it will be the day of the outer sect trial. That waste has been practicing since he was a child, and his cultivation is only the 2nd or 3rd level of the physical realm. There is no one weaker than him in the entire sect. With his strength, he will definitely not be able to pass the outer sect trial. By then, I don't know how you can stay in this sect, Sun Qian'er thought angrily in her heart, and a funny mockery gradually floated in her thoughts. At the beginning, Chu Yun accepted that waste as a disciple, which caused a lot of uproar in the sect. But what can be done about it? The talent of that waste is so poor, no matter who accepts him as a disciple, he will only be a waste. Now the outer sect trial is about to come, and the registered disciples who fail to complete the trial will be expelled from the sect. By then, even Chu Yun, the master, will lose face. When she thought of this, Sun Qian'er couldn't stop her joy. After so many days of frustration, she was finally able to wait for something that made her feel happy. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside Sun Qian'er's residence. "Qian'er, are you there?" A refreshing female voice sounded from outside. Sun Qian'er heard that the owner of the voice was her good friend Li Zixuan. Although she didn't know why Li Zixuan came to see her at this moment, it was impossible to refuse to see her good friend. After Sun Qian'er simply packed up, she got up and went out to greet her. "Zixuan, why are you here? Didn't you say you would practice at home for a few days?" Sun Qian'er asked with a soft smile on her face. The outer sect trial day is approaching. This trial is not only a test of whether the registered disciples and the menial disciples can become outer sect disciples, but also a test for those who have already become outer sect disciples. On the day of the trial, all those who have obtained the qualifications of outer sect disciples must challenge the old outer sect disciples. They do not seek to win, and they will be qualified if they can survive 3 moves. However, in order to show their own strength and the status of old outer sect disciples, all the outer sect disciples who are challenged will use all their skills to prevent the newcomers who have just been promoted to the qualifications of outer sect disciples from being able to survive 3 moves in their hands. It will undoubtedly be a very embarrassing thing. Therefore, in order to be prepared for a rainy day, almost all outer sect disciples will strengthen their own cultivation before the outer sect trial day to prepare for the outer sect trial day. "I came to see you. Of course I have good news." Li Zixuan blinked at her and said, "The person you've been thinking about came back to the sect last night." As soon as the words fell, Sun Qian'er's heart moved, and a blush appeared on her face. She pretended to be shy, lowered her head and said, "What are you talking about? I won't pay attention to you." But, even though she said that, Sun Qian'er's heart beat faster. When she thought of the figure in white clothes standing in her mind, she couldn't help but feel full of longing and sweetness. "I heard that my brother encountered a lot of dangerous things outside this time. When he came back last night, his body was still injured and not healed. But I went to see him, and he was not serious. He will recover soon. If you go to see him now, he will definitely be very happy." Li Zixuan hummed and laughed. After Sun Qian'er's vague hints and reminders during this period, she had long known that Sun Qian'er had always been in love with her brother, and she was also happy to see this happen. After all, one is her brother and the other is her best friend. The relationship between the two is so close. If the two can be together, it will be a good thing for her to be closer. "Well, then I will go to visit senior brother Li later." Sun Qian'er nodded repeatedly. "This is the token of my brother's cave. With it, you can sneak in and give him a surprise," Li Zixuan said, handing a token to Sun Qian'er, giving her the last assist, and then ran away. Obviously, she also spent a lot of effort to match Sun Qian'er and Li Bei together. Sun Qian'er took the token of Li Bei's cave and looked at Li Zixuan's figure going away. She was very happy. It was worth it that she put so much thought into Li Zixuan. Finally, she got Li Zixuan's sincere treatment and could help her to Li Bei wholeheartedly. In Sun Qian'er's opinion, a young, handsome, and promising inner disciple like Li Bei is the real match. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, Li Bei will at least be a strong man in the supreme realm. If he can seize the position of a true disciple and use the resources of the sect, it is possible for him to become a saint. "Brother Li is injured. This is a good opportunity for me to visit him, but I can't just go empty-handed." "But what should I bring?" With Brother Li's status, he must have no shortage of elixirs for healing when he is injured. "These things in my hands are not good enough." Sun Qian'er thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. "That is, to visit Li Bei with a pot of chicken soup, since the things she can take out have no practical value in the eyes of people like Li Bei. It is better to simply put aside the factor of practical value and play something heartfelt. Thinking of this, Sun Kiner did what she said and immediately went to the kitchen to kill a chicken and make soup. Not long after, a pot of chicken soup with good color, fragrance and taste was ready. After Sun Kiner carefully packaged it, she went straight to Li Bei's cave. Dan Shuang Peak, Back Mountain. In Li Bei's cave, a figure in white was sitting cross-legged in a mansion to recuperate and refine the power of medicine. This man had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and his demeanor was extraordinary. He was the type that could make women unable to take their eyes away at first glance, but there was little blood on his face. He looked pale. Obviously he was seriously injured and had not recovered yet. Li Bei slowly exhaled, and a stagnation in his chest and abdomen slowly discharged, but the pain in his body did not decrease. He frowned slightly and pressed his waist and abdomen with his hand. He had obviously not suffered any serious injuries here. It seemed that he was just swept by the mysterious black-robed man. Now the injuries in other places have almost healed. Why is it still so painful here? He slowly lifted his shirt, wanting to see what was wrong here, whether there were any hidden injuries. Looking down, Li Bei was stunned, because, in his waist and abdomen, at some point, a ball of black gas had condensed, as if he had been poisoned, polluting his blood and flowing continuously. What the hell is this? Li Bei's face was very ugly. He saw that the entire area of his waist and abdomen, about the size of a human face, was pitch black, and the blood inside seemed to have been affected, reflecting the turbidity in the flow. He didn't know what was wrong with this injury, but he knew that he must have been tricked by the man in black robes, and the injuries in other places were not real killer moves. This was it. However, just as Li Bei was about to take some new pills to detoxify, something unexpected happened. The ball of black gas in the waist and abdomen, the black blood inside it slowly flowed and condensed, and eventually turned into a face. A hideous and terrifying black face, like a devil. Two bloodshot eyes stared at him intently. The appearance of this scene frightened Li Bei so much that his eyes widened and he almost screamed out. Even with his many years of experience in the martial arts world, he was frightened to the point that his brain was a little sluggish. What's going on? Why is there a face growing on my waist? At this time, the black face growing on his waist suddenly opened its mouth and laughed out a gloomy and strange laugh. Li Bei felt extremely creepy. Moreover, the skin on Li Bei's waist and abdomen was directly torn because of the black face's strange laugh. The mouth part was like a piece of paper with a mouth cut out from the middle, but no blood flowed out, which looked even more weird. What are you? Li Bei trembled in his heart, but he looked at the ghost face calmly, thinking quickly about how to deal with it. Thing? No, I'm not a thing, let alone a good thing. The ghost face jokingly answered slowly, with a relaxed tone of sarcasm and amusement, like a cat looking at the mouse in its palm, not afraid that it could escape. Do you know where this is? This is the headquarters of the Yuandao Lingshan sect. I don't care what your purpose is, and I don't want to know what your purpose is. Anyway, get out of my body right now. Otherwise, once the saints in the sect finds your trace, you will definitely die, Li Bei said threateningly with a heavier tone. The ghost face still sneered and said nonchalantly, it seems that you are very afraid of me and want me to leave your body. Forget it. I know your little thoughts very well. I know everything you are thinking, just like what you are thinking now is that he must be trying to blow me up. What should I think of to let Master know what happened here? Master is the saint of Dan Shuang Peak. He must have a way. Right? After speaking, the ghost face laughed again. The voice was gloomy and terrifying, cold like a devil from hell, best at manipulating people's hearts. Li Bei's body trembled twice, and his face became paler, because what the ghost face just said was exactly his entire psychological activities. Not a word wrong. What on earth are you, and why are you attached to me? That mysterious man in black robe. That's right, you were that man in black robe, right? You did it on purpose, leaving this secret move on me. Li Bei's teeth were itching, and he didn't know whether it was because of anger or fear. His teeth were trembling at this moment. Countless thoughts and ideas of survival came out of his mind, but he was quickly stopped by himself, because that ghost face could peek into his heart. No matter what plan he had, the ghost face knew it clearly. He had to force himself not to make any so-called plans, but to seize the possibility of escaping by using a method of winning without any moves. But how is this possible? Even the idea of stopping his plan passed through his brain. He didn't have a second head. How could he bypass his brain and give instructions to his body? This is simply not something that humans can do. It seems that you have realized the seriousness of the problem. That's good. I'm looking forward to your next idea. What do you want to think? Ghostface's sarcastic voice sounded, full of mockery in his tone. Li Bei's face looked very ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked with difficulty, "Who on earth are you? Tell me, what do you want to do?" He. Ghostface sneered and said, "I told you a long time ago that I am not a thing, let alone a good thing. If you have to say, I am a demon. Demon clan?" Li Bei's face became even uglier. His pupils shrank instantly, and the shock and fear in his heart reached a peak in an instant. The demon clan. It turned out to be the demon clan existing in Kyushu, and he was actually possessed by a demon clan. Chapter 397 Ghostface. The demons, in a broad sense, are a race that evolved from magic monsters. Just like humans to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the demons use the magic energy of the universe as their basic energy source and adhere to the so-called laws of the universe. What are the laws of the universe? That is, destroy all worlds and let all things return to the universe. In the eyes of the demons, the worlds in this world, such as the small worlds like the spiritual world and the true spirit world, and the big worlds like Jiazu, no matter how big or small, as long as there is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is stolen from the universe. Only by destroying these worlds, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to merge into the universe, transforming into the magic energy of the universe, and completely annihilating it, can it be the most beautiful thing in the world. Simply put, the demons, from a fundamental standpoint, are naturally opposed to all human beings and are irreconcilable enemies. In worlds like Jiazu and the true spirit world, where there are teleportation arrays, each teleportation will bring a part of the fluctuation of the magic energy of the universe. These cosmic magic energies will enter the world through the gaps of transmission, and will breed magic monsters. If these magic monsters are blessed by nature or have special opportunities, they may be able to develop intelligence and transform into a powerful demon clan. In the history of Jiazu, such things have happened more than once or twice, but in most cases, the demon clan in the world is not that strong, and there are only a handful of demons with earthly bodies. They are usually only powerful in combat and have no other abilities. But, like this ghost face, it can silently possess a warrior in the Fate Wheel realm without being discovered. To be honest, Li Bei has never heard of it. Recalling the figure of the mysterious black-robed man, an extreme idea came to his mind. Li Bei couldn't help but wonder if this was a demon body comparable to a saint. What do you want to do by attaching yourself to me? Recovering from your injuries, or looking for someone to possess? If you want to possess someone, I can cooperate with you. My talent in the sect is not good, and there are many people who are stronger than me. I can take you to find the true disciple in our sect. Li Bei swallowed his saliva, suppressed his inner panic, and planned to cooperate with this ghost face to let him go. Whether this ghost face is a demon of the earth or a demon of the sky, he is definitely not someone he can contend with. Moreover, the other party attached to him can take his life at any time. At this time, if he wants to survive, he can only cooperate with the other party's intentions. Li Bei forced himself to give up those unrealistic ideas, and also gave up those ideas of asking for help from the saints, and showed the greatest sincerity in his heart. But unfortunately, Ghostface still laughed mockingly, and said, I feel your sincerity, but unfortunately, your guess is totally wrong. Taking over the body is something that you humans, the waste of your old age, will do in order to survive in the world. I am not even interested in taking a second look at your human body. Then you can tell me what you want to do, no matter what it is, as long as you can spare my life. I can cooperate with you unconditionally. Tell me. Li Bei seemed a little excited. He finally crossed that psychological barrier and was ready to cooperate with Ghostface wholeheartedly and do things that might endanger his own sect. But who knew that Ghostface didn't seem to be interested in this? This was an extremely dangerous thing for him, because this means that the bargaining chips that Li Bei can use are not considered bargaining chips in the eyes of Ghostface. The Ghostface looked at Li Bei sarcastically and said, I do need to use your body to do something, but unfortunately, I don't need your cooperation at all. After saying this, Li Bei's eyes were full of despair. And then he saw that the ghost face on his waist suddenly dispersed and turned into a ball of black gas that exploded in his body and quickly spread all over his body. Then, when the ghost face appeared again, it had already appeared on Li Bei's face. The eyes of the ghost face replaced Li Bei's eyes, the nose of the ghost face replaced Li Bei's nose, and the mouth of the ghost face replaced Li Bei's mouth. At the same time, outside the cave, a figure in white clothes and white skirts, with delicate makeup and beautiful posture, was holding a pot of chicken soup and standing there with a pale face. This person was Sun Qian'er, who came to visit Li Bei. She never thought that she would run into such a thing. After listening to the whole process outside, Sun Qian'er only felt a chill on her back and a gust of cold wind behind her neck. I need to leave. Sun Qian'er took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Li Bei was finished, but Sun Qian'er, who had always admired him, did not feel sad, because when she eavesdropped outside, she knew that Li Bei did not hesitate to cooperate with Ghostface to harm other people in the sect in order to survive, and the glorious image of Li Bei in Sun Qian'er's mind had collapsed. It was at that time that Sun Qian'er realized that they were the same kind of people. Fortunately, the person standing outside the cave was her, and the person held hostage by Ghostface inside was Li Bei. As long as this news is told to the sect, it will be a great achievement. Although I don't know what plan the Demon Clan has to sneak into the sect, as long as I reveal his identity, Master will definitely remember me as the first merit. Sun Qian'er clearly realized this and knew that this was her chance to soar to the sky. Thinking of this, she immediately slowly retreated, her eyes still fixed on the figure of Li Bei in the cave, for fear that she would alarm the other party when she left. At this time, Sun Qian'er almost lost her balance due to a missed step, and the pot of chicken soup in her hand also fell down. Sun Qian'er's eyes widened, and it was almost a subconscious reaction. She immediately bent down to stabilize her body, then turned her waist and quickly grabbed the handle of the chicken soup pot with her other hand. Finally, she grabbed it firmly before the chicken soup fell to the ground. The whole process happened in an instant, without any sound or noise. Sun Qian'er let out a breath nervously, and the process was also silent. She picked up the chicken soup pot and looked back into the cave. Seeing that Li Bei's figure was still there and was not alarmed, she was completely relieved and turned to leave. However, at the moment when she turned around, a figure appeared in front of her without knowing when, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, handsome appearance, and a loving smile on his face, looking at her calmly. Isn't this junior sister Sun? She came to visit senior brother with a pot of chicken soup. Why are you in such a hurry to leave without even leaving any soup? Sun Qian'er's pupils shrank, and her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a sharp hand in an instant, because the person in front of her was Li Bei with a grimace. Chapter 398 Demon Tribe. Sun Qian'er finally left the chicken soup, and at the same time, she also left her life. Not long after, the disciples in Tanshuang Peak saw their very familiar inner disciple Li Bei, with a faint smile on his face, carrying a pot of chicken soup and drinking it while walking. When a disciple greeted him on the road, Li Bei responded with a smile. His words and deeds were no different from usual. Even when some disciples were brave enough to come forward to ask Li Bei some questions about cultivation, he responded patiently. No one noticed that in the depths of Li Bei's eyes, there was a touch of woodenness and deep fear. The whole person was like a puppet, unable to move. Walking and stopping, Li Bei left Tanshuang Peak and went all the way to the teleportation formation on the floating island. Soon, he came to the location of the teleportation array. The elder guarding the place saw him coming and showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help asking, "Brother Bei, have your injuries healed?" "Almost," Li Bei responded slightly, walked forward and said, "But there is something I want to ask you, uncle." As he said that, he walked forward with a mysterious look on his face. The elder and Li Bei were obviously familiar with each other, and he was not on guard and let Li Bei come over. When the two of them got close, Li Bei pretended to whisper. The elder bowed his head and was about to listen, but his eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. Then, he trembled and lowered his head, and saw that his chest was forcibly inserted into it by Li Bei's big hand, and it passed through his chest. You. The elder groaned in pain, and was about to roar, but he couldn't make any sound all of a sudden, because Li Bei's big hand tightly grasped his heart, and when he exerted force suddenly, the elder's body trembled, his heart exploded, and his body fell down. SHH. Li Bei raised a finger in front of his thin lips to the elder, and then watched the elder's eyes gradually lose their spirit. The appearance of this scene immediately panicked the disciples present, and they were all shocked beyond words. They were surprised at why Li Bei's strength could do such a thing, and he could kill an elder of the Supreme Realm alone. At the same time, they were also shocked by the incident itself. "Are you crazy?" "You," a disciple pointed at Li Bei tremblingly, and before he finished speaking, he saw a burst of black hair bursting from Li Bei's body, spreading in an instant, sweeping the whole place. At that moment, the bodies of all the disciples at the scene were enveloped by the thick black gas. In an instant, it was as if an invisible big hand was pinching their throats. Their bodies trembled and their eyes widened. They could not speak or make any reaction. Snap, snap. The sound of bones breaking came one after another. It was the sound of necks being twisted. When the bodies of those disciples fell to the ground, the black gas drilled into their bodies again, absorbed all the spiritual energy of the world from those bodies, and returned to Li Bei's body again. It's really delicious. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth mixed with the origin of human life will be transformed into the most concentrated cosmic magic energy once ingested. Li Bei muttered to himself, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he laughed. "When I think that from now on, all the people in the whole Kyushu will be the blood food of my demon clan, I can't help but be excited." As he spoke, Li Bei walked towards the base of the teleportation formation in this square full of corpses. After some operations on it and inputting a lot of information, he started the teleportation. He did not go to a certain place, nor did he teleport anything. When the teleportation formation was activated, the power of the earth veins in the Yuandao city below instantly gathered in the base of this formation. Then, Li Bei showed a crazy grin on his face, and suddenly struck, and the monstrous demonic energy swept out, like a long dragon piercing the sun, and suddenly bombarded the base of the formation. Boom, 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 boom. This fierce attack interrupted the operation of the teleportation array. The power of the earth veins transmitted from below lost a clear direction and overflowed in this space. "Split it open for me." Li Bei laughed loudly, and the monstrous demonic energy around him was finally no longer hidden. In an instant, his whole body suddenly swelled, and black bone spurs grew out of his body. The whole body no longer had any human shape, and had turned into a body of a demon body comparable to that of a saint. Since the birth of spiritual wisdom, he has hidden himself between heaven and earth, practiced for thousands of years, and finally promoted to a demon, and received the induction of the universe. Following the will of the demon god, he came to the Yuandao Lingshan sect to use the sect's own teleportation array and forcibly destroy it during the transmission process, causing a large amount of spiritual power and earth vein power to be unbalanced and collide. Then, it was the most critical step. Li Bei put all his cosmic magic energy into the explosion, pulling the cosmic magic energy outside the Kyushu space, forming a double bombardment from the inside to the outside. Boom, 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 boom. A violent explosion appeared on the square. Li Bei, a demon, stood there, but he was unaware of it. Even though his body was blown up and half of his arm was blown up, he still stood there, laughing, because, from this moment on, the space has collapsed. Although for the entire Kyushu, or for Shuai Yunzu, this degree of collapse can't affect anything. At most it is just a small space turbulence, which will be repaired by the world will in a while. But, unlike ordinary space turbulence, this time because of the influence of a demon, this space turbulence attracted a large amount of cosmic magic energy. This means that outside Kyushu, in the universe, if there are other demons cooperating in the outside world, they can open and build a passage to Kyushu through this space turbulence. Yes, in this universe, it is not only within the world that the intelligent demons can be born, and there are not only magic monsters in the external universe. Among the hundreds of millions of magic monsters, there are often those who are blessed by nature and awaken on their own to become demons. The reason why demons outside the universe are rarely seen in Jiazu is that the closer to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the lower the possibility of the birth of spiritual intelligence by magic monsters. So, Li Bei responded this time to the powerful demons who came from the distant starry sky. They were not one or two individual demons, but a group that could be called a real demon. "What are you doing?" The voice of the real Li Bei sounded in the body of the demon, terrified and sharp. Even though he had limited vision, he could see that the situation at the moment was extremely bad, as the demon's magic energy was injected into the base of the formation. The chaotic power of the earth veins, mixed with spiritual power, merged with the special power of space transmission, and quickly formed a vortex, spiraling. In this continuous spiral, the vortex grew larger and larger, tearing the surrounding space and the surrounding matter, and expanding rapidly. There is no doubt that this is the legendary space turbulence. Now the entire floating island has been included in the range of space turbulence. Cry, tremble, the space turbulence has formed, and the time for the demons to descend on Kyushu has come. Weak humans are only worthy of trembling under the glory of the great demons. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed loudly and no longer paid attention to Li Bei's voice. As his thoughts moved, Li Bei's mind was completely destroyed by him, and his soul was annihilated. Then, the space turbulence was seen getting bigger and bigger, spreading in an instant, as if a drop of thick ink was dripped on a painting, and it quickly spread to the surroundings. At this moment, everyone living on the floating island suddenly felt this terrifying and fatal crisis, and the entire floating island was shaking violently. Dozens or even hundreds of figures flew out from the tops of the mountains. They looked around and soon discovered the abnormality of the teleportation array. Some people immediately flew to the teleportation array, while others panicked and fled in all directions. However, strangely, those who flew to the teleportation array and those who fled in all directions did not reach their destinations. Some people flew for a while, and their figures suddenly appeared in another place as if they had passed through a small teleportation array. After moving forward, they returned to the original place. Some people just took 2 steps and their figures disappeared in half. It was really half disappeared, with only half of the body remaining in the original place, and the other half disappeared instantly, as if it was cut open by an extremely sharp knife. That was the effect of space splitting. In an instant, the entire Yuan Dao Lingshan sect was in chaos. Even the saints could not move an inch in this strange space. Ha 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 ha. A group of tiny bugs, under the power of the great demon clan, can only tremble in fear. Tremble, be afraid. This has just begun. The demon only had half of his body left, but he couldn't help laughing. As the space turbulence spread, he could clearly feel that the call of the demon god was gradually becoming clearer. Where did the dog come from? Barking everywhere. At this time, a delicate shout sounded, followed by a giant sword flying in the air. As the saint's domain unfolded, the whole body of the demon was included. The demon's figure did not have time to dodge, and was hit directly by the giant sword. The width of the sword blade was basically the same as the waist of the demon. This sword hit the waist and cut it in half. Then, a blazing fire domain came side by side, and the raging flames turned into a giant palm, which suddenly slapped on the remaining body of the demon. Half of it had been destroyed by the explosion, and after being cut off by the giant sword, the remaining part of the body was burned in the blazing fire and screamed in pain. Damn it, the demon roared, and was about to fight back, but he saw more and more saints rushing around and surrounding him. Even the appearance of spatial turbulence can only cause an impact on the saint-level strongmen, but it cannot endanger their lives. Now, Luo Qingcheng's huge sword broke through the air, and then the flaming palm of the sect master Zhongwanhua, The two of them attacked together, and beat the demon without any chance to fight back. Afterwards, more and more saints came together, and joined forces to transcend the demon from the inside out, and soon beat his powerful demon body to pieces. Before the final annihilation came, the demon still laughed and said, "My will has been lodged in the demon clan. Even if I die, my demon soul will not be destroyed." Ha ha ha. In the wild laughter, it turned to ashes, leaving behind a group of saints in the Yuan Daolingxian sect, with extremely ugly faces, because even though the demon was killed by them, the spatial turbulence did not stop. "Brother, what should we do?" Luo Qingcheng looked at the head of the sect, Zhong Wanhua, waiting for him to make a decision. "Withdraw." Zhong Wanhua took a deep breath and made this difficult decision. He said, "If you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. Now that the spatial turbulence has raged, the sect can no longer be saved. Let's evacuate first and then think about other things. After the spatial turbulence ends, we will rebuild the sect." After the voice fell, the saints nodded one after another. Although they were unwilling to abandon the sect, they could not do anything if they stayed at this point. It's like a fire at home. Even if you are reluctant, you have to evacuate safely first. And this spatial turbulence is much more terrifying than a fire. But, at this moment, from the source of the spatial turbulence, a beam of eyes met with Zhong Wanhua. Zhong Wanhua looked at him, and his whole body trembled violently. As the master of the Yuan Daolingxian sect and a saint, he actually felt fear and terror from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know who the owner of that gaze was, nor did he know how strong the other party was, but he knew that the terrifying existence was coming. Stop. Zhong Wanhua gritted his teeth and drawled, "You can't go." After the voice fell, all the saints stopped and looked back at Zhong Wanhua in confusion, with confusion in their eyes. Then, they swept their eyes and saw the scene in the space turbulence. It was a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Countless demons came from the distant starry sky. They were entrenched outside the space turbulence, baring their fangs and claws, and the demons were dancing wildly. Among them, there was a very far-reaching gaze, staring at them quietly. There was no sadness or joy in that look, no emotion, like the cold way of heaven, like the supreme God, standing above all living beings, like the master of everything. Everyone's mood seemed to be frozen in an instant, and they fell to the bottom of the valley one after another, and then they looked at each other and laughed miserably. In an instant, they understood what they were going to do. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Sealing the Heaven. Beyond the distant starry sky, countless demons roared and surged. Like the dead demon, there were countless demons as powerful as saints in the tsunami-like demon group, but they were only the lowest level existences. Above that, there were even more powerful figures, with monstrous demonic energy. No matter which one was taken out alone, it was an existence that the saints of Jiazu could not contend with. Before today, the saints of Jiazu had absolute doubts and denials about whether there were gods in the world, but today, when they saw those figures outside the distant starry sky through this space turbulence, everything had an answer. It turned out that there really was an existence in this world that surpassed the saints and could be called gods. It's just that was not a human god, but a demon god, the god of the demon clan. Now, those demon gods have discovered Jiazu and successfully used the demons in Jiazu to blast a space turbulence. As the cosmic magic energy poured out from the space turbulence, the saints could clearly feel that the power of those demon gods was infiltrating into Jiazu through the space turbulence. We can't leave. If we leave, this space turbulence will expand and eventually form a stable channel. Due to the world barrier of Jiazu, they can't come in. But once this space channel is formed, Jiazu will be in danger. Zhong Wanhua's face was solemn. His eyes swept across the faces of all the brothers and sisters, and he said a sentence resolutely, saying, "We must seal this space turbulence." After the voice fell, The faces of the saints were also solemn, and many people even showed a bitter smile. In the Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, there is a secret method called Yuan Dao Fengshan. This secret method is jointly performed by more than 10 saints. The more people participate, the stronger the seal is. The entanglement of each other's saints' fields can seal the space. However, the core of this method is not in the art, but in the person. While sealing the space, the saint who casts the spell will also be sealed by the space. In other words, this is a seal that will kill both sides, sealing the space and sealing oneself. Now, the demons are about to storm outside the space turbulence. As long as the space turbulence continues to expand, they can pass through the turbulence and descend into the world of Jiaozu. Everyone knows that when these fierce demons come to Jiaozu, what kind of terrible disaster will happen. It will be a disaster for all living beings. All human beings, demons, and all living beings living in the world will be slaughtered without any ability to fight back, because the demons have gods, and more than one, but the human race does not. People die and birds fly to the sky. Done. Lin Zi, the leader of Baiwa Peak, cursed angrily. His eyes passed through the space turbulence, staring at the proud and playful figures outside the starry sky, and a strong anger surged in his heart. Yu Ruoxi, the leader of Tanchuang Peak, slowly exhaled and said, "If they are allowed to descend into Jiaozu, all living beings will be in danger. If we escape now, we will be the sinners of Jiaozu, and we will die at that time. But the difference is only sooner or later." "I agree, alas." Ningeki sighed softly and nodded. Sun Zheng, the head of Shengyun Peak, did not speak, but just looked at Luo Qingcheng. "What are you looking at me for?" Luo Qingcheng stared at him strangely and said, "You are all so noble and great that you want to sacrifice yourself for Jiaozu. Don't I have this awareness?" "No, little sister, you don't have to come." Sun Zheng shook his head and said, "Yuan Dao Fengshan only requires 10 people to perform it, and there are 13 brothers and sisters present. You, Sister Lin Mo, and Brother Liangzi are the youngest brothers and sisters. The incense of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect cannot be cut off. The 3 of you, leave on your own." After the voice fell, the other 9 older brothers and sisters nodded silently without objection. Although on weekdays, the brothers and sisters of each peak in the sect were not always in harmony, and there were often conflicts and frictions. But, facing the righteousness of Jiaozu and the danger of all living beings, everyone still showed the responsibility of a saint. What is a saint? A saint is extraordinary and detached from the world, respected by all living beings, and protects one side. And now, they want to protect the whole world. When Joyo Peak Master Lin Mo heard this, she felt a sense of grief in her heart. Looking at her fellow brothers and sisters, she couldn't help but burst into tears. But she couldn't deny that after hearing Brother Ning's arrangement, she still felt a little relieved, but soon she felt ashamed of her own thoughts. Then, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Liangzi. In the sect, the 2 of them were Taoist couples. "No," Liangzi spoke loudly, looking at Ningeki, and said, "I can't accept this arrangement, senior brother. In the past chaos in the sky, you saved my life many times. Now is the time for junior brother to repay you. You go, I stay." "Don't say more." Ningeki took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "For so many years, we brothers have already owed each other countless lives. If you say so, when will it end? You 3 are the youngest, so you go." "Second junior brother is right, no need to say more. Let's arrange it this way." Sect Master Zhong Wanhua nodded and said with a determined face, "The spatial turbulence is still expanding. We can't delay. We can't wait. Everyone, it's time." As soon as the voice fell, the other 9 saints responded in unison. Then, 10 saints flew into the air and stood at one end of the sect, performing secret methods on each other to spread the saints' domain and quickly intertwine with each other. Yuan Dao Feng Tian Da Fa, more than 10 saints gave their all, and even sealed themselves in it. The seal it constructed was invincible. When this secret method was used, the domains of 10 saints intersected and covered the entire space turbulence together. The figures of the demon gods in the distant starry sky were also inspired. Because their cosmic magic energy could no longer be input into the space turbulence, it was blocked by Yuan Dao Feng Tian Da Fa, A low humming sound with extremely strong penetrating power sounded from the group of demon gods. Buzz, the saints could not hear what language it was, but they could clearly understand the meaning of the sound. A group of insects, overestimating their own abilities. Then, the surging and violent power of the demon gods rushed into the space turbulence frantically, trying to completely solidify the space turbulence into a channel before the construction of the Yuan Dao Feng Tian Da Fa was completed. Although the demon gods were outside Jiazu, their power was almost gone after passing through the world barrier of Jiazu, even less than 1,000th. However, 1,000th of the divine power is still not something a saint can resist. Puff. Uruoxi, who had the lowest cultivation, was struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and even the saint's domain trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. The other 9 saints were also seriously injured by this violent impact. Their eyes were full of horror. The power of the demon god, its terrifying power was far beyond their imagination. Tighten the divine platform, burn blood and explode spirit. Zhongwan roared, like a roaring lion, with a mouthful of blood, looking heroic and ferocious. As soon as the voice fell, the 9 saints all shook their bodies, burned their spiritual blood with their blazing souls, and burst out with strong potential, making the saints' domains that intersected and entangled with each other burst out with even stronger power. This technique of burning blood and exploding spirits is already at the first level of the saint. It is a desperate means in a life-and-death battle. Once this move is used, if the enemy does not die within 10 breaths, the caster will die of blood and spirit exhaustion. It is a means of exchanging life for life, and it will never be used unless it is absolutely necessary. But now, I can't care about so much. Ridiculous. The demon god's disdainful low voice floated over, followed by a stronger impact of magic energy. In an instant, it was like the collapse of the sky. The opponent launched a fierce attack like a divine punishment across the barrier of a world. The entire space turbulence was violently trembling, and the space seemed to collapse with this blow. The 10 saints were hit hard again. Even if they used the technique of burning blood and exploding spirits, they still seemed powerless. At this moment, a curse came from below. Fuck you. A figure in a white skirt flew over, and its own saint domain was unfolded in an instant. It also merged into the 10 saints with the Yuan Dao Sealing Heaven method. Zhongwanhu's eyes were full of bloodshot and his breath was weak, but the moment the figure in the white dress joined, he received strong support, and the other 9 saints were also like this. Little junior sister. Why bother? The saints looked at Luo Qingcheng, who came resolutely, their eyes full of regret. They didn't want to see the devil descend on Jiazu, nor did they want to see the inheritance of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect cut off, so they let the youngest junior brothers and sisters leave. Among them, the one they had the highest hopes for was the little junior sister Luo Qingcheng. As long as she was still alive, the incense of Yuan Dao Lingshan sect would not be cut off. But, seeing that the senior brothers and sisters were tired of supporting, Luo Qingcheng still came. If I don't come, can you hold on? Luo Qingcheng snorted lightly, but her eyes could not help but drift to the distance, looking towards the direction of King Luan Peak. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something to the people there, but a fierce impact came, and Luo Qingcheng couldn't say anything. She had to burn her blood and explode her spirit immediately, and quickly construct the Yuan Dao Sealing Heaven method. Below, the 2 saints Lin Mo and Liang Zi looked at the 10 senior brothers and sisters and the little junior sister above, and they all smiled bitterly. Even after Luo Qingcheng joined, the Yuan Dao Sealing Heaven method still failed to completely seal the entire space. They looked at each other. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Liang Zi apologized in a low voice. Lin Mo's eyes were red. She knew what Liang Zi was going to do, so she smiled. If you go, I won't live alone. Liang Zi was stunned for a moment, then he also smiled. Then let's go together, and be buried with all the brothers and sisters, and die to save Jiazu. How happy, how lucky, ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the 2 figures burned their blood and exploded their spirits, and together they performed the saint's domain and merged into the Yuan Dao Sealing Heaven method. After a while, the Sealing Heaven formation spread and blocked the entire space turbulence. Outside the starry sky, the power of the demon god bombarded, but it could no longer invade the space turbulence and was directly blocked outside by the world barrier. Yuan Dao Lingshan sect, a sect of 13 saints, a whole family of heroes, sealing the sky here. Chapter 400 Opportunity. What is going on here? King Luan Peak. Inside the cave, Chu Yun just walked out of the space gate. He was not in this sect just now, but entered the portable space to fish for bait. However, he never expected that when he came out, he would see such a scene of collapse. The entire cave collapsed completely, and all kinds of utensils were floating in the air in a mess. Chu Yun looked up and saw that half of the heavy door panel at the gate had completely disappeared. When he looked again, it appeared in the rocks above his head, and was embedded in it. He didn't know how it was done. Through the door of the cave, Chu Yun looked out to the outside world, but he saw that the scene on the entire floating island was the same. Everything seemed to be in a state of collapse after a disaster. Chu Yun's face was extremely ugly, and his breathing was a little heavy. He walked out of the cave quickly. Not long after he went out, he was greeted by a terrifying space turbulence, which cut through his legs like a knife. With a thump, Chu Yun's figure fell forward. Looking back, he found that his left foot was directly cut off by the space turbulence, and blood gushed out from his short leg. Chu Yun frowned and clenched his teeth without making any sound. The pain of the broken leg quickly swept through his body, but he didn't care much because the space turbulence was still continuing. He slapped the ground with his palm, and his figure took over and quickly flashed to the side, and then he saw the turbulence like a gust of wind sweeping to the other side. What on earth is going on? Chu Yun took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and looked up at the sky. He saw 13 figures standing in the sky, connected to each other to form a huge formation, and the domain covered the entire floating island, and one of them was undoubtedly a Woking Cheng. At this moment, she was among the 13 figures, but she didn't move, and the whole person was like a stiff puppet. Chu Yun clenched his fists. The various skills in his body were helping him recover quickly. Not long after, Chu Yun's broken leg had grown back and healed like new. However, his heart was not happy at all. He searched quickly on King Luan Peak and soon rushed into the main hall and found 2 disciples in the hall, Lin Zhuan and Yang Xiuqin. At this moment, the 2 disciples maintained a stable state, looking at the sky with panic, and their bodies were like frozen puppets, without any movement. Chu Yun reached out and touched them, but there was no reaction. Although the touch was warm and had body temperature, there was no heartbeat and blood was not flowing, as if someone had pressed the pause button in their lives. Chu Yun suppressed the pain in his heart and calmed himself down. He quickly analyzed the state of the 2 disciples, which was in a sealed state, and above the sky, the formation formed by the 13 saints was undoubtedly the reason for sealing the entire sect. But why did he do this? Thinking of the spatial turbulence he had just seen, and the spatial cracks that were hovering above the void, Chu Yun seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't be sure. He immediately flew out and headed for the sky. However, before he could get close to the 13 figures in the sky, he was blocked outside by the power of the Yuan Dao Feng Tian Da Fa and could not get close. You can still move. At this time, a divine thought came into Chu Yun's mind in surprise. Chu Yun's body shook, and he looked up at Woking Cheng in the air. Although Woking Cheng still didn't move at this moment, he clearly heard that this was the Woking Cheng's voice. He quickly opened his mouth and asked loudly, "What's going on? Why is there this formation? What happened to you all?" "There is a celestial demon who has caused space turbulence in the sect. It is working together with the demons in the universe to use the space gate to come to Jiazu to slaughter all living beings." At this time, Zhong Wanhua's voice sounded, with a hint of weakness and breathlessness, and said, "Just now, in order to prevent the arrival of the devil, we have used the secret technique of the sect and sealed the entire sect with the Yuan Dao Fengshan method. In this way, the demon can't come in." "Then you..." Chu Yun's face changed slightly, although he didn't know what the Yuan Dao Fengshan method was. Looking at the 13 saints who were unable to move at this moment, he knew that this would never be a good thing. "Not only us, but everyone in the entire sect has been sealed by us with the Yuan Dao Sealing Heaven Great method. We will all be like this for the next 100, 1,000, and 10,000 years." But I don't know why you can evade the power of this sealing heaven great method and still be able to move. It's really surprising. Tian Chuangfeng Saint Liu Ruoxi sighed softly and transmitted his voice. Chu Yun's face was ugly. The reason why he was able to evade the Yuan Dao sealing heaven great method was naturally because when this secret technique was activated, he was not in the sect, but in another space. How can I save you? Chu Yun asked in a deep voice. It can't be saved. Liang Zi smiled softly and said, once the Yuan Dao sealing heaven great method is activated, it will take effect permanently. This piece of heaven and earth has been entangled and intertwined by us with the saint's domain, becoming unbreakable. Unless you can break the sum of the saint's domains of the 13 of us, otherwise this formation will not end. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yun's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He couldn't even break the domain of one saint, let alone the domains of 13 saints entangled with each other. It was not the effect of 13 ones added together, which ultimately equaled 13, but it grew geometrically, eventually reaching a strength more than 100 times that of an ordinary saint. This level of stable domain, let alone Chu Yun's current nirvana realm, even if he completed the 9 turns of nirvana and ascended to the destiny realm, he would still be unable to break it. Don't think about it. At this time, Zhong Wanhua's voice rang with a faint smile, saying, even if you can break this formation, you should never do such a thing. We are not sealing the space here for no reason, but to protect the countless living beings in the entire Jiazu from being slaughtered by the demons. If the formation is broken, the space cracks will expand again, causing the demons to descend on Jiazu, which will be a disaster for the whole world. Master Brother is right, and compared to us, you should be more worried about yourself. This world has been sealed by us, and people outside can't get in, and you can't get out. Ningeki transmitted his voice. Although I don't know how you escaped the Yuan Dao sealing heaven method, you are the only one who can move here, which means that you are the only one who will be attacked by the space turbulence. Like such a terrible space cutting. If you are not careful, you will be separated from your body and head. You must be careful. Brother Ning is right. Hey, you must be careful. Sun Zheng also followed and echoed. When the saints saw this, they all did the same, worrying about Chu Yun's situation. Chu Yun listened, and a very bitter smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the people trapped in the Yuan Dao sealing heaven formation were these 13 saints, but they were more worried about Chu Yun, who was still moving freely outside. You must survive. At this time, Luo Qingcheng's voice transmission sounded firmly and resolutely. This disaster is also an opportunity for you. Remember what I told you? The law of space can only be understood within the turbulent flow of space, and here is it. As long as you understand the law of space, this sealing heaven formation can't trap you. After the voice fell, Chu Yun was slightly startled, and the other 12 saints were also stunned, and then a heated discussion broke out. Junior sister is right. He is a body of 9-turn nirvana. He can comprehend the laws of space in this space turbulence. As long as he comprehends the laws of space, he can get out alive. Brother Chu has already comprehended 8 laws now. If he comprehends the 9th law of space, wouldn't he complete the unprecedented 9-turn nirvana and be promoted to the realm of destiny? This space turbulence is so dangerous, it may take someone's life at any time. Can he really comprehend the laws of space before then? This is the most difficult law to comprehend. I believe him. In order to heal junior sister's injuries, he comprehended the laws of wind and wood at the same time in just over 10 days. This is enough to prove that Brother Chu's comprehension is extraordinary and incomparable to ordinary people. If it is him, he will definitely be able to comprehend the laws of space. The saints talked a lot, and they all seemed a little excited and expectant. In fact, when Chu Yun came out, it was already the 2nd day after the Yuan Dao Fengtian Dafa was launched. When everything returned to calm, the 13 saints present had already prepared to sleep forever, but they did not expect that although their bodies and souls were sealed, their consciousness was still there. Not only that, they were also able to communicate with each other by voice transmission. When they found this, the 13 saints were ecstatic. What people fear most is not death, but loneliness. If a person is sealed alone in a place for hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years, and can't do anything, it will be a more terrifying thing than death. But, in this Yuan Dao Feng Tian Dafa, the 13 saints can talk to each other and speak freely, which is an extremely gratifying thing, because at least it won't be so boring. There are 12 closest brothers and sisters to accompany them. Even if they are sealed for 10,000 years, they can still talk and laugh. Therefore, when Chu Yun appeared at this moment, the saints did not worry about their own conditions at all. Instead, they all focused their attention on Chu Yun. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.